Yo, what's going on, guys? It's me, Don Weeb here, back with all of the completed compilation series for What If Subaru was Sukuna's vessel. If you guys are unaware of this series, you guys can check out the playlist or just watch this whole video because it has all of the parts compiled together, including the hidden 16th finale part that is not posted as its own individual part currently on the channel. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy this and enjoy the binge. Anyway, thank you so much for enjoying my work from the past year, all compiled together. And I'll see you guys in the video. Let's get started. So, as with most part ones, this part will be establishing some of the rules as well as the differences that this what if will actually change, as well as how those changes will occur, making the story make more sense and fluid, as well as the changes that we'll be getting to see in the story, and we'll actually be getting into the start of the what if itself. So I'll be starting off with the big question on everybody's mind, which is, how does Subaru actually get Sukuna's fingers, since that's the way that someone can devour the finger and then their soul can actually link with Sukuna, allowing him to become them to become Sukuna's vessel and take over their body. Anyhow, I'll be getting into that now, and then we'll also be getting into the first arc of ReZero and the differences, as well as certain abilities Subaru will have, as well as other things like that, how Curse Energy is going to work and everything. And yeah, let's just hop right into it. As we know from ReZero, Subaru as a child was very competitive, correct? And as we know, he was always trying and one-up to go above his father, who everyone had compared him to for pretty much his entire life as a kid. Now, Subaru, when he was younger, was a track racer, and he was actually very physically strong, and he was pretty popular too. And he was always compared to his dad for being so good at something, or just like your father, and Subaru hated it. Subaru wanted to be his own person, and this is actually one of the driving forces in the actual ReZero Season 2 that we see in the first half, as well as how Subaru's parents affect his life. An effect of this resentment that Subaru has for his father and his capabilities, as well as just him being overshadowed by him, would cause Subaru to become more of a daredevil, just like he was in the original. And it is this specific trait of Subaru as a younger child, as well as growing up into an adult, that will allow our story to actually happen to begin with. So let's get into it. Subaru would be around 8 or 9 years old when he loses his first ever race. Subaru at this point would have his world shattered. Subaru before the race would have actually made a bet with his friends, saying that they can give him one order if he loses and vice versa if he wins, which only one friend had actually taken since Subaru had never lost before. Subaru would be shocked and hurt. He would have no idea what's happening since he was the main character, right? He should have won easily. Subaru has this complex that he has where he thinks he has to be the best at everything, or is the best at everything, until it's proven to him that he's not. And that's the case today. Subaru's mom and dad would console Subaru, saying he did a really good job. 2nd place? That's impressive, especially against a kid who's almost a year older than you. Good job, Natsuki, his dad would say as he pats him on the head. Subaru would just look down as he has no idea what to do. As after the event would be over, he'd go and meet up with his friends, who would be kind of shocked as they were laughing at him. Subaru's emotions and mental state would be racked by these thoughts, and as his friends were laughing at him, he could hear it echoing in his ears as he would tell them to stop. He's gonna win the next one for sure, as he tightens his fist. This would be when Subaru's friends would begin whispering with the one who made the bet, deciding on what they were going to make Subaru do, as they would then all run off to go back to their houses. As one of them would be on the way, instead of getting what they would have normally thought of getting, which had been some chewed up bubblegum they had left back in their room, however, something's different this time. As the friend's running, he would begin to feel a sinister, creepy, almost like aura around him, as his hair would all stand on edge as he stopped still. As he looks deeper into the forest, he would find an old wooden shrine from the Edo period Japan. As he walks forward, he would see within the shrine a box. He'd grab the box thinking that he'll make Subaru eat whatever's inside of this, as they'd all decided they were going to make Subaru eat some weird, disgusting stuff as punishment for his loss. Subaru would be waiting on the ground looking down as he's still thinking about what happened, as he's beginning to realize his thoughts are beginning to set in. As the group would approach Subaru as all 3 of the friends come back, they would each have something in their hand. The first would have a dead snakeskin from their pet anaconda they had at home. Subaru would be disgusted already. The second kid would have some mud from the bottom of his shoes since he couldn't find anything at his house with his mom being a clean freak. And then the third would have a strange looking box. What's in that one? Subaru says. It feels weird. The friends would all put it down and tell Subaru that he lost the bet, so that he has to eat these. Subaru would cough as he says fine, saying he wants to do the snakeskin last, as he begin to eat the dirt mud off of one of the friend's shoes. The three would then laugh at Subaru as he's looking down at the ground, completely humiliated as he's pissed off for losing. Subaru would then open the box next, and as he does so, everyone would be shocked, as a burst of negative energy would cause all of them to fall backwards, when suddenly we begin to see the trees move. From the three friends' perspectives, there would be nothing, but then we would see Subaru start to scream as he points up, shocked. What? Look! Suddenly, before Subaru can say anything, a cursed spirit would rip off the head of one of his friends as his body would be dragged away. The other two would scream as they're shocked, not even able to see what happened. Subaru would be so confused, what's going on, as more spirits begin to surround them. As Subaru grabs the thing inside the box, you'd see it's wrapped with some sort of weird seal. As Subaru would begin to pull off this paper as it has some weird writing on it. He would then find an incredibly disgusting looking old finger. As the friends would tell Subaru, asking what's happening, as Subaru would think that these spirits are after this thing. You can't have it! Subaru would say this as the friend who had actually brought the finger to him had been the one who was killed. Subaru would think about this as his entire body would be shaking. As a child, this was horrifying. And Subaru would stick to one thing, the key aspect of his character, his pride, as Subaru would then gulp down Sukuna's finger. Suddenly, he would grab his belly. As Subaru would fall to the ground, his other two friends would run away, leaving Subaru behind, saying sorry as they scream and ran. As Subaru begins rolling on the ground back and forth, he'd feel like his entire body was on fire, as it's like there were thousands of snakes inside his body, biting into him as he screamed. All he could see in his mind was his dad, always in front of him, the shadow behind him. Subaru wouldn't know it, but what would save him would be his physically strong body that he inherited from his dad, along with that shattering loss he had suffered earlier. Subaru's entire life had been changed in that mere moment. The first time he had ever lost would have actually been what crippled his confidence, and would also cause some self-deprecation and feelings of self-hate. Subaru would just be looking around at these monsters, and as finally the red energy around him begins to fade away, suddenly black markings begin to cover Subaru's skin, as Sukuna begin to take over for a mere moment of Subaru's body, as he realizes that he's now entered a vessel. As Sukuna would easily be able to push Subaru's will at this point out of fear out of the way, he would now look around as he tightens his fist, realizing that his body is not matured enough yet. Garbage, he'd say. Well, this body is pretty strong. If I can work him up, then I can get the rest of my power back together and finally have a new body, Sukuna would say as he laughs. And another thing too, he'd be looking around as Sukuna would realize that there's no Jujutsu sorcerers here, so this must be a finger that they didn't own. Sukuna would laugh as the cursed spirits in the wilderness begin to jump at Subaru's young body. Sukuna's eyes would turn red for a mere instant as he flashes his hand, Subaru's nails extending and turning black, as he slashes, cutting the cursed spirits and killing them instantly. Sukuna then suddenly surprised, as Subaru had regained his consciousness, as he begins pushing Sukuna back. This kid is unlike Itadori Yuji. Natsuki Subaru would be a completely different person, and as we know from the actual ReZero light novel, his powers would eventually be that of sins. As Subaru's pure will of pride, his pride not being taken over by some dumb old man like Sukuna, he's not going to die from these curses, weird monster things, and he receives a memory of his friend dying, the one who had brought this to him to begin with. He's going to live, and he's going to win that race next time. Subaru would use all of his willpower as he then pushes Sukuna back, locking him away as Subaru would then take over his body. Subaru would fall to the ground unconscious. Subaru's parents would both eventually come around looking for him, as it's been way too long, as they would have heard some kids screaming running out of the woods. Fearing for Subaru and their child's life, they would have gone looking immediately, and Subaru's dad would have found him laying on the ground. Now, here I'm going to add some narrative from the narrator's perspective, my perspective, on what's going to happen next. And you guys might be wondering, what is going on with this world? Is the ReZero world the same Earth as Jujutsu Kaisen's Earth? And if so, does that mean that Satoru Gojo is there? And also, why wasn't there a Jujutsu sorcerer on the scene if something like Sukuna's finger was there? And I'm going to explain that now. For one, Satoru Gojo at this point in time, this is before the events of Jujutsu Kaisen 0 take place. This is when Subaru would actually eat Sukuna's finger, becoming the actual first vessel, which means that this is quite a few years before Itadori Yuji would be in high school. Now,
We know that at the start of ReZero, Natsuki Subaru is almost 18 years old, and Itadori Yuji is just basically like a freshman and sophomore in high school. So there's a big age disparity between the two, and I'm going to explain now what's going on with Jujutsu sorcerers and why they aren't hunting Subaru down. First of all, Sukuna would have gone dormant inside of Subaru's body, waiting for him to age so that way Sukuna could take him over slowly and also find the rest of his fingers, but as a small child, there was nothing he could do at this point. He also didn't want any Jujutsu sorcerers to find him or Subaru, because if he died at this point, then there wasn't even a chance. This is a 1 in a million chance, in fact, of anyone being able to actually synchronize with him this well. And so this would be the best opportunity he had. This meaning that he didn't want to waste it, and so Sukuna would not try to use cursed energy for a long time. Subaru would actually have forgotten about the incident, but something different now is that Subaru could see cursed spirits from this point on in our world. And in fact, this would be something that changes Subaru's character in our world, in Earth I should say, much more than you would think. The version of this Subaru, instead of quitting school and becoming a shut-in because he was physically weaker, because in fact, it's the opposite. After so many years of having Sukuna's single finger in his body, this version of Subaru would have inherited all of the power as well as techniques from Sukuna's finger that he had ingested, meaning that Subaru's physical strength would have gone up beyond normal human levels. So he didn't have a problem winning in his school anymore, but after that one loss, that was enough for him. And after he could see these cursed spirits, and after he eventually remembered that night that what happened to his friend and before he blacked out, Subaru would be different. He would feel like he didn't fit in society anymore, and he would stop going to school because when he had first gone back to school for the first time, the amount of negative emotions there and cursed spirits made him want to throw up. And just sitting in there would make him sick, as he would see these monsters slithering all over these people and they couldn't even see them. Subaru would sound insane, especially when he was younger, and eventually he would just learn to shut up, as he'd gone to several social workers and psychologists with his parents, and they were very worried about Subaru. From here, to get into the actual story, we're going to be having a very small time skip. And by small, I mean like 8 years, because Subaru is now almost 18 years old, he is 17, and he decided that he's hungry this night. It would be the last that Subaru would see of potato chips and magazines, as he heads towards a very certain gas station or small store as you would in the original. As Subaru is walking in, suddenly inside of Subaru, Sukuna would awaken. What? He wasn't supposed to wake up until Subaru had turned 18, which would have been when he was an adult, allowing him to leave his parents and go and take over Subaru's body to find the rest of his fingers before any Jujutsu sorcerers could hunt him down. But something was different. Something had entered his space. "Nothing's allowed to touch my soul," he would say, as Sukuna would look up. This version of Sukuna, instead of having the pink hair and the changed version of Itadori Yuji, would be Subaru's edition, as his red eyes would then match with someone else's. Someone else was inside Subaru's soul. As Subaru enters the store, not feeling different or anything, something would be happening within Subaru. While Subaru would have no idea what's going on inside of him, he would just be walking around the store looking for a snack and a magazine, as he's just reading a manga that had just come in actually that day. He would look out the window and see his eyes all baggy as he looks at them. They appear sunken in as if though he hadn't slept all night, which he hadn't, to be fair, since he was up playing games all night. Subaru, after finding what he wanted, would head towards the store clerk as he looks at his phone, looking at the time, as he would then give them his money to the store clerk before he begins walking out of the store. This would be when we see what was going on inside of Subaru's body. We can see Sukuna inside of Subaru's soul, inside of his body, fighting this dark entity, as multiple thousands of black hands come charging towards Sukuna. "I don't have enough power with just one finger," he'd be thinking. "I don't know if I can." Suddenly a black hand would pound into his chest. "Ugh! Get out of here, you bitch," he would say. As long as Sukuna's eyes looking up towards her, we would see there standing Satella, the Witch of Envy, as she has come for her prey, her one that she loves. As Subaru would close his eyes, Sukuna would suddenly feel a pull, as he'd be pissed off, saying he's going to kill her. Once he gets all of his power, he's going to kill her. Satella would give a kiss to Subaru's cheek, as suddenly the world would begin to fade as he closed his eyes. 1, 2, 3. Elsewhere, miles away from where Subaru was, we see a battle, a very familiar battle taking place actually, as we see Itadori Yuji along with Megumi fighting a cursed spirit at a high school. As the finger comes falling down from the sky on one of Sukuna's fingers, Itadori would open his mouth ready to bite it, as Gojo would be on his way to arrive. Just as the finger's about to slip down Itadori's throat, as it enters his mouth, suddenly it would disappear as Itadori chomps down on air. "Huh?" Itadori would say, as he would then use his physical strength, punching himself his way out of the actual monster itself. As Megumi would be confused too, with the two wondering what happened to the finger, as they look around desperately for it. What they wouldn't know is that all signatures of Sukuna's fingers would disappear. And you might be wondering, why is this? Because Satella, what she didn't know, is when she summoned Subaru and Sukuna's soul to the other world back to ReZero's world, she didn't account for the fact that Sukuna's fingers, the other pieces of his soul, would get pulled with him. So all 20 fingers from Earth, from ReZero's Earth, from where Subaru came from, would get pulled into the ReZero world, along with Subaru and Sukuna. And as Subaru would open his eyes, he began to hear a voice. "Damn it, she got away." "Huh? That's this is that." Subaru would remember, as he remembers but just before he blacked out, this very strange but old man's voice, and before he had killed those monsters. Subaru would turn around looking everywhere for him as he wonders, "Where are you? What happened?" Before he would suddenly feel something on his face. Subaru would look down to the left side of his cheek as he sees a mouth and an eye open, saying, "I'm gonna kill that bitch when I find her again. Alright, kid, give me your body." As he would begin to try and force his power over Subaru. Subaru would then be resisting back, as Sukuna would be a bit shocked, not realizing that Subaru was actually able to maintain him somehow. What? How is... He would then look back into his soul, as he would see something, a dark power, something ridiculously powerful, but he couldn't touch it. The moment he did, he would feel a sense of danger on him, as Sukuna would be a bit afraid actually of Satella's power. What he'd be looking at, of course, would be inside Subaru's soul, would be Return by Death. Return by Death would be allowing Subaru to resist Sukuna's control, as well as be able to hear inside Sukuna and inside of his own body. Sukuna would curse again, as he tells Subaru that they need to go find the rest of him if he doesn't want to die. Subaru would be shocked, asking why does his face have a face, as he'd be patting himself down before he looks around and realizes there's monster people, there's demi-humans, No! Did I get summoned to another world? As the camera would pan up just like it had in the original ReZero anime. This would be when Sukuna would suddenly pull the attention back to himself, as he says, "Well done, what do you think we're at, McRonald's?" Subaru would sigh as he says he's sorry, and you also don't have to stop on my fun. "What's your name even?" Sukuna would introduce himself saying his name is Sukuna, and Subaru would say the same before Sukuna says, "Yeah, I already know that. I've been living with you for most of your life. I've seen everything you've seen." Subaru would look down as he matches his eyes with Sukuna, as the two of a silent argument, with Sukuna and Subaru beginning to debate about a very important topic. Are elf girls or cat girls better? As the two begin arguing, this would be when people would be finding them a nuisance, as Sukuna would tell Subaru to shut up and just get moving. Subaru would still be able to see these cursed spirits in this world, but they didn't even look as much out of place anymore since there were so many other monsters and demi-humans around here. Sukuna would tell Subaru that these spirits will probably attack him, and if he does that, he's on his own since he's not helping him. In fact, if you died, it'd be kind of funny, but I can't let that happen until I at least can take over your body. "What are you talking about?" Subaru would say. "Aren't you my..." "Wait a minute. Are you like the pretty goddess girl that's going to guide me on my isekai adventure?" Subaru would say in his high-toned voice as he's excited, looking down at Sukuna. Sukuna would look up at him as inside of his soul he would just not know what to say. "This kid's an idiot." Yes, Subaru. I am definitely a goddess that will guide you on your isekai journey." As he begins laughing at him, actually full-on belly laughing at Subaru. Subaru would tell Sukuna to shut up. He says that they're gonna go look around this new isekai world, saying that if Sukuna isn't his now goddess buddy, surely some pretty girl's gotta be there to explain the whole situation to them. As Subaru would finally begin to look around the city of Lagunica, trying to find out where he was, what this language was, and where's the pretty girl that's supposed to guide him around in his new OP isekai journey. Exactly like in the original, Subaru would have no idea what's going on as he keeps entering into demi-human bars and establishments and getting thrown out since he's obviously not one. Sukuna would be laughing his ass off at Subaru, telling him that he's ridiculous, coughing as he thinks this is the funniest thing he's seen on all of the years possibly that he's ever been, saying that Subaru is just a full-on clown. Subaru would slap the side of his face, but it wouldn't do anything as Sukuna would simply shift to the other side, causing Subaru to just make his own cheek red. Shut up, he'd say. As Subaru goes and sit in an alley, sad and depressed, as he's holding his bag of groceries, he decides that he might want to munch on some potato chips. As he looks down at his phone, seeing no signal. Damn, he'd be thinking. Subaru would be bored out of his mind when suddenly 3 thugs begin to enter into the alleyway. These 3 thugs are the ones, yes, from the original, as one of them would have a knife. Give us all your money and all valuables you might have on you. Sukuna would be laughing, telling Subaru to do his best, gambattare, gambattare. And Subaru would obviously be ready and excited as he thinks, my first low-level thugs. I'll take care of you easily, he'd say. As Subaru would begin to charge some power into his fists as he decides to focus and concentrate. Hey, are you mocking us? The big guy would say as he moves forward, ready to hit Subaru. Subaru would actually charge cursed energy into his fist. And as he throws the punch, hitting the big guy, he'd go flying into the other side of the street as he gets sent back and actually falls to the ground, not knowing what even happened. The other 2 would get scared and run, as they say this kid's some kind of freak, as they didn't even sense any magic or see any magic or spirit arts from him at all. Subaru would look down his fist saying he's awesome, and he must have some super strong magic powers. Inside of Subaru, Sukuna would be kind of ticked off, as he realized that not only has he synchronized with Subaru, but Subaru has synchronized with him, meaning that Subaru is able to use cursed energy, and this might not be as fun to watch as he thought. That's annoying, Sukuna would be thinking. Doesn't matter. As long as I can get the rest of my fingers and then be able to take over his body, that's all that matters to me. And in this new world, there's probably tons of other curses that I can subjugate under myself, the king of curses, Sukuna. Suddenly from around the alley, we would see a girl with white hair and ears that are long, elongated, and an elf girl. Subaru would be shocked, thinking, this is it! This is finally time! She's finally found me! It's time to start my OP Isekai event! And this would be when Amelia would then say, you! Did you steal my insignia? Subaru would fall backwards before he realizes that this is probably a girl who's busy and not here for him. Subaru would ask what this insignia thing looks like as Amelia would describe it, saying and showing the size of it as well as explaining its color and just describing how it looks. Subaru would say he hadn't seen anyone, but there were 3 thugs who had tried to mug him earlier. They might know about it. Amelia would then find the 3, she would then drag them back, asking if they'd seen anyone who has something like her insignia. The 3 would then think about it as they would have seen a small little girl. This being felt, have actually ran through the area before Subaru had been there when they had been camping out to find any idiots. The 3 would tell Amelia out of fear as Puck would appear telling them to do so, saying not to pick on his daughter. The 3 would run in fear away from Puck, the spirit user Amelia, as Subaru would say that's amazing, asking, is that a cat? Puck would introduce himself, but as he looks down at Subaru, he would jump, as inside of Subaru, there would be a dark energy, something powerful and strong. This would be the strongest cursed spirit that Puck would have ever seen, with him being a great spirit. Puck would actually fall under a positive type of energy, since the spirits in Re:Zero are kind of similar in a weird way to Jujutsu Kaisen spirits. Subaru would then agree to help Amelia track down this girl, saying that he and Sukuna will help Puck and Amelia try and actually hunt down this girl and get her insignia back. Sukuna would tell Subaru they don't have time for this, saying that they need to find his fingers. With Subaru telling Sukuna to shh, Sukuna would sigh as Subaru forces him to go back to sleep, saying, damn brat. As we see Subaru and Amelia begin to start their hunt to try and find Amelia's insignia. Last time, Subaru and Sukuna had ran into a half-elf and her spirit, Puck. Subaru himself doesn't know her name yet, but we know it to be Amelia. Anyway, Subaru would offer this elf to assist her in her time of need to try and track down her insignia. Amelia would immediately deny, saying she couldn't possibly ask him to help her do something like that, since she hasn't done anything for him in return. Subaru would nod as she shakes his head, saying it's no problem at all, thinking in his mind that if he gets to help a cute girl out, then that's all that matters to him. Sukuna and Subaru's mental space would then call him pathetic, as Subaru would then say out loud telling him to shut up. Amelia would jump scared, asking what? As Subaru would say, no, apologies, as he explains that he sort of talks to himself. Amelia would think this guy's weird, but if he's offering to help, why not? Puck would already, as I mentioned, be able to sense the cursed energy inside of Subaru, and as I mentioned before last time, the spirits in Re:Zero are made of positive energy and natural energy, while the cursed energy in, Jujutsu Kaisen, and now in Re:Zero's Earth, would be negative energy created by negative emotions and bad feelings. And so the two would pretty much contradict each other like a yin and yang of sorts. For reference, there didn't used to be manifestations of negative energy until Subaru entered the world of Sukuna. Sukuna's fingers, which are now strewn across the world of ReZero, have started collecting the negative emotions of the humans in this world. And ReZero's Earth is pretty chaotic. So the cursed spirits that are going to be created from this effect will be life-changing. But we'll get into the side effects of that a little later on. For now, we'll worry about how Subaru is going to find this half-elf's insignia. She would have already explained how it looked to him, so he has some idea of what he's looking for. But something that small in this massive city, he would have no idea. Well, let's just go look around, Subaru would say, as he would then begin walking, offering his hand to Amelia. Amelia would then look down at Subaru's hand, look back to Subaru, then back to his hand, and then just start walking away. Puck would laugh as he grabs his belly, laughing and rolling and floating throughout the air as Subaru tells him it's not that funny. Puck would then rub a tear from his eye, saying it's hilarious. Subaru would sigh before he then runs after Amelia, asking where she thinks they should look first. Amelia would say, well, let's just wander around, maybe we'll run into her. What? Subaru would think. That kind of mental thinking is, in this huge city, we're never gonna find it. Amelia would turn, saying if he thinks all negative like that, then of course they won't. Let's just try our best, Amelia would say, as Amelia and Subaru would then continue walking through the city. As they reached this terrace high above the ground, Subaru would then ask Amelia, asking this half-elf what her name is. Amelia would ponder for a minute, before she would decide to answer, saying that her name was Satella. Puck would be a little shocked from this, but he wouldn't let it show, wondering what she was doing. As Subaru and Amelia would walk around a little more, they'd eventually see a little girl wandering around in the streets, confused, holding her stuffed bear. As she wanders around, we could hear the small whispers of people around talking, as she'd be lost. Mom? She would say. Amelia would walk through the crowd, offering her hand to the little girl, who would look up to the strange lady. She'd begin to cry when Subaru would come up with an idea. Subaru would reach into his pocket and pull out a 5-yen coin, with ridges on it, a fancy type. As he would then go on his knees, now going to the same level as her, Amelia would wonder what she was going to do, since the little girl was crying and she didn't know how to console her. Hey, look here, Subaru would say. Want to see a magic trick? Subaru would use some cursed energy to focus it into his hands, as he would then hold the coin in midair and spin it around. Whoa, she'd think. Subaru would then let it drop as he then says, watch this. Subaru would hide the coin into his wrist as he would then pull his other hand around and grab the coin from behind her ear. She'd be shocked seeing this magic trick, as she claps again now, distracted by this. Amelia would say that's pretty impressive, wondering how Subaru had done that, but she wouldn't comment on it anymore. Subaru would offer his hand to the little girl who would take it, and he would ask her what her mom's name was and details about her. The little girl would talk to Subaru, and Amelia would be a bit annoyed by this, but she was just happy that she would actually acknowledge someone so they could try and find her parents. The two would decide to head towards the guard station, thinking that if they could at least drop her off there, then her parents would probably go looking for her there. As they would head towards the area, Subaru would think, as he says aloud to Amelia, that it looks like they're two newlyweds with their kid. I think you're more looking like an older brother, Amelia would say. Subaru would get shot down once again by Amelia's quippy remarks, and this would be when Sukuna would laugh his ass off inside of Subaru's stomach. He'd be laughing so hard that Subaru would tell him to shut up as he blushes. She's hilarious, Su-chan. She's perfect. She has the same sense of humor I do, torturing you. Sukuna would laugh his ass off more, as Subaru would just be a bit angry now, as he would then punch his own hand where Sukuna's mouth had been, appearing while it was laughing. Did you hear laughing? The little girl would ask, with Amelia also having heard it. Subaru would quickly hide his other hand, saying no, he had no idea what they were talking about. As they arrived at the guard station, they would find a grown woman with the same color hair as the girl they were with, as the little girl would run forward to her mom, screaming, Mommy! As she would then reach her, they would then embrace, as we would see the two be thanked by both the guards and the mother, saying that she had gotten lost and let go of her hand while they were in a crowd. Subaru would say it was no biggie as he grabs his hand behind his head. He would then give the coin to the little girl, saying she can hold on to it and keep it, who would thank him very much. He would say that's a one-of-a-kind coin, saying there's probably no other like it in this world. She'd be shocked if she decides to keep it. Subaru would then walk away with Amelia saying that was pretty nice of him. Subaru would nod before he realizes, wait a minute, this is not what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be looking for your insignia. Amelia would nod, saying that a little bit of a good deed would help them though, because if we do something good now, maybe someone will help us out later. As she says this, Subaru would say she has a weird way of thinking, before she says maybe he's the weird one. Ever think of that? Subaru would ponder on this for a moment before deciding, nah, I think you're the weirdo. Amelia would scoff, as she says that's pretty rude. Subaru would laugh as he and Amelia would continue wandering around town. Eventually, just from talking to people in town, they would decide that this girl's probably from the slums, since she was pretty unique looking with blonde hair and a red scarf, and also having that wind ability. They'll have to check around there. Subaru would tell Amelia that they should be careful, since most slum folks would probably be pretty tight-knit. Amelia would nod, saying that they'll just have to ask nicely and see what happens. It was getting close to sundown now, and as the two would be heading towards the slums, they would be talking to a man who would be sitting on the side of the road, looking off into the distance. Have you, seen a little girl? Blonde hair, red scarf, moves pretty fast, good at stealing things? Subaru would ask. Sukuna would then whisper to Subaru, saying, that's a broad description. Shut up, Subaru would say. Sukuna would then say back. The man would reply, saying, oh, you mean felt? Yeah, that felt. That's probably her. She's probably at the loot house, and good luck buying it back. Loot house? He'd point his finger back as you see a large building on the hill in the distance. Alright then, Satella, shall we get going? Satella, aka Amelia, would nod, saying she's ready to go, as the two would then head towards the loot house. As it was getting late, Puck's timer would be about up, and Puck would tell Amelia as he yawns that he has to go sleep. With Puck disappearing as flakes, almost like snow, would accumulate, heading towards the crystal, they would then solidify as a faint glow would surround it, as Puck would then sleep, recovering his spiritual energy. Subaru would ask what happened to Puck, and Amelia would explain how the spirit arts work, saying that they need to rest, especially a great spirit like Puck, due to their contract in order to have energy. Subaru would then think inside his mental space, asking Sukuna, why don't you sleep like that? It would let me at least have a good time, and not have to hear what you're thinking all the time, every goddamn day. Sukuna would then laugh, saying he's a night owl, and telling Subaru that he'll never be rid of him. Subaru would laugh, saying hardy ha ha, yeah, I already know that by this point. Hey, Su-chan, you know who else will never sleep with you? Who? Subaru would ask. The girl! Sukuna would then begin laughing, telling Subaru, isn't that a funny joke? Subaru would tell Sukuna to shut up as he feels tears running down his face. Damn it, he always knows what hurts the most. Anyhow, Amelia would then begin to use her spiritual contact, as she would talk to the spirits around the air, asking about the question, looking to see if they had seen anyone like Felt in this area. They would have told Amelia everything they'd known, and she would also have now contacted them and done the prayer. Subaru would have been mesmerized seeing Amelia doing this, and would have been immensely interested, asking what it was. Amelia would blush for a second, saying it wasn't anything that special. And she would turn, huffing as she decides, let's just go and get my insignia back. Yeah, right, Subaru would say as he scratches his cheek. As Subaru would knock on the heavy wooden door, there'd be no answer, as it would be slightly cracked open. Should we just go in? Amelia would ask. Subaru would nod, saying, I guess that's the best answer, as Subaru would gently push the door open with a squeak being heard. It was dark, and Subaru couldn't see anything, but the moment he took one step inside the building, he could feel something on his shoe. He could feel something wet and thick like mud. No, as Subaru reached down and touched his shoe, he would look up, holding his hand in the moonlight, and he would see his hand covered in a thick red blood. Subaru would have flashbacks of his friend being eaten by that monster. Damn, we were too late, he would think. Inside the building, we would hear the metal clanging against metal, as we can see Felt fighting for her life against someone. This someone would be Elsa, as you would see the dark purple blade of black and the cloak covering her. As she would turn, licking her lips, about to finish off the last one of Felt's legs would have been cut off, as Felt was bleeding badly and was already on the doorstep of death. I won't let you have killed Grandpa Ron in vain, she would say. Oh, shut up, Elsa would say. Subaru would then run in, telling her to get away from that girl. Amelia would immediately begin to attack from long range, asking Subaru if he'll be alright. I'll be fine. Subaru would pound his fist into his hand, as we can see blue energy covering it, as Subaru summons some cursed energy. Elsa would lick her lips as she says she can't wait to see what his intestines look like, as she is the bowel hunter after all. She would disappear into the darkness, but Subaru would be able to censor his keen senses. Sukuna would watch and wait, seeing what's going to happen, as suddenly she would appear behind, about to jab Subaru in the back. Subaru's upped senses from using cursed energy would take effect as Subaru turns around, blocking the blow and grabbing the knife with his hand, as he would get a cut across his palm, barely able to use the pressure in his fingers and the cursed energy to hold the blade back. Satella, do it now! Amelia would release a bombardment of ice attacks, but they'd be much weaker than when she has Puck out. Elsa would simply reveal her second blade as she slices the ice in half, easily able to predict the movements of it. She's good, Amelia would think. Something in the shop would catch Sukuna's interest as he can sense it. There's something here that he wants. Sukuna would tell Subaru, come on, let me take over your body, I'll take care of this wench easily. No, I can do this, Subaru would say. Subaru with his other hand would throw a punch at Elsa, punching her in the gut with cursed energy. She would cough, not having felt so much damage from just a normal attack in so long, since she can't sense cursed energy. As she gets sent flying back, she would pull the blade off Subaru's hand, slicing off one of Subaru's fingers. Gah! Subaru would grab his thumb with his other hand. That really hurts! Elsa would laugh, licking the blood off her blade, as Amelia would try to throw more attacks, but they wouldn't be hitting, as Elsa would then begin to turn her focus on Amelia, deciding to take out the long-range fighter first. Do it, Subaru would say. Subaru would swap with Sukuna, who also wouldn't be wanting Amelia to die as of yet. As he moves forward, Sukuna not having control of Subaru's body would be more than a match for Elsa, as Elsa tries to bring down the attack on Amelia's head, slicing her from the top all the way through to her belly. With Sukuna now jumping in front of the way, moving faster than Elsa could even react, he'd grab her blade with his hand as his thumb began to heal. I'm a little busy right now, there's something that I want to get taken care of, Sukuna would say to Elsa. Elsa would feel fear, as this man who before hadn't seemed at all a threat was now giving her immense danger warning signs. I can't win. Her instincts would be telling her, I have to escape, but I still don't have that insignia. Can I? Too slow, Sukuna would say, as he would rip his hand directly through Elsa's heart, ripping it from her chest as he squeezes it, crushing it. Elsa would gasp, not having even seen the attack, as she falls over, deciding this is the best course of action. She needs to pretend to be dead for now. Amelia would be shocked seeing this change in power and ability, and his voice. Who is this? His hair even changed, and what happened? Amelia would have no idea what happened to Subaru, but this would be when Sukuna would turn, saying that, for the record, this is under my win. Sukuna, not Subaru, just so you know. Sukuna would turn around, squeezing his hands and thinking he hadn't felt this body in for a couple of years. Not for much longer, though, he'd think. Once I have acquired more power, I'll be able to easily take this kid out, and then he'll be the one stuck behind bars. Sukuna would walk forward, and there by the bar, where Grandpa Ram would have had all of his items from the loot house, we would see a small box with wrappings around it that he obviously wouldn't have been able to open. And there's my cue. Sukuna would grab the box and use curse energy, unsealing it, opening the box. 2 down, 18 more to go. Down the hatch. He would take his hand as he opens the mouth on it, and then devours the finger, feeling himself power up. Ooh, that feels good. Sukuna and Subaru's voice would echo with each other, as Subaru would begin to take control over again. Fine for now, fine for now. I'll be back next time, and next time I might not even let you keep it. This would be when Sukuna would laugh as Subaru switches back in. Amelia would be shocked, asking what happened, what was that? Subaru would turn around feeling a bit weakened as he looks at his hand and feels that his thumb's back. Well, that was nice of him, he'd think. Sukuna never does things like that. Something must have happened. Wait, what happened to the... As Subaru would look down the ground where he would thought that Elsa's body would have been, the Bowel Hunter would have been gone, taking the moment of opportunity that Sukuna had left when he was distracted by the finger to escape. Subaru would feel his cursed energy had increased as he wonders if something might have happened. He then remembers the finger that had caused us all to begin with. There must have been one here. That's the only reason he helped me, he thinks. That must have been why. Felt to be on the ground, as he would have nothing he could really do for her. Felt to be now passing fast, but there was something they had to do. Satella, do you think we can make it? Immediately before Subaru had even finished his sentence, Amelia would have her in her arms as she used ice on the wound to cover the now ripped off half leg. We have to hurry, she lost so much blood, Amelia would say. We have to run. If we hurry, we might be able to get her healed, or at least let her live, she would say. But Satella, are you sure we can... Stop calling me that, by the way, she'd say. What? Subaru would be confused, asking what he did wrong. Oh, yeah, I kind of gave you a fake name since you seemed kind of suspicious. What? Subaru would say. Sukuna laughed, knowing the entire time that she was lying, since she wasn't a very good liar to begin with, wondering what her real name actually was. Then what is your real name? Subaru would ask for him. Good one, Suchan. I'm interested too. As they're running, Amelia would tell Subaru that her name was actually Amelia. Amelia, huh? Subaru would say. Yeah, that fits you 1,000,000 times better, he would say, smiling and closing his eyes. Before running into a pole. Subaru, catch back up, Amelia would say, as Subaru would then slam his head into the wood and touch his forehead before running after Amelia, saying, Amelia, wait up! Amelia and Subaru would make it to the guard's house with both of them gasping for air, as it'd be late at night with them wondering what's going on, and then they would dump Felt onto the actual office table with blood still now coming out of her. She's gravely injured, is there any way we can... Felix would actually be at the guard station at this time, luckily enough, and Felix would say that he'll take care of it, with now Amelia thanking him. Felt to be taken away, and this would be when Reinhardt, who had also been at the guard station after finishing his rounds, would see the little girl. Before she goes, there's something she has on her though, Amelia would say. It's my insignia. If I could have that, that'd be really appreciated, she would say. Reinhardt, who happened to be at the guard station after finishing his rounds, would find the insignia actually in her pocket, and it'd be glowing. This girl is... Hurry. We need to try and get her patched up as good as new, Reinhardt would say. I'll even help if I can. He would toss Amelia her insignia, saying to keep better watch of that next time, with Amelia saying she hadn't lost it, she was letting her borrow it for something. Reinhardt would raise an eyebrow with his now divine protection of lies, but would say, alright. Amelia would laugh while scratching her cheek just a little bit, as she would then ask Subaru what he's going to do. Subaru, who had been injured but was fine now, said he didn't really have anywhere to go. Amelia, knowing what Subaru had done to try and help her and give her her insignia back, which she really desperately needed in order to be in the royal selection, she would come to a decision. My benefactor, Roswell, he's an owner of an estate. If you want, you can come back with me and we can talk to him and see if he has any options for you. Oh, that'd be very appreciated, Subaru would say, clasping his hands together, thanking Amelia. You don't have to go on the ground on your knees like that, Amelia would say, sweating. Alright, let's get going. It's a little ways away from here, but if we leave now, we'll be making it there by morning. And thus, Subaru and Amelia would then head towards Roswell's mansion. Subaru would open his eyes. As he looks up, he would see two maids standing there, one with blue hair and one with pink, as they'd be holding each other's hands, watching in fear, as Subaru and Sukuna were talking to each other in their sleep, with Subaru's voice switching in between the two of them very commonly during the night, causing the two demon sisters to freak out, as Rem and Ram would watch in horror. Subaru would rub his eyes as he wakes up, wondering where he was as he looks around, before remembering the previous day, as he had been in the carriage with Amelia, and once he had arrived at the mansion, he pretty much passed out from exhaustion, just falling over into bed in the room that Amelia had told him he'd be in, and now he was here. He'd yawn as he stretches his arms into the air and says, Good morning, I'm Subaru Natsuki, it's nice to meet you, he'd say as he smiled, closing his eyes. Rem would begin to say, Sister, this man is incredibly weird. Yes, Rem would say back. You guys know I'm right here, right? Subaru would say, feeling a little disheartened. But at least he knew their names now, with Rem and Ram being the two of them. And he'd quickly pick up on some of their social cues, with Rem respecting Ram more, even though Ram was pretty much useless compared to Rem, from Subaru just watching them do chores around the mansion. Finally, lunch had arrived, and it was time for Rem and Ram to now bring Subaru to meet the master of the mansion, as well as the leader of the nearby area, this being Master Roswell. As Subaru would enter into the room, Roswell would be studying Subaru intently. He could already tell Subaru was a bit different from the other people that he had met in this world before. He was a bit odd. And of course, he would also know a few things from the Book of Wisdom, the Tome of Wisdom given to him by his master, but we'll get into that later. Subaru, not realizing that this was actually Roswell, would look around back and forth, seeing and try and look for some old guy in fancy clothes. Subaru would pat Roswell's back as he asks if this guy Roswell is really into clowns or something, if he liked having them like jesters at his table. Subaru would laugh as Rem and Ram would be horrified. Roswell would turn, simply saying, Hello, it is good to meet you, for I am Roswell. Subaru would stop patting him on the back, as Subaru would realize his mistake almost immediately, as Roswell would laugh in his head, thinking this was hilarious. Sukuna would also be laughing at Subaru, and Subaru would whisper for him to shut up. You know, Sukuna, you could have told me this if you really knew it earlier, Subaru would grit through his teeth. What was that? Roswell would ask. No, nothing, Subaru would say quickly and nervously as he shakes his hands. Amelia would enter the room and then explain to Roswell that Subaru's weird, and he talks himself a lot. But Amelia would not mention Sukuna, who she had met personally. Roswell would then introduce himself formally, saying he is Roswell L. Mathers, and the owner of this mansion. He would thank Subaru for helping Amelia find her insignia. As Amelia's backer, it was rather important to him that she had kept track of this object. Subaru wouldn't press further, so he wouldn't really get what he meant, but basically Roswell was thanking Subaru for helping make sure that Amelia would stay in the selection for the royal selection, which Subaru has no idea is happening. Subaru would say it was really no big problem at all, saying he just wanted to help a cute girl out. Amelia would huff, obviously blowing off his comment, as Subaru would feel an arrow going into his heart. My heart! Subaru would feel pain. Well, heart pain, I guess you could say. Sukuna would laugh again at Amelia, saying that he liked this girl a lot more than he originally would have thought. Sukuna in his mind would be thinking that this girl has a lot of potential, as well as that weird nature spirit cat thing that he found. Sukuna would listen intently, as well as Subaru, as Roswell would then explain to them that due to their heroics, he would like to offer them a gift of sorts. If Subaru has any requests or wish that he may desire, that Roswell would be in his power to give him. Subaru would immediately answer as he does say he has one thing, as Roswell would listen watching him, his golden eyes twinkling in anticipation. Subaru would then answer as he points forward, saying he would like to get a job here at the mansion and work as a butler. You just want to get closer to that elf girl, don't you, Subaru? We've had this talk, Sukuna. Elf girls are superior than cat girls. Sukuna would click his tongue, explaining to Subaru the benefits of cat girls, saying they both function as a girlfriend and a cat, meaning if you want pets or cuddles, they can function for both. While elf girls merely possess ears that are larger. You could probably find that in a human if you really wanted to. Subaru would go into an inner argument with Sukuna again over cat versus elf girls, in which Sukuna would get rather heated, saying he's not going to help Subaru next time if he says that cat girls are inferior one more time. Subaru would stick his tongue out in his mental space in his eye as he mocks Sukuna. You little brat, Sukuna would say, as he begins running after Subaru in his mental space and tries to chase after him. Meanwhile, in the real world, Roswell would be watching as Subaru's pretty much standing there still, as after a while he would then fade back into reality, seemingly just having stopped still, and would say thank you to Roswell for accepting his request. Rem and Ra would just be watching, with Ra immediately sighing, realizing she's going to have to help train him. That means more work for her. Ugh. Rem would just be annoyed that her sister has to do even more work, since she's already incapable enough. She doesn't need another incapable person to be doing nothing around here while Ram does everything. Rem would be thinking, even though Rem literally did everything while Ram watches. But I'll digress. Amelia would get back to studying in her room for the royal selection, and this would be when Subaru's training would begin. Subaru would begin in the kitchen as he begins working on cutting potatoes. This time when he cuts his finger with the knife, as blood begins to stop out, he doesn't scream and begins freaking out. Instead, he just sighs as he covers his hand over it, telling Sukuna to heal it. As he whispers into his mind, heal it, Sukuna would tell him, only if you say cat girls are better. Really? Subaru would think, you're gonna do this right now, aren't you? Subaru would then close his eyes, seemingly daydreaming, and Ram would then slap him on the shoulder before slapping him across the face, telling him to focus. Sorry, big sis, Subaru would say. Don't call me that, it's creepy, Ram would say, narrowing her eyes like a cat. Sukuna would tell Subaru one more time, say the cat girls are better or I won't heal it. You're such a child sometimes, he would whisper to Sukuna. This is coming from you, Su? The kid in 8th grade who is so afraid of watching horror movies that you pretend like you were sick instead of going with your friends? Subaru would blush bright red in the real world as he would then yell out that he's not scared of horror movies, with Ram jumping back in fear after that sudden outburst, asking what was wrong with him. Subaru would say nothing as he turns around, realizing as he feels awkwardness spreading around him. As he tries to apologize to Ram, Ram would turn away, causing Subaru to fall over. Look what you did, Sukuna, Subaru would say. Subaru would watch in horror as Sukuna would laugh his ass off, telling Subaru he needs to be more careful. Anyhow, Subaru's finger would be healed from Sukuna being amused, as Subaru would then get back to doing the potatoes, getting more cuts, but they would heal eventually, with some of them just being left alone after Subaru had refused to acknowledge the existence of cat girls being better than elf girls, according to Sukuna, that is. This debate would continue, he would say. I'll break you eventually, Subaru, along with your body, which will become mine. Yeah, whatever you say, Sukuna, Subaru would say. As Subaru continues working, he would eventually be getting the hang of it, but he'd still be pretty bad at it since, being new and all, he had to learn the skills. Subaru would eventually be with Rem outside as he was helping with the gardening, just learning about all the different rooms in the mansion and the certain chores that came along with it. Subaru would actually be beginning to understand a bit, even with Sukuna's intervention and annoying him and causing these small outbursts, which would be happening in the mansion from different rooms. You could hear him yelling at random intervals. Subaru would be lying on the ground panting and sweating, having not done this much physical labor in a long time. "Phew, finally done," Subaru would say, before Rem would walk over saying that was just their morning routine, saying they have to now fold Roswell's laundry, as well as make sure that Subaru has his butler uniform, which they would not be able to do. They'd head over to the dressing room for the butlers and maids, and would begin to dress Subaru accordingly, with Subaru actually fitting better into women's clothing, just with causing Rem to help him sew. This would be something Subaru actually could do, as he'd offer to sew them himself, but Rem would refuse, saying she'll do it and take his measurements. Subaru would then adjust, helping Rem with this part, as Rem would realize that Subaru had some talent when it came to sewing at the very least, mentioning it out loud. Subaru would thank Rem as he looks away, with Rem saying that's not that big of a compliment, you know. And also, you're nowhere near as good as Big Sister, Rem would say. "Why do you do that?" Subaru would ask. Huh? Rem would then ask Subaru back. "Why do you always put yourself down and raise her to such high levels? To be fair, Ram still does better than me, of course, but I just got started, and from what I've seen, you're the one who does all the work around here." "That's not true," Rem would say. Rem would then begin to explain to Subaru about why her sister was so much better than her, and Subaru just wouldn't get it. Rem would decide that it wasn't even worth talking to him anyway, seeing as he'll be gone soon either way. Later that night, and for the next few days, Subaru would have begun learning how to read and write, as well as continuing to get better and better at cooking, cleaning, and doing all the other chores around the mansion. With Rem and Ram both respectively helping him, Subaru would begin to feel a connection forming between the two sisters and himself, which was the first bonds that he'd made in this world besides Amelia, and Subaru thought that they were becoming friends, so he was pretty happy. Sukuna would be watching every move, as he'd begun to tell that something was off, especially with one of the girls. He wouldn't tell Subaru this, but he knew it in the back of his mind, waiting to see what would happen and expectations. Subaru one night would go to bed after eating a big dinner, as he begins to fall asleep early after finishing some of his writing and reading by reading some Lugunica fairy tales. As he was just finished one about a witch, the Witch of Envy, he'd fall into a deep sleep. Subaru would wake up in the middle of the night with a cold sweat. As Subaru would rush to try and find the bathroom, Subaru would relieve himself, smiling, and he would then go back to bed and have a peaceful night's sleep, to Rem's surprise. In the morning, when Subaru comes down for breakfast to prepare it for Roswell and everyone else, Rem would be shocked seeing Subaru alive. That was enough poison to kill 10 men, Rem would think. And so for the first week, Rem's attempt to kill Subaru would have failed, due to Sukuna's natural ability that Subaru had inherited by having become Sukuna's vessel, since as some of you might know, Sukuna, and by extension his vessel, is completely immune to all poisons and curses, since as the King of Curses, his main thing was toxins and poisons, so they don't affect him. Subaru would continue to help out around the house, doing chores, and things would have begun to fall into a routine for him, as his hands would have become more bandaged after all the cuts that he'd been using to learn how to properly cut potatoes, and just cook in general. Ram would have been pretty impressed with his progress, but Rem would be on the other hand a bit pissed off, having her first murder attempt on him completely failed. This actually confirmed her suspicions that Subaru was most likely a spy, sent to try and forsake Amelia as well as just give information to the other camps for the royal selection, or worse, go after their master Roswell. She would have decided that she must kill him at this point. And so, as the evening came, Rem would have sent Subaru out to go get some medicinal herbs from the nearby forest, as Rem herself would have gone after Subaru shortly after, about 10 minutes after Subaru had left the mansion. As Subaru was bending over picking up some herbs, suddenly his senses began to tingle as all the hairs on the back of his neck would stand up. He would hear a chain as he'd suddenly dodge out of the way, using his superhuman speed and strength given to him by cursed energy, and being Sukuna's vessel to dodge it. What? Suddenly, that would be when a large metal spiked ball of a chain would come flying through and completely destroy the tree, just right in front of where he had been standing. The chain would suddenly whip back as it rips through the forest. We can hear the jangling of chains As the metal grinding against metal would pierce into Subaru's ears, Subaru would be focusing, yelling out into the forest, "Who's there?" As suddenly a faster blow would come this time, right towards Subaru's leg. Subaru wouldn't have anticipated this, and so he would have taken the hit, his right leg getting completely blown off from the attack as he falls to the ground, bleeding out. Sukuna would be watching with interest, as if he was about to die, he would step in immediately, but he wanted to see who the attacker was, and this was the best way. Sukuna doesn't really care about Subaru that much. He simply uses him to try and get his body, and with only 2 fingers, he didn't really feel like he had to intervene, especially since Sukuna had nothing he really wanted from this time, with the first time there being a finger that he had sensed, and also protecting the girl that he was interested in. The culmination of this would be why Subaru would be all on his own. As Subaru would try and cover the wound, this would be when we see her walking out. The blue-haired girl in the maid uniform, with blood now streaking over her hands, as the metal weapon with the pink spikes of metal in her hand would begin to fly up and down, as we see Rem with cold, heartless eyes. "Rem?" Subaru would ask. "It's you? No way." Subaru would be shocked, seeing Rem having been the one who had actually been trying to kill him. There was just no way. Why? Why is this happening? Rem would answer him, telling him that he's a spy, probably trying to hurt Roswell or Amelia's royal selection campaign. What? Subaru would say, his eyes shaking as he was shocked, having the idea in his head, this idealistic world, shattered. Suddenly another blow as Subaru's right arm would get slammed, as it twists in the wrong way, bending as blood would spurt out from the rips in his flesh. Subaru would think. Subaru would cover the arm with cursed energy to try and null the pain, but it wouldn't do anything against Rem's pure physical strength. The next time it would be sent towards his left arm, Subaru would then try and catch it, as he grabs the metal ball with both hands, feeling cuts across his hand. As Rem would try and pull the ball back, Subaru would pull back harder, as even using his superhuman strength was barely able to keep up with Rem, due to her being a demon. El Huma, Rem would use, as suddenly spikes of ice would come shooting out from Rem's hand. Magic, as it pierced into Subaru's body. Subaru would feel his limbs going cold, as suddenly Rem would fire off her attack, throwing her metal spike and chain, as it would then go rushing towards Subaru's chest, piercing him through and slamming him to the mountainside behind him. As Subaru's eyes would look hollow, as blood would begin to fall out of his body, trickling and dripping out of him from every orifice, every piece of flesh ripped apart by Rem. Sukuna would be laughing as he watches his body, the body of this brat, this cocky brat thinking he was better than everyone just because he had his power. Well, I guess I'll let you take it this time. Besides, I have 20 fingers. I, of course, probably have another person who can be my vessel. Maybe. Sometime. As Sukuna would be accepting his fate, now giving up on Subaru, allowing themselves to die, Subaru would begin to fall unconscious, seeing Rem as she was about to finish him off for one last time, covered in his blood. Black hands would begin to surround Subaru's neck, throat, and body, as Sukuna would open his eyes again, shocked, as he sees that woman daring to touch his soul. "You bitch! Don't touch my..." Subaru would be shocked as he opens his eyes. We see Sukuna inside of Subaru's body, simply looking around as he's just relaxing, waking up as he rubs his eyes. As Subaru opens his eyes looking around, he would see 2 girls, one with red, pinkish hair and one with blue and maid outfits, standing in front of him in fear as they had heard him screaming, as well as him talking to himself in 2 voices. Subaru would be shocked in a cold sweat as he screamed when he first woke up. Subaru would realize as he looks down at his hands that he'd reset. He'd reset all the way back to almost 2 weeks ago when he'd first arrived at the mansion. He had gone back in time. "Sukuna, did you see that when Rem killed us? Why didn't you help me for one, you asshole?" Subaru would say. Sukuna would look up asking what he's calling him an asshole for. "Nothing happened, we just got here last night." That's one way to talk to someone who saved your ass from that one girl, the freak with the knife the other day. Subaru would have no idea what's going on, as this would be his first ever experience returning by death. Since it's been a while, I'll do a quick refresher before we get into the actual story itself, but basically what happened last time is we discovered that Subaru and Sukuna's souls are not quite fused together just yet. And we don't know why, but for some reason Subaru and Sukuna don't share the same experience. Whenever a return by death occurs, Subaru is the only one to remember the events, causing Sukuna to not be in the same page as Subaru. This will probably cause some problems in the future as well, But luckily, Sukuna can read Subaru's memories, since if you remember during Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1, we see Sukuna do this with Itadori Yuji, and so the same situation can happen here, meaning we have some clarification, but it also means that Subaru and Sukuna will have to have a sort of meeting between any planning that they might have to do. Anyway, we can suppose that perhaps the soul fracturing, as I'll call it, would have to do with Sukuna only having 1/20th of his soul connected to Subaru, meaning that he's missing most of his being still, which would be his other fingers. Currently, Subaru has just respawned back at the 2-week point where he had just arrived at the mansion last night, with him and his meeting with Roswell, as well as just the rest of everyone at the Roswell estate having not occurred yet, at least in this new time. This would also be the first time that Subaru has ever died and restarted, meaning that Subaru doesn't even know what is going on. This is his first experience with Return by Death due to Sukuna's interference and Subaru having much more power since he had been given cursed energy even while he was on Earth back in his timeline, meaning that Subaru had never died before, obviously. Subaru would now, at this point, just be realizing what's going on, and he'd still be shocked, as he had screamed when he woke up, scaring Ram and Rem, as you see the two of them holding each other's hands while quivering. As soon as Subaru would see Rem, he'd jump out of bed as he runs away, scared and terrified from what he had just seen, Rem ripping him apart with her spiked chain ball, ripping him into pieces, his flesh mangled, blood all over the grass as he looked up, seeing red. Subaru would see this image of Rem in his mind and would be terrified, as he would go running out of the room, slamming into the wall before he continues running, eventually finding the door that would lead into Beatrice's room in the Great Library, where he would then close the door and sit against it, shaking as he thinks about what's going on. Beatrice would flick her eyes up from her book as she notices Subaru shaking by the door. Sukuna would already begin to realize what's going on, as he's looking through Subaru's memories from within his portion of Subaru's body. As he sees Subaru dying from that blue-haired girl, he'd start laughing, saying that what he did was hilarious. He wished he didn't forget it. It must have to do with her. Sukuna would grit his teeth as we see inside Subaru as he looks pissed off, staring over at the other side of Subaru's inner soul, as we can see her sitting there, Satella. And Satella and Sukuna are both just staring each other down, the two of them being forced roommates in Subaru's soul. Of course, this being unknown to Subaru at this point. Anyway, Beatrice would then say in an annoyed tone asking Subaru to leave, saying if he's done shaking by the door, she's getting distracted from his pitiful state. Beatrice would close her book as she opens her palm, preparing to use a wind blast and force Subaru out of the door. Subaru would turn around just as he sees the big crash of wind, slamming into him as he gets sent flying out of the door and crashing through the window on the opposite side of the hall. Subaru began to fall down to the leaves below as he crashes into the bushes, head first. We would see Amelia from the courtyard as she then notices Subaru falling from the window with his head sticking up out of the ground. Amelia and Puck would then run over to Subaru as we see him shaking and his hand twitching. As he would then notice Amelia, he'd then stand up rather fast and brush himself off, now removing the dirt. Puck would then snicker and say he has a piece of leaf stuck in his hair, as Subaru would flick his eyes upward, noticing it. Thanks. Subaru would quickly brush off the leaves as Amelia would ask what he was doing. Subaru's first comment would be that he was practicing stringless bungee jumping, which there was no response from Amelia to, before he realizes that bungee jumping doesn't exist in this world. What a crowd killer, he'd think. Then Subaru would say he was pushed out the window by Beatrice when he entered the Great Library, and Amelia would realize, saying that Beatrice can be a bit... How do I put this? Amelia would try and say, with Subaru finishing her statement saying, tsundere. Amelia would say she doesn't know what that means, but it's probably the right term. Subaru would then hold his hand behind his head, scratching as he says, and asks Amelia how she's doing today. Amelia would then ask what he means, with Subaru then commenting on the previous fight, being Elsa Granhirt. We could see a flashback grayed out of Sukuna completely abusing the Bowel Hunter, and then back to reality. Amelia would then say she had no idea that Subaru could do those things, and also asked why he changed his tone of voice. Subaru would then say because it just made him look cool. Before Subaru could secure his status of Virginity Master any longer, Sukuna would then pop out as we see his mouth on Subaru's hand say, "Because it was me, you dimwit." Subaru would then suddenly cover his hand with his mouth, saying he's also a ventriloquist. Amelia would giggle, asking what that's all about as she points to Subaru's hand. Puck would actually offer to help here, as he would then fly over by Subaru, grabbing his hand with his tail, holding it up. He would point out to Amelia, saying that just like how she and him are partners, spirit partners, Subaru has his own contract with a spirit, he would say. To make it simpler, he would basically explain that Subaru was a user of spirit arts as well. Puck, as we already know, knows about cursed energy, and would cover for Subaru in this manner. He would then explain that that guy and Subaru probably switched consciousnesses when they were battling against Elsa, and that's why. Amelia would be extremely intrigued with this, asking Subaru how he started learning spirit arts. Subaru would then raise his head, he says, "Hell no," slapping himself on the side of the face. Amelia would jump a little before laughing, saying it's like he's doing some sort of skit. Subaru would then explain that this guy inside his head is really annoying, and if he could get rid of him, he would, Subaru would say, then covering the hand again. Sukuna, with a muffled voice, would then say, "Hey, that's being cold for the guy who saved your life, you know." Subaru would laugh as he then uncovers the hand, saying, "I guess so." Amelia and Subaru having cleared up where Sukuna was and who Sukuna is would make things a lot easier going forward, provided that Subaru doesn't die again and reset everything. Anyway, speaking of which, Subaru would then ask Amelia if she wanted to join him in his calisthenics in the morning. Subaru would then stretch in the garden as he moves around, saying people from his country love doing this. Amelia would join him along with Puck, while Sukuna would bully Subaru, telling him he looked like an idiot from the inside of his head. Subaru would say, yeah, laugh it up, as Subaru himself would be thinking about how he's going to deal with Rem. What are they going to do? After they finished stretching, Subaru would ask Amelia if he'd be meeting the master of the mansion anytime soon, with Amelia nodding, saying that they were actually going to have lunch together. Subaru would nod, now knowing that everything, at least in events, would take place similarly to how they did in the original, when he had done the same exact routine last week. Anyway, as lunchtime would approach, Subaru would then enter into the dining hall, now occupied along with Amelia and Puck by Rem, Ram, and Roswell, who would be entering the room from behind. This time, however, Subaru would not make fun of Roswell and call him a clown, causing their situation to be much less awkward than the first time. As Subaru would sit down greeting the master of the mansion, Master Roswell himself, we would see Ram and Rem staring at Subaru. Subaru would offer an apology to Ram and Rem, explaining that he had had a horrible nightmare last night and it was really scary. So when he first jumped up and saw the two who he hadn't met yet, he thought he was still in his nightmare and then ran away. Ram and Rem would then ask, as they think to each other, saying, Sister, do you think we're really that much of monsters?" Yes, I think that's what he's saying." Sisters, Ram and Rem, would continue their little act, and Subaru would then say, "I said I'm sorry, okay?" Roswell would then do a small ahem, as the two sisters would stop teasing their guest. Anyway, Roswell would then speak in his accentuated voice to Subaru, just like the first time. "Subaru, in rewards for saving Amelia and helping her find her lost insignia before the royal selection, I have decided to give you any wish you may desire. Name it, anything." Subaru would say that he would want to be offered a job as a butler at the mansion, explaining to Roswell that he currently has no job and that it'd be great if he could work somewhere like here where he could learn more about the country as well as have a comfortable living situation. Roswell would then listen to his plea and also his wish, and would decide that this was reasonable, with him accepting Subaru's request to work at the mansion, just like the first timeline. Subaru would then be under the care of Ram and Rem as he'd begin his first day on the job, learning how to be a butler. Subaru would already have had his 2 weeks of experience from his first run-through, so he would actually look much more experienced than he would let on, with Subaru being able to cut the potatoes just the way that Ram would have taught him, and Rem also examining him, seeing that how he can handle things much easier than a new maid or butler would actually be able to. This will also lead to Rem's suspicions of him being a spy, even more so than what had happened in the original timeline. Anyway, Ram, Subaru, and Rem would also be tasked with going to the village and picking up groceries just like they normally would, which would be where Subaru would have gotten poisoned without having any effect the first time, due to the Maw Beast. Subaru would go with Rem, and this time, Rem would be the one to pet the dog instead of Subaru, as she would get bitten by the dog. Subaru, after saying goodbye to the children as well as the rest of the villagers in the village, would go back with Rem to the mansion, with Rem being unaware of her current circumstances, meaning that she would die within 24 hours, just like what would have happened in the original. The 2 weeks near point would be coming close, and so this would be when Subaru would be preparing for Rem to attack him as he waits in his room, armed. But nothing would happen. Subaru would then walk out of the room as he would hear crying. Subaru would run over to Rem's room. We would see Ram laying on the ground in tears, seeing Rem on the bed, having been killed. We would see Amelia and Roswell as well as Beatrice having been sent there to analyze the situation, as Subaru would have no idea what happened, shocked. Ram would be in a state of anger and pain, seeing her beloved sister having died, and no enemy, no one to blame it on, no cause. And this is when she would spot Subaru, asking him if he knew what happened and the cause of Rem's death, as she would be in pain, tears streaming down her face. Subaru would be speechless, shocked as he's just staring at Rem. This would lead to her thinking that Subaru was the cause of Rem's death, just like the original ReZero, as she would now spin out into a rage. Suddenly, a flipped color version of the same spiked bald chain that would have killed Subaru in the original would appear seemingly out of thin air into Ram's hand. Subaru's instant fear in recognizing this would only convince her that it was his fault and he had killed Rem. She would then throw the chained attack, trying to strike Subaru. Subaru, having dealt with this before already, would use cursed energies and then slams the ball off his fist, taking no damage as it then goes hurling into the wall. Subaru would tell Ram that he didn't do it, and she would then chase after him in her blind rage, her using wind magic chasing after Subaru. Subaru would exit the mansion and he continues running up the hill, with Ram close behind as the two would then get into a fight. Ram would throw another wind attack, to which Subaru would respond, turning as he then uses his cursed energy. Using his fist as he strikes with enough force to block the wind attack, cutting through the air, he would have a small cut on his hand, with cursed energy defending him. As now Ram and Subaru would get into a bit of a fist fight, with Subaru throwing punches at Ram, bruising her over and over again, while Ram would continue to strike him with the chain, causing him to bleed and cut, as the two would be fighting like wild animals. Subaru would actually be able to hold his own in this version, and this would be when he'd be able to tap into something that he hadn't even tried to. This Subaru has had cursed energy for 6 years already, ever since Sukuna had inhabited his body. Subaru currently has 2 fingers from Sukuna inside of him, the one he found in his world, and one of which was in the ReZero world back in that shop that Sukuna ate, meaning that he has 2/20ths of Sukuna's power, which has already enhanced his own. And since he's been having Sukuna within him for 6 years, the one finger had already completely merged with Subaru, meaning a lot of the techniques from that 1/20th would have already been imprinted into Subaru. As Subaru would throw one more curse energy punch, this would be when Rem would use Alhuma, using her wind attack, the strongest wind magic she can. This connect would be the perfect range. As Subaru would slam his cursed energy directly into the magic, the two would respond, as Subaru would have accidentally discovered the Black Flash. Using the Black Flash, he would glimpse into cursed energy itself, similar to how Itadori Yuji would have with his first experience, having had Toto tell him about it. As the Black Flash would appear, it would shatter through Rem's magic and smash into her face, causing Rem to fall to the ground as her brain would explode over the ground, the amount of cursed energy having been such a higher amount she couldn't handle it, as Rem would die, half her face in shock, with tears still running down it. As Subaru comes out of that stage, seeing what he had done, his understanding of cursed energy would have increased highly, as he would have seen its true nature, having actually done a Black Flash accidentally. Sukuna would be laughing, as the Black Flash would have killed the other sister. Subaru couldn't take it, as he turns, seeing Rem and Ram's bodies laying on the ground, as it would then flash back to Ram dead. "I have to figure this out." Subaru would turn over as he looks to the edge, seeing it, the cliff edge below being filled with dark rocks and spikes. Subaru would turn as he runs and jumps, falling down the side of the cliff. As he falls and stabs himself on all the rocks, killing him instantly. Sukuna wouldn't interfere, as he already knows that he won't actually die. As Subaru would then wake up in bed, he wouldn't scream this time. Now, for those of you saying that Subaru wouldn't kill himself at this point in order to save Rem and Ram, I think you're wrong in that this version of Subaru is much stronger than our original Subaru, both physically and mentally, because he has his confidence still. Something that held back the Subaru in the original ReZero is a lack of confidence that stemmed from the shadow of his father. But having Sukuna awakened his curse energy at a young age, Subaru was always better than everyone else, and it never was overshadowed in physical power. And this is one of the biggest reasons why Subaru felt like he was a top-tier player, and even strengthened his ideal that he was the main character of his own life, which is why Subaru wouldn't be afraid to do this. And it also gives him this insane main character psychological plot that he still has in the original ReZero, but this time it hasn't been shattered yet, causing him to realize that he's powerless. Instead, he thinks he can do anything, which is why he thought that if he did this, he could save both of them and fix everything. As Subaru wakes up, he would greet the two of them, saying he must have been awakened by angels, which is kind of ironic considering they're demons. The two would be shocked at how forward and confident he was, having just met them. This time, Subaru would think, I'll find what happened, I'll find how Rem died, and I'll protect everyone. As Subaru runs out the door to go and find Beatrice, as well as Amelia. Subaru and Sukuna had already discovered previously that Return by Death existed, and now we're beginning to try and figure out why Rem died, with our two protagonists now working on their best shot to try and uncover about Rem's death and how they can prevent it. Let's get back into it right now. Subaru leaps out the door as Sukuna would be now sifting through Subaru's memories, trying to find what he had lost, both his memories having stripped away by the power of Return by Death. Damn, if only I had another finger, I could easily overpower this dumb memory glitch. This would be what Sukuna would be thinking as he stares menacingly into the corner of his domain, which is now inhabited by Sutella. Sutella would pull her finger down her eyelid as she sticks her tongue out, as this would piss Sukuna off as the two start arguing inside Subaru's body, with Subaru pretty much unable to hear this conversation while the two are bickering. Sukuna would call her a dumb bitch as she starts trying to throw hands, with the two now beginning to get a bit more angry. Subaru could feel his cursed energy rising, but he wouldn't know exactly why until he starts screaming at Sukuna to knock it off. Sukuna would tell him to buzz off, brat, as Subaru would tell him he doesn't have to be that mean to him. Subaru would then eventually finally find the door to the Great Library, as she would open it to find Beatrice sitting in her usual spot right in front of the door on her little stool reading a book of some kind, but he couldn't really quite understand what it was, with it having a weird black cover. Subaru would look over as he tries to peek over her shoulder, just seeing blank pages. Interesting reading taste, he'd say, before Beatrice would look up, huffing, as she then sweeps her hand, now shooting wind at him. Subaru would raise his arms to block the attack, but he'd get blasted, screaming as he gets shot out of the library just like he had before he even had the chance to ask what he wanted to. Beatrice would say as he gets sent flying out that he seems to be a real rude guest, I suppose, as he gets sent flying out of the Great Library and crashing out the window just like he had before. Damn, I didn't get to ask about that one type of magic. Before Subaru could even land to the ground, he would then remember bushes, as he then lands directly into the tree leaf greenery of the bushes of the Roswell estate, now feeling the pins and needles quite literally piercing into his body. Ow, 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 ow. Subaru would then lunge up as he jumps up, brushing off the now pine needles now falling to the ground. Amelia and Puck would be sitting outside in the morning, as they would see Subaru fall out the window, walking over to see him, as they see him covered in the needles brushing himself off, with Amelia giggling and Puck laughing at him. Subaru would say it's not that funny, is it, as he then tells him to knock it off. Puck would laugh as Subaru says, "Oh, I can't be mad at you, you're so fluffy, please let me pet your ears." We would then hear Sukuna whispering from inside, "Cat girls." Subaru would then stop as he tries to reach for Puck's head to pat him, before he realizes that this would be the same as consenting that Sukuna was correct. He would resist as he grabs his hand, pulling it back, tears falling down his face as Puck would be confused. Amelia would giggle again as she asked what he's doing, with Subaru now pulling himself up as he says, "Nothing." Subaru would begin to talk to Amelia just like he had in the original run, asking where they were so as to fit into the timeline better. As they're talking, with Amelia explaining that she had taken him here after he had been fallen unconscious after fighting off that one assassin who tried to take her out in the royal capital. By the way, thanks for saving my insignia. Amelia would then explain that this was the actual benefactor of her. Benefactor? Subaru would wonder. He'd brush it off. Anyway, with Subaru and Amelia and Puck beginning to walk back towards the mansion, we would see Rem and Rom come running out, telling Amelia that that guy could be dangerous, saying that he just ran out of bed and started running out through the mansion. Amelia would turn to Subaru, giving him a weird eyebrow raise, as Subaru would shrug his shoulders, saying, "I have no idea what they could be talking about. The two must have seen a ghost or something." With the two looking at each other, now thinking, Sister, I think our guest is crazy." With the two of them already beginning to discuss what they might have to do with this potential spy. Subaru would then be taken to lunch with Roswaal, not making the mistake of calling him a clown, as he would then ask for a job at the mansion as a butler, just like he had in the original time, in order to find out what happens to Rem. Subaru would be taking the job gracefully, as he'd actually be doing really well at tasks, having learned how to be a butler from Rem and Rom in the previous timeline. Sukuna would be commenting on his knife work, saying he could do a better job, as Subaru would tell him to go ahead, as he switches with Sukuna. This version of Subaru and Sukuna is very different from the relationship that Itadori Yuji and Sukuna have, considering their setting and what happened to them. With Sukuna having resided within Subaru for so many years, the two are basically almost the same person. So Sukuna is much friendlier to Subaru in a teasing uncle sort of way, while still having arguments and fighting with him constantly. Well, Sukuna is still a cursed evil spirit, so he's definitely trying to take Subaru over, but at this point he's way too weak for Subaru to even worry. With Sukuna still not having gained a majority of his fingers yet, and Subaru having already inherited most of the techniques from Sukuna from his first finger he had ingested all those years ago. So switching with Sukuna to let him cut some potatoes wasn't the biggest deal Subaru could have ever done. Subaru would cut the potatoes, as Sukuna would be laughing, saying, "Watch this," cutting them and mincing them in a single stroke. Rom, watching from the side suspiciously, would then clap, saying that's a very good technique, before realizing that she said it out loud, taking it back and covering her mouth, saying that she didn't mean it. Sukuna would smirk, saying, "Oh yeah? You want me to show you some other technique?" Before he could finish the sentence, this would be when Subaru would switch back, as he then punches himself in the face, telling him to knock it off. Ron would be staring at Subaru with a look of both disgust and thinking, "Pervert." Sukuna would be laughing his ass off inside Subaru's guts, telling Subaru that he looks like a dumbass falling on the floor from his own punch. Subaru would be blushing, telling Sukuna to stop messing with him, even yelling it out loud. Ron would just be watching now, actually concerned for the psychological health of Subaru. Subaru would then cough as he clears his throat, getting back to his activities as a butler. He would help clean the big bath of the Roswell mansion with Rem, who would be commenting on his cleanliness skills, as well as helping with dish work and all the other usual skills he would have learned in the original. This would be around the time when Subaru would go down to the village to get groceries with Rem. Subaru would be watching Rem like a hawk, knowing that this must have been the place where Rem gets the effect or dies, considering that for the past week and a half, Rem has been fine, and even in the previous time she'd been fine up until this day. It's some point during today or tomorrow that something bad's going to happen to Rem. Subaru could feel it. Subaru would be watching Rem as he would see her approaching the kids with the little dog. This would actually be the opportune time that Subaru would step in, offering Rem some help with groceries as he begins to take the bag. This would be when the little maw beast would bite Subaru's hand. Now, something unique here is this is actually what happened in the very first run, before Subaru was then killed by Rem, is that his hand was bitten by this little maw beast, which would have a curse, but since he is part of the Curse King Subaru, he's immune to curses and poisons. So Subaru wouldn't actually notice this, but he would walk away with the little girl thinking that she had successfully killed one of Roswell's workers. Anyway, with Rem and Subaru going back to the mansion, this would be the time when he decides to go to the Great Library and ask if Beatrice knows of any magic that can kill from a time gap. As he goes into the Great Library, she would flick her eyes upward, with her little butterfly eyes meeting Subaru's dark and small, beady ones. Beatrice would huff as she says, "You're the rude one from earlier, huh? Well, at least you're dressed properly now." Subaru would sigh, saying, "What can you do to make it up to her, Bayako?" This would be when Sukuna would start laughing, saying, "Bayako? That's the best nickname you've come up with? Come on, look at her. It's the drill lolly." Subaru would start laughing out loud, as Beatrice would then huff, saying, "What's so funny?" Subaru would stop, saying, "Nothing, Bayako. Why are you calling me that anyway?" Subaru would then explain as he then dries his tears, thinking, "Drill lolly." Sukuna would also find it funny, but then Subaru would eventually get to the point. Subaru would talk to Beatrice and ask her if she knew about any type of magic that could kill someone from long distance or over some sort of period of time. She would think about it for a second before saying she did, but why would he ask? She would then explain to her that someone near to him might actually be dying soon, and he thinks that if he can find a way to prevent it, then that'd probably be the best for everyone. You're not planning on assassinating anyone, are you? Even with your powers that I can sense, I don't think you'd even be able to take Roswaal down, she'd say. Roswaal? I don't think I'd ever fight him. Well, he's my boss now and all, Subaru would say. Beatrice would humph, thinking that he's just bluffing. But with enough pleading from the annoyance, Beatrice would decide to get up and show him the book about shamans, as well as curses. "Oh, I know all about curses," Subaru would say. Beatrice would look over, saying, "I would figure that since you have one on your hand." She'd point down to the hand of a bite mark. Subaru would say, "Wait, really?" as he looks down, looking at his hand, seeing as he focuses his eyes that it is actually covered with a very faint amount of curse energy. "Wow, it was so weak I didn't even notice it." "Weak?" Beatrice would say. "That's some strong stuff you've got there. You must be really blind or something. I'm surprised you can see it at all, to be honest." This would be when Beatrice would comment, saying, "Actually, Subaru's entire body was covered with the stuff." With Subaru asking, "Really?" That's probably Sukuna's fault, isn't it? Sukuna would be whistling, trying to distract himself out of the conversation. Anyway, Subaru would eventually use his cursed energy as he would cover his hand with more of it, eventually just melting the cursed energy from the curse of magic that was inflicted upon him to kill him with his own curse energy and just absorbing it, with now the curse having been completely taken and deactivated. Beatrice would be shocked, seeing that he could actually do that without her help. "You can deactivate curses?" she'd ask. Subaru would look up, saying, "Is that weird?" Beatrice would say nothing as she tells him to leave, with Subaru saying he already got what he came for as he decides to leave and not bother her anymore. Beatrice would be biting her nail, she thinks, if Buffy knows about this, that being Puck, for anyone who doesn't know what she calls Puck from the anime, and probably the manga too, since Beatrice adores Puck in every possible way. Anyway, Subaru would go back to his room, having discovered that someone had put a curse on him, with him looking down at the hand before realizing that there's still that bite mark on it. That dog? But then, he'd realize as his eyes would sharpen. "We have to go now!" Subaru would then run out of his room, running over to Rem and Ram's room, explaining that they need to get down to the village as soon as possible. Something bad's going to happen. The two who were just getting ready to go to bed would be asking him what the hell he's talking about, with Subaru explaining that there's some sort of cursed monster down there, or a maw beast, with the two being skeptical on this, saying that Lady Amelia puts warding crystals all around the village in order to protect the village from such maw beasts. "We need to check if any of them are faulty," Subaru would say. "I'll go with you," Ram would say, saying, "It's probably just a hoax. And if Subaru does try anything, she can easily take him out." Subaru would be a bit offended with him having remembered how he actually killed Ram in the previous timeline, but he'd say nothing as he looks down. "Yeah, you're probably right," he'd say as he then takes his hand behind his head, crossing his fingers behind its back, as he didn't really want to lie to her. Anyway, Subaru would eventually now head out with the two demon-made twins as they head down to the village trying to find any faulty crystals. This would be when on their way down they would see hordes of maw beasts. Maybe Subaru's right, they'd be thinking. "Barusu, I'm gonna head into the forest. You and Rem stick together and keep heading down." "Wait, sister, it's too dangerous without..." Rem would turn around as Ram would meet her eyes, with now Rem feeling the guilt and the memories of what she had done to her sister, as she remembers their past, remembering what happened to their village and how her sister had her horn taken away from her, and how Rem had been useless. Rem would look down saying, "Oh, okay," as Rem would follow Subaru. Subaru would be looking around as he'd eventually find it. One of the mana crystals would actually have been taken down and was broken. "I knew it. Then there's someone in the village who..."
Suddenly we heard screams, as parents would be looking around everywhere, doors flying open, with many of the children in the village having gone missing. What happened? They're gone! All the parents would be screaming, as Subaru would run up asking what happened. Rem would be close behind on his tail, as the parents would begin to explain that suddenly their kids had been out playing earlier, but they were just gone. Subaru would quickly look around, narrowing his eyes as he covers them with curse energy, being able to notice some small trail of curse energy left in the area. Damn, that shaman must have taken them. Subaru would look up as he tells the villagers, saying he'll go take them back for them, as he begins to head out. Before he does so though, one of the villagers would then throw a sword towards him. Subaru would turn around, catching the blade, as he would look at it, unsheathing the metal. You might need that, the blacksmith would say, as Subaru would nod, thanking him. Subaru would then put the sword at his side, thinking he might try adding cursed energy to it, maybe that'll do something, as he begins heading towards the trail from the cursed energy fade left behind. Rem would follow him, saying that she can smell a strong scent of the witch, but of course it might be him. Huh? What do you... Rem would begin to explain, saying that he stinks, smells like that damn witch and their cult. What? What are you talking about? Before Subaru can say anything further though, we would see Ram come crushing through a tree, as a horde of dog mob beasts would be swarming at her, with her using her bald chain, attacking them with her mace. Ram! Subaru would then pull out his sword as he covers it with his cursed energy, it turning to a red and black blade. Get away from her! Subaru would yell as he shouts, jumping forward and slashing through the dogs, ripping off their heads one by one, slashing and cutting, using the black flash on the tip of the blade as it makes it extra powerful, blood splattering everywhere. Ram and Rem would be actually pretty impressed seeing his power as he begins cutting them down faster and faster. I can't keep this up for long, Subaru would be thinking. My cursed energy will run out sooner or later, and this guy's probably not going to help me. Nope, out of luck. I'm busy reading manga, Sukuna would say. Damn you. Subaru would get back to work as he tells Ram and Rem to help him, with the two using magic as they're fending off the beasts. Subaru would continue to lead the trail as the sisters would also begin to smell the strong scent, this being of mob beasts, as they'd eventually find that same clearing where the kids would be laying down, with multiple mob beasts now surrounding them, as we then see a little girl with purple hair. Of course, this being the shaman or the assassin that we know as Meili. Meili would turn, her eyes flicking up a cruelty in them that Subaru hadn't seen in the other day. Who are you? Subaru would ask, holding his blade and pointing towards her. You'd point your blade at a child, she'd ask, laughing and giggling. Alright, fine then. I won't show you any mercy either. Not like I planned to. Kill them all, she'd say, tonelessly, with a melancholic feel, as the mob beast would listen to her call. He would then see the puppy in her arms as he would jump down, eventually proving to have the highest cursed energy among them, as she would see that that was the thing that had cursed Rem in the previous time. I have to protect them, Subaru would say, as Subaru would then drop the sword, switching to his fists, which was his better asset anyway. No, Barasu, you can't touch those things. If they bite you and get their curses inside your body, you're guaranteed to be dead. Subaru would turn, saying, I'm the king of curses, with Rem being shocked and Ram being shocked, just as several hundred dogs start jumping at him. Time to show them who's boss. Subaru still thinking he's the main character due to Sukuna's power having buffed up his ego. Subaru turns, he throws a fist covered in cursed energy and slams the first round of dogs into the ground, crushing their skulls. Subaru would be not lasting his victory for long though, as this is ReZero, not a shonen manga, and Subaru quickly is going to get overwhelmed, with multiple beasts now ripping and tearing at him, with him now screaming, I need a little help, as he could feel his limbs now getting bitten at. The curses of these mob beasts were so weak, however, that they couldn't even damage Sukuna's form, so he wasn't actually taking any of the curses. Rem and Ram were watching and said, Who's that king of curses again? Subaru would say, help me, as he starts screaming, realizing that they're just gonna let him get ripped apart. With him now pulling as his clothes gets ripped, now freeing himself as he throws another punch and a kick, covering cursed energy, sending them flying back. I could really use one of those poison techniques right now, Sukuna, Subaru would say. No can do. Manga, Su-chan, manga.
Subaru would say. You and your shoujo manga. Whatever. Come on, let's do this, Subaru would say. Ram and Rem would jump in, with Rem using ice magic and now Ram using wind magic, as wind and ice would continue to shatter together. Now, Rem actually accessing her demon form to slay hundreds of them, as her, Ram, and Subaru would actually be fighting them off. Subaru would have picked up the sword by this point since he was running low on cursed energy and was just having to use physical buffs, now ripping at them and cutting them up and killing a lot of them, with Subaru now eventually making to the final Maw Beast, the big boss. Rem was in a demon-enhanced state, and the blood had only gotten to her head. Ram, can you take your sister down? Subaru would say as he turned, seeing the demon now in her crazed bloodlust. Ram would turn to Subaru, shaking her head, saying she'll deal with the Maw Beast if he can deal with her sister. All he has to do is touch her on the horn with that sword, but don't cut it off. Huh? Subaru would say. Rem would laugh, saying, you can surely take on one girl, can't you? King of curses. Subaru would tell her to screw off, as Rem would then lunge at Subaru, saying she demands the blood of the witch, which Subaru was very conveniently covered head to toe with, as she could smell him from like a mile away. She would turn around and throw her spiked mace, trying to attack him as he dodges out of the way. Low on energy and Sukuna not willing to help, he decides to have to use one of the techniques that Sukuna had imparted onto him unwillingly. Fine, how about this? Subaru would scream out to Ram, saying after he uses this, he'll be wiped out. This is the only way. She has to finish off the rest of the opponents. Can you do it? He'd say as he dodges and weaves, jumping off of trees as he's evading Rem's attacks. Ram would look up as she asked what he's going to do, and Subaru would tell her to have faith in him. Ram would then nod as he says that she can do it, as she continues fighting off the main Maw Beast, and Miley would be watching now, slowly moving away from the fight as she decides that she's going to run. Subaru would then use his technique, saying, it's all up to her now, as he then clasps his hands together into a very familiar hand seal. Malevolent Shrine! Sukuna would look up interested, saying, oh? Recently, after Subaru had absorbed the second finger, which Sukuna had devoured around the first or second episode of the series, Subaru had actually unlocked one of Sukuna's most powerful techniques, that being his domain expansion. But it comes at a cost. Being able to use this technique would wipe Subaru completely out of energy, since using a domain expansion is an extremely high-level curse technique, and Subaru is barely able to even pull off a level 1 domain. As he is able to though, Rem would be trapped, seeing just one small totem, that being the first built of Subaru's Malevolent Shrine. He could already feel his stamina being drained as he feels himself about to pass out, but Rem couldn't move. It should be locked in place, frozen from the domain and the cursed energy. Sukuna would be actually a bit impressed with him having not even instructed Subaru how to do this. This purely being from the memories and from the abilities that Subaru had gained from those years he'd spent with Sukuna. As Subaru would run forward, he would then, with just the last bit of power, throw a small punch, barely grazing her horn with enough force to knock her out of the demon form. Immediately, Subaru would fall out of the domain expansion as he falls to the ground limp like a rag doll, completely unconscious. Left to the mercy of the two demon maids, what would happen? Subaru would have no idea, as his consciousness fades off into black. Where am I? Subaru would be groggy, looking up as he sees the sun filtering through the windowsill, as well as, now sitting at the very end of his bed, two sisters who he's seen before. Did I die? Are we back here again? Subaru would be thinking. No, Sukuna would say. Unfortunately, no, you didn't die. But it was rather impressive how you could have. You were rather close. Just a little more. Oh, screw off, Sukuna. Not now. I feel like crap. Well, you should, considering you used almost all of your cursed energy in one blowout like that. Baka. Did you just unironically call me that? Yeah, what about it? You're such an idiot. Subaru, now in this conversation with Sukuna, would look up, noticing that the two sisters had noticed his awakening. Rem would rub her eyes, having been now sitting in a chair, which was different, having leaned over Subaru this entire night. Ram and Rem would then wake up as they noticed Subaru as well. You didn't die, Barasu. That's good, I guess. Rem would be on the other hand ecstatic, saying, Thank you, Subaru. So sorry that you had to stop me like that. Are you okay? With Rem now being all flustered that Subaru was awake, she was hoping that his recovery would go smoothly as she was kind of antsy. Subaru would turn as he looks to Rem, saying that he's fine, with Rem saying, okay, as she then gives a smile with the sun flowing over her face. Subaru, imprinting this image into his mind, would then have words come to his throat that he hadn't even planned on saying. Demonic inspiration. Huh? Rem would ask, wondering what he just said, mumbling under his breath. Subaru would quickly realize as he then blushes, saying nothing, as he tries to pull himself up to rip the covers off. As he tries to do so, he can feel his arms go limp, having no strength. Subaru would fall back, his head slamming to the back of the headdresser and then back down to the pillow. Ow! That's a good one. Look at you trying to move like you just did nothing big. You really tried to pull off my domain expansion and expected nothing to happen? Even though you are technically 1/20th me, that's still only 1 out of the 20 parts. In other words, you just tried to suck up an entire reservoir. No, an ocean with a straw. What do you think was gonna happen? Subaru would feel weak as his head started to spin, as he thought that he was completely resistant to curses. Typically you would be, Sukuna would say, reading his thoughts, but you're not really formally trained as a Jujutsu sorcerer, so it's not like you can actually use your cursed energies efficiently as they could. Jujutsu sorcerer? First time I ever heard you mention that, huh, old man Sukuna? Don't call me an old man. I'm hip with the times. In fact, I just finished reading up on the last novel I have in here that I was saving for later, which means only one thing. What does it mean? That we must find more manga in this world so I may consume more entertainment. That is, that or your soul. What? Subaru would jump up saying this as Sukuna then says nothing, fading out of his consciousness. Gah, that guy, Subaru would say. Well, at least he didn't take over my body. Rem would then tell him to not move, saying that his body was completely wrecked, almost completely out of stamina. If it wasn't for Beatrice and Amelia having helped heal you, there's no way you'd even be able to move or talk. That's how much magic you used and exhausted your gait. At least, that's what Lady Beatrice says. Subaru would realize, magic? My gait? Subaru in this timeline, for reference, has not actually learned about magic. By this point in the anime, Subaru originally would have learned about Shamak as well as his affinity for dark, which didn't happen because he didn't have the need to do that, since he's been using cursed energy and his own techniques that he had available for him in his previous world. So Puck never really had to tell him or teach him about that, and thus he never learned that he actually had a magic type. Oh yeah, I completely forgot that these worlds generally have some sort of magic, huh? I just thought I'd keep using cursed energy, but maybe I can get another power so I don't have to rely on this guy all the time. Hey, is there a problem with that? Besides, it's not like I can take your body right now anyway. I wouldn't even be able to walk, even with my regenerative curse power. Screw off. Fine. Your loss. Subaru would then decide that he needs to go and visit Beatrice, with Rem walking him over in a wheelchair, walking him towards each door as Subaru decides to check it, eventually finding it as he then has Rem open the door. Subaru will be rolled in as he then looks for Beatrice, who would be sitting in her chair as usual in front of the door, wondering what he wanted. Subaru, now about to ask if she could actually teach him magic, would immediately be stopped, Beatrice slapping her hand up saying, "Not right now." What? Subaru would ask. Your gait is almost completely wrecked right now. In fact, I'm amazed that it's still together, and regenerating so quickly. Most humans can't actually regenerate their gait once they damage it. Recovery mages who can actually heal gaits are incredibly rare. So the fact you can sleep it off in just a few weeks or a month is insane. Your biology is crazy from what I can tell, Beatrice would say, huffing. But it's probably because of that damn demon. Sukuna would freeze up thinking, what? Puck, who actually knew about cursed energy, would not be the only one. For those of you who have not read or watched ReZero yet, shame for you, it's a really great show, Beatrice is also a spirit, along with Puck. And as I've already clarified, the great spirits in this world are able to sense cursed energy, with spirit arts being almost on the complete opposite side of cursed energy. With, I guess, reverse curse techniques being the more similar use as spirit arts. So Beatrice can tell that Subaru has curse energy. So when she brings it up, both Subaru and Sukuna would freeze up, not having any idea what to say to that. She would then huff, saying she doesn't know why or who he is, but she doesn't care or want to know about it, saying as long as he's really protecting them and fighting for Master Roswell, there's nothing she can really say. He would sigh, with Rem confused, wondering what they were even talking about. Subaru would say it's nothing, saying he'll try and learn magic a different day. Beatrice would turn around huffing, saying, "So bold." "Well, I'm not teaching you." "What? Come on, Bayako, please," Subaru would say, begging, trying to raise his hands to beg before he realizes that he is effectively immobile for now. Beatrice would say once he can actually bow down and lick her boots, maybe she would. Gah, spoiled brat. Whatever. "Let's go, Rem," Subaru would say. Beatrice would, as she then slams the door behind them using wind magic. Per Subaru's request, Rem would drive Subaru over to Roswell's room, where she would help open the door and allow Subaru to meet with Master Roswell to ask him a few questions. Subaru would ask what happened after he passed out, wanting to know what exactly happened to the mob beasts that were attacking the village and that weird little girl who had the power to control them. Roswell would then look up, sipping his tea, as he then says, Well, that's a mystery for a different time. But you see, the villagers are quite fine. In fact, they'd rather really like to see you, Subaru-chan." What did you just say?" Nothing. Subaru would be feeling an odd resonance with Sukuna and Roswell, both of them being creepy. "Okay," Subaru would say. "Well, thanks for telling me. I think my next destination is to look for where Amelia is." "Oh, I wouldn't do that," Rem would say, commenting that Amelia was probably studying in her room for the royal selection. "The royal whatchamacallit?" Subaru would ask. "Oh, the royal selection, didn't you know about it?" "The what?" Roswell would allow Rem to explain, as Rem decides that she'll take this elsewhere, bowing to Master Roswell and closing the door before wheeling Subaru back to his room and putting him back on the bed per Rem and Rom's help. Rom begrudgingly, of course. Rem would clear her throat as she then is about to explain the royal selection. "Remember that little insignia that Lady Amelia and you helped find, with you having to fight that weird assassin, the Bowel Hunter, back in the capital?" Yeah, now that you mention it, I do remember that. What does that do with anything?" "Well, you see, actually, that insignia is something rather important to Lady Amelia. It's her recognition that allows her to be one of the 5 candidates to be the next queen and ruler of this kingdom of Lagunica." What? Subaru would think. Amelia's a candidate to be the king of this country?" Subaru would be thinking, shocked, as the pieces would begin to fall into place why people might be attacking her. "What? How did she lose something so important in the first place?" Subaru would say, shocked that she could even do that. Amelia elsewhere would sneeze, thinking, "Someone's talking about me, I think." Subaru would be complaining about how Amelia was actually losing something that important to her. "Well, I'm glad she got it back at least." Rem would giggle, saying that Subaru's always like that. Always like what?" Subaru would ask, his eyes now, long and sharp as usual, narrowing. "Always looking out for everyone else." "Wow, now that you mention it, I never thought of it like that," Subaru would say. "I guess so." Sukuna would then now whisper inside his mind, "Don't flatter yourself. If anyone's really helping them, it's me and my power." "Oh, shut up, Sukuna. You probably killed them all if you had the choice." "Well, most of them. Although that elf girl isn't exactly a cat girl. She'll have to do for now, since she has her own interests." "You're switching to my side, Sukuna? I knew you'd come around to find out that the elf girls are superior." No, that's not what I was... You're impossible. Damn it, never mind. Yeah, I'd kill everyone." "See, that's what I was expecting to hear," Subaru would say, nodding. "What are you nodding about?" Rem would ask. Nothing. Ignore that." The two sisters would look at each other, eyeing, as they then look back at Subaru, realizing that their first claim that this guest was a weirdo has remained true even now that they've gotten to know him. "You talk to yourself way too much," Ram would say. "It's kinda creepy." Hey! As Subaru says this, Amelia would open the door, walking into the room and closing it behind her, as she then walks over to Subaru, now rubbing her eyes, saying she's exhausted from studying. She looks up, seeing Subaru's awake, and is extremely happy, saying, "Why didn't anyone come tell me that he woke up?" Rem and Ron would look up, saying Roswell had instructed them to allow you to study, with Amelia now making a pouting face. "Subaru, are you okay? I saw what happened after I headed down to the village, and I saw you take down Rem and all those demon dogs, just as you passed out. You really wrecked yourself. You gotta take better care of yourself, you know that?" Amelia would say. "Yeah, I know that," Subaru would say, then trying to scratch his cheek against the side of the bedside, which he realizes he can't do because his arms can't move. Amelia would walk over, doing it for him, as she could tell from what he was attempting to do, before realizing what she was doing and moving away, shocked from the hand of atrocity that her own hand committed against her. Rem would be looking at the two as she's now making her own pouty face, with Ram eyeing her, as she then flips back to her normal look, just staring at the wall, still grumbling. Amelia would then cough as she then clears her throat, saying to Subaru that she actually came here, if he was awake, to tell him about her idea. She'd explain how she'll be actually going to the royal capital pretty soon, and that since he's pretty wrecked, it might be a good idea for him to come along, just to get healed by Felis, one of the royal capital's healer mages. Incredibly strong too, much more potent than her or Lady Beatrice, she whispers the last part. So, as I was saying, you see, a messenger actually arrived earlier while you were still asleep from the royal capital, and they are summoning me as well as the other candidates for the royal selection. So while you're being healed, I'll be over there. Huh? I want to go to that, Subaru would say. In your condition, there's no way, Amelia would say. Unless you can heal all of your broken ribs in the next few days, which should be impossible, I doubt it, Amelia would say. Subaru, now fired up, would be ready, and as he focuses curse energy on healing himself, deciding as immediately she says that he's going to bed. Wait for me to finish at least, Amelia would say, then telling Subaru a few more things, explaining that when she goes, if he does go with her, then they're going for separate reasons, and as soon as he heals, then he'll be sent back, even if she's going to be staying there longer. Subaru would look up from the bed, asking why, with Amelia saying that this is something really important for her, and she has to do this alone. Subaru, being the stubborn guy that he is, and from all universes, would now decide that he was definitely going to that royal selection meeting. Anyway, Amelia would then leave, with Subaru having promised her that he would not do anything, even if he could somehow move. Before they leave, Puck would then pop out, telling Subaru that Amelia was almost up all night helping recover him, so that he wouldn't be, dead. Yeah, he'd pull his eye down. Puck! Amelia would say. Now, mad and flustered, she grabs Puck by the tail and then runs out of the room. Subaru would laugh as he then tries to cover his face, realizing his hand is actually working, as he then touches his face before it goes limp again. Well, I better focus on recovery. Rem, if you two could be so kind, maybe you could get me a large plate of meat, Ram would tell him in his dreams, as Rem then gets up saying she'll be right back. Rem opening the door would walk out, as she closes it behind her, thinking about what was that feeling that she felt watching Amelia and Subaru. It was something that she wasn't really quite used to. Something that she thought she had given up a long time ago when she had gone over that her sister was superior to her in every way. Is this jealousy? Rem would push it aside. She then heads towards the kitchen to get Subaru something to eat. As she returns, Subaru would then be fed by her, which was, to her, great enjoyment. Subaru, eventually passing out and falling asleep, would have his cheek brushed by Rem as she smiles, eventually putting the plate back and taking Ram with her as the two head to their own rooms, Subaru now retiring for the night. Subaru in his dreams would be focusing completely all of his cursed energy on healing himself and working on his ribs. This is something that Sukuna would not thought even possible, with him not having enough fingers, with only now 2 having been absorbed, the first one having only been a couple of weeks ago now. There's no way he could use a reverse healing technique at this point. At least, that's what Sukuna would be thinking. Subaru would be focusing on healing his ribs with the ultimate amount of cursed energy. This amount of focus was more similar to, now, meditation than sleeping. and yet by the time he woke up, he still couldn't move, feeling his ribs aching from the mending that he was doing to them. Amelia would notice, having checked in on him, that they were actually getting better, as she gulped, concerned about what Subaru might have been eating or doing. Whatever. He did make a promise, so I don't think he'll break it, Amelia would think, as promises are incredibly important to spirit arts users, as we all know. Anyway, a couple of days would pass, and so Amelia would notice that Subaru still needed healing, and says that they'll be going to the capital today. Amelia, with now Subaru who can stand with a cane and walk, would follow behind her as they then get into the carriage with a little aid from Rem. Rem would then hop in next to Subaru, as she enjoys the rather tight seating, being directly next to him, as Amelia now feels annoyed for some reason. As the door is shut by Ram would wish them good luck, as she tells Subaru to rest up. Subaru would then stick his tongue out at Ram, saying, "Thanks, you guys be safe here, alright?" Ram would nod, as now Amelia, Rem, and Subaru are on their way to head towards the royal capital. The time had finally come. Subaru, with his body having been healed enough to where he could actually move and his stamina having been recovered due to his intense focus and strange cursed energy powers thanks to Sukuna, Subaru would still be at around 45% of his strength, but would definitely be able to go with Amelia to the royal selection. Amelia, walking into the room seeing Subaru doing push-ups, would have one eye twitching, looking over to Rem and Ram, who would have no answer to his miraculous recovery. Subaru, you're so weird." Subaru would look up saying, What's up? I'm all healed. Are we ready to go to this royal selection in the capital thingy?" Amelia would then sigh, saying, Yes. After all, I did promise you. But I hope you know that I don't like this," she'd say, humping and making a pouty face. Subaru would then capture this image into his mind, and capturing it forever within his memory, as Sukuna would tell him that he's a creep. Shut up, Sukuna," Subaru would whisper under his breath. "Huh? What was that?" Amelia would ask. "Oh, nothing, my sweet princess," Subaru would say, with Amelia getting grossed out again. Subaru would pull himself up from the ground, as he then says he's about to be ready to go, with Amelia telling him he doesn't need to be in such a rush as she starts walking towards the front gate, trying to get into the carriage. "Oh, don't think you can leave me behind," Subaru would say, laughing as he then skips down the hallway, practically glowing. Subaru would enter just inside the carriage, with Rem following close behind sitting next to him. Subaru would then turn as Ram would close the door, slamming it shut, as Subaru would be excited to go to the capital, Amelia sighing, already knowing something was going to happen. As the three would continue going towards the capital, driving along the countryside roads, Amelia would be making it incredibly clear to Subaru that he is only coming with to receive the maximum healing that he can from Felix, one of the highest and most powerful healers in the capital with using water magic. Subaru and Sukuna would be discussing in their mind what the capital would look like, with the two of them being excited, having not been into a big city since their first ever trip to Lagunica together after they'd been teleported all of those seemingly long weeks ago. And finally, after a couple of hours of riding in the carriage, Ren would pull on Subaru's coat saying, Subaru, look!" Subaru would turn, looking out the window, as his arm would brush Rem, causing her to blush. Amelia would notice this and would cause her to feel annoyed for some reason. As Subaru is leaning towards the window, his face would be pressed against the side, as he then looks outside, seeing the morning sun now burning into his eyes before his eyes would adjust, seeing the glowing, bustling city around him. "Whoa! We're really in the capital?" Subaru would say, excited. "Look, Sukuna, look!" Sukuna would sigh, saying, Kid, I've been here much longer than you have, been in the city many times." "Shut up, Sukuna, you and I got to this world at the same time." Sukuna would smile, saying, "Yeah, I know." Subaru would be annoyed with Sukuna, but he wouldn't let it ruin his day. He then sits back down, excited to walk around the capital on a date with Amelia. Rem would be thinking the exact same thing, except her date with Subaru. Eventually, Amelia would call for the carriage to stop, as they would finally reach their destination. This being the front place where the guards would be located, as well as where Felix would be at. Amelia, Subaru, and Rem would then step out of the carriage, now onto the cobblestone streets, looking around at the bustling fantasy town. At least to Subaru, it felt like a fantasy. For Amelia and Rem, although they hadn't come to the city that often, they weren't exactly starstruck as much as Subaru was. With Amelia walking towards the front gate, we would see a familiar-looking guard that many of you may know. He would have lilac purple hair and his eyes ablaze in purple as well, with gold flecks in them. He'd be wearing the white coat and uniform of a guard of Lagunica, and standing aside, he would have been waiting for Amelia and her party's arrival. Immediately as they would begin to head towards the door, the knight would then pull his sword to the side, as he then bends down on a knee, taking Amelia's hand and kissing it with his lips, greeting her in his formal tone. Amelia would have almost no reaction to this, pretty used to the courtesy that her as well as the other royal selectionees would have from the knights, but Subaru would be livid. Subaru would have a vein twitching in his forehead as he's looking down, his fingers impulsively now contracting. Sukuna would be whistling inside of him saying, "Ooh, you're pissed. It's getting hot and toasty in here." "Shut up," Subaru would say. Rem would turn, saying, with Subaru saying, "Nah, nothing," wiping a handkerchief over his sweaty forehead. Julius would have noticed him by now, and Amelia would introduce him as Julius, one of the guards of Lagunica, which Subaru would have picked up by himself from that point. Amelia would tell Subaru that it'll probably be some time before Felix is available, and that he should just wait here with Rem, while her and Julius would go inside so that they could be ready for the royal selection. Subaru would look up wanting to say something. Amelia would turn, giving him a stern look as he would then pull his hand back, stopping, as Julius would pull the door closed behind him, smirking just as the door was about to close. Subaru, seeing this, would be enraged as he said, "Why oughta?" Rem would then calm him down, pulling on his shirt, saying, "Let's just wait," as Lady Amelia says, as she would go and buy some appas for him to eat while they were just sitting there. Subaru would decide to go look around, and Rem would tell him to be back as soon as possible, saying that he can't get lost, with Rem wanting to accompany him, but he just wandering around. Rem still had some grocery shopping to do after all. As Subaru would be walking around, he would notice a girl about to get mugged in an alleyway. Immediately he would run over, dropping the bag of appas, as he would see a fair-skinned girl with high, fiery hair, pulled into a tight bun, with a red dress on and a cloak over her. "Just try it," she would say, trying to egg on the thugs. Subaru would rush in, dropping his bag of appas, as he then has two fists, using a double lariat, basically running in and slamming the two thugs behind the head and into the ground, not even having to use any cursed energy, just his pure physical strength. Subaru would then pull himself up, brushing his knee off, asking her if she was alright, with her making a sound, saying, "She could have handled it all by herself. I don't think I ever recalled asking you to step in, now did I, commoner?" Subaru would reflexively pull himself back, prepared for a hit, as in his mind Sukuna would then say, "Look out, it's a tsundere." "Oh my god, shut the hell up, Sukuna," Subaru would say. "What did you just say?" she would say. "Did you just speak like that to me?" This being Priscilla's way of speaking. This would be when Al would walk in from behind, a tall, buff man wearing a metal helmet and armor over his skull. "Ah, there you are, miss. I've been looking all over for you. You shouldn't run off like that, you know." "Don't tell me what to do." What are those things?" she'd say, pointing to the bag. Subaru would turn, saying, "The appas? That's not an appa. Appas have white flesh. Didn't you know that?" she'd say. Even the commoners I thought were smarter than that." "White flesh," Subaru thinking. Do you mean to say that you've never had an appa with its skin before?" Subaru saying, questioning this, with him thinking, major rich girl syndrome. Sukuna nodding in his head, agreeing with him for the first time in what felt like a couple of days. Subaru would pick up an apple, handing it to her in a patronizing way with a soft smile, saying, "Someone had to teach you eventually," wiping a tear from his eye. "Don't talk to me like that. It pisses me off," she'd say. "But I did want one. I'm glad at least you can read my mind, it seems," she'd say, making another sigh as she then grabs it, as she then tries to take a bite, realizing that she actually likes it with the crispier skin on at the outside. When we return home, I demand that I have all my appas with skin on them from now on," she would say. "Yes, my lady," Al would say. Subaru would be a bit surprised, as he would then walk off, taking his appas, as he then goes off to find Rem. Rem would have returned from her grocery shopping with Subaru alongside, walking out of the alley, with Priscilla and Al following behind him. Amelia would have just walked out of the guard station, seeing Priscilla and Subaru together. What could they be? Julius would be behind her, as Subaru would see Amelia waving. Amelia would walk forward, sort of angry, but she didn't really know why, wondering what happened. Subaru would turn, saying, "Oh, this lady was getting mugged by these dudes in an alley." He'd point to the now two unconscious men in the alleyway. "And I saved her," he'd say. Priscilla would then start laughing, saying, well, 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 if it isn't our diversity charity case of the royal selection. Amelia, Priscilla would say in a patronizing tone. Julius would tell her to stop it, and Subaru would turn around too, not realizing what was going on here. As Amelia would then tell Subaru she's another one of the candidates for the royal selection. Subaru would jump back saying he didn't even realize that, with all rubbing his head saying he probably should have mentioned that. So you're with her, huh? Priscilla would say. Well, I'll take him off your hands, she'd say. Amelia would hold her hand out saying he's not for sale, with her eyes narrowing. Both Subaru and Sukuna would feel a light feeling in their hearts and their stomachs, as these two beautiful ladies would be fighting over them, it seems. Subaru would have a tear in his eye wiping away, as Amelia would realize what he's thinking, telling him it's not like that, as she then slaps him on the head a few times. Julius would be trying to hold back a laugh, as Subaru would turn, still feeling annoyed at him. This would be when he would notice someone standing behind Julius. This being, suddenly, Subaru would take a hand to one knee, as his tone of voice would change, black markings forming over his skin, as he looks into her eyes. My lady, I've been awaiting you for so long, he would say, his voice sounding as sexy as possible. Subaru, or I guess I should say Sukuna, taking Felix's hand and kissing it the same way Julius had to Amelia. Amelia now realizing that she was even more annoyed. But why? Felix was Before she could say this, Sukuna would then stand up, putting his arm around Felix, saying, what would the name of such a fine creature such as yourself be? He would say, Sukuna staring into Felix's eyes. Felix would look up, about to press his lips together, as Sukuna awaited the kiss, leaning down. Finally, what he had been searching for since coming to this damned world had appeared. The cat girl he had been seeking to free his heart from this cursed body. Subaru inside of Sukuna be screaming, Sukuna, no! It's a trap! It was too late. Sukuna's knee pressed against it, as Felix would say, but I'm a boy. Something within Sukuna would shatter that day. His hopes, his dreams, and his soul. Sukuna would fall to the ground, switching back with Subaru, curling into a corner, as Amelia would be watching as the marks would disappear, realizing that that was Sukuna, the one who had saved her originally when Subaru and Sukuna had switched personalities against Elsa Gran here at the Bowel Hunter many weeks ago. It was a trap, Subaru would say. Huh? Julius, Felix, Amelia, and Priscilla and all would all be confused, having no idea what just happened. Sukuna, it was a trap, Subaru would say, pounding his fist into the ground, causing cracks. I'm so sorry, my friend. Shut up, Sukuna would say, telling Subaru to screw off, locking himself in his room. I need time to recuperate after this. I was so prepared. You have no idea. Subaru, who had let Sukuna take over his body for this one moment, the one thing Sukuna had been searching for all these years, would feel sad. He would feel empathetic for one he could call friend in the search for culture. So I guess this takes to mean that you'll switch to the elf side? No, Sukuna would say flatly. One day. One day I will find my cat girl. But if that day doesn't ever come, then Su-chan, I'm sorry, but I'll be taking your body, and I will have to be doing unspeakable things, he would say, a tear falling down his metaphysical face. Amelia would suddenly slap Subaru, telling him to stop it, having been relieved that Subaru was now back, but she had no idea why she was relieved. Julius and everyone else would be stunned, as this would just be causing everyone to break up, with Priscilla saying she has to get going to the selection, her and all now running off, while Amelia, Julius, and Felix would also try to leave. Felix would turn one last time around saying, I'm sorry, but I can't be what you want. He would turn, walking away, his tail flicking in the wind, as Sukuna would smile in his heart saying, It's alright. A single tear shedding through his face. Subaru, having this emotional development, would stand, as he tells Rem that they're going to the royal selection. If Sukuna can fight for his love, then I can too, he'd say. I'm gonna punch that Julius guy right in the face and show him who Amelia's knight is. Rem would tell Subaru that doesn't sound like a rather good idea, considering that you made that promise to Lady Amelia and all. But Subaru, much like the original, would ignore this warning, as Subaru would then go running off before Rem could stop him, which she would have tried to.
Subaru would find Priscilla and Al's carriage into the actual castle, and he would hitch a ride with them, with the two finding him interesting and deciding to allow him to accompany along with them. After entering inside, Subaru would be standing next to Felix inside of the building, with Felix patting him on the back saying, "No hard feelings," with Subaru nodding. Subaru would be looking forward as now the contestants would enter into the main hall, where the castle ministers would be hosting this royal selection exam. Anyway, Amelia, Priscilla, then Anastasia and Crush would walk in, with Felix being Crush's knight, Amelia not having anyone, so Roswell would be standing behind her. Like in the original, Roswell decided to fly there instead this time though. Alongside them would be Anastasia, which would have her cat guards, and as Subaru sees Anastasia's guards, the other wolf and beast people, Sukuna would have a light of hope opened within him. And then Crush would have Felix, as I was saying. And just like in the original, this Subaru still has pride, if not even more than what he had during the original anime timeline. To the point when Amelia was getting insulted by the ministers, he would stand up, not willing to take this shit any longer. "Hey," he'd say, "don't talk about her like that." This would be when everyone in the room would turn, looking to Subaru, with Amelia turning, seeing Subaru there and having broken his promise. Subaru would have his eyes filled with rage, saying, "What do you know about her? Just because she looks like some witch, that's enough to call her a villain? Is that really all you look for in character? Do you not even know anything about her?" Subaru would call out, everyone in the room being silent. Subaru would then shout out that if anyone has a problem with that, they can fight me, pointing to himself. Amelia would then tell Subaru to stop and sit down. She would turn, looking disappointed and more overall angry that he'd broken the promise that he wouldn't come. Subaru would then turn as he then walks out of the royal selection, walking out the door as Amelia told him to leave. Everyone turning and wondering who that guy was, with Priscilla interested in him even more now. As Subaru walks out, Julius would follow behind, deciding to challenge him. As he would hear him walking behind him, Julius saying that he'll challenge him to a duel, saying that if you're going to proclaim to be anyone's knight, without even being a true knight of Lagunica, it's my duty to put you down to your place. Subaru would turn, having a wicked smile as his eyes would gleam red, saying, "Couldn't take me any time, pretty boy." This sudden change in tone would unnerve Julius, but it wouldn't scare him off. He's just some kid. "Alright, let's do it." Many of the knights would file out, deciding to watch this fight interested. Most of them just looking forward to seeing Julius beat up this newbie, for the fun of it. As they would enter into the arena, Subaru would take off his jacket. "I'll warn you one last time before we start that I'm not going to go easy on you. I'm kind of pissed off at those old guys right now," he'd say. Julius would throw him a wooden sword, him taking up one as well, saying, "Yeah, don't expect anything from me either," he'd say, snickering to himself, thinking this kid has no idea what he's about to face. As the fight between Subaru and Julius would begin, Julius would be shocked. Suddenly, in almost a blink of an instant, Subaru would be directly in front of Julius. Him having pushed cursed energy into his feet, he pushed forward at blinding speeds, his physical strength much higher than Julius had predicted using his spirit magic. What? Subaru would come in flying with a kick. Julius barely able to block of his sword as the wood would be shaking. Julius would then get pushed back, his boots actually holding him up against the sand from friction. After the sword would break, an airwave would then come off as Subaru lands back to the ground, his neck cracking as he then cracks his arms and hands, saying he's ready to do this, gripping the sword. As he holds the sword, he then swipes his hand across it, pushing cursed energy through the wood, cursing the sword and making it turn black. Suddenly, Subaru would then swipe down with the blade, causing a burst of cursed energy to move forward as a wind blade, slashing at Julius. Julius would be forced to use spirit magic to defend himself. This rookie's actually pretty good. Everyone would be shocked as Subaru's actually holding his ground against one of the best knights, second only to Reinhardt. As news of the fight is catching wind in the selection, Amelia runs out with Felix behind. They have to save Subaru. Julius might kill him, she'd be thinking. As they're running towards the stadium, we would hear bashing, slam. We can hear flesh hitting the ground as sands get pushed around. Slash, the cutting of cloth and blood spurting, and silence. the nights would be completely silent as Amelia and Felix would enter the room, seeing half of Subaru's body covered in black tattoos, his clothes having been ripped to shreds from the spirit magic, and the cuts and wounds from Julius already healing. Subaru would be walking forward, his one eye red, as his sword would be completely pitch black. We would see Julius on the ground, his face swollen, trying to conserve more spirit magic, having to go into a 100% against a 50% weakened two-fingers Subaru. Subaru would just be bullying this Julius having no chance, considering that cursed energy is especially effective against spirits. Julius, not having a greater spirit like Puck or Beatrice, would have no idea what's even hitting him. This would be when Amelia would tell Subaru to stop, as she runs into the field, just as he's about to finish off Julius with one final blow. As he's about to bring down the sword, he'd hear Amelia's voice, as suddenly the black tattoos would vanish and his eye turns back to its normal golden color. Amelia? He'd look up, his vision hadn't been cleared as he drops the sword, turning back to a normal wood. Julius would be coughing up blood, as the knights would be shocked. No one had ever beaten Julius in such a fashion before. There's no way, it wasn't possible. Who is this guy? Julius would have been completely humiliated. He thought he'd be teaching this kid a lesson, but he had no idea the amount of raw power that he was going against. Sukuna with 2 fingers in the Jujutsu Kaisen timeline was enough for Itadori to take on some of the highest level curse grade spirits, that being the 3 nature curses that were attacking the JJK high school. So think about it this way, when Sukuna and Subaru have been together for even longer than that, and Sukuna and Subaru are somewhat friendly, and this Subaru has completely inherited the first finger's techniques and can barely pull off a domain expansion, so he's far more powerful than the 2-finger devoured Itadori that we saw in the Jujutsu Kaisen anime. Anyway, Subaru would then be pulled out of the fight as Julius would be rushed into the hospital to be healed. Amelia would be shocked. She never would have thought Subaru would do anything like this, and it hurt her heart to see it. Why? Why did he do it? Amelia would say. He was challenging your honor, Subaru would say. Amelia would then look up, telling him that if she really wanted to do that, wouldn't she have told him to? Subaru would be shocked, Amelia actually telling him to stop it. And Amelia would then turn, walking away. Subaru barely able to hear the tears falling down her face. She didn't know why, but this right here, it hurt more than what would have happened if she'd saw Subaru being the one on the ground. Seeing him rub her name through the dirt. As someone who would use her position to use her power like that to just abuse someone. Amelia couldn't handle it. She would leave the royal capital, Rem staying behind as Subaru would fall to the ground, realizing what he had done. He had broke his promise to Amelia. Sukuna would be laughing inside, telling Subaru he deserved that one, as Subaru would feel for the first time in this world, defeat. Subaru went and broke his promise to Amelia, that was him not getting involved in any fights, or, using his powers before his gate was fully healed, and he did it. And he also broke into the royal selection and severely embarrassed her, but not as much as he embarrassed Julius, one of the strongest knights of Lagunica, and completely destroyed him, just, going completely all out of jealousy from the attention that he was giving to Amelia, who is the person that Subaru likes. Though it wasn't just Subaru getting his heart crushed that same day, we also had Sukuna meeting Felix and having his hopes and dreams of a cat girl in this world completely squashed, his weeb energy having been sucked dry from him. He was pretty negative the rest of the day, so obviously he was pretty happy when Subaru turned bitter as well. The two Susus now feeling the same emotions for what felt like a first time for a while now. Anyway, enough of the recap, let's actually get into the story today for What If Subaru Sukuna's Vessel Part 8, starting off where we left off with Amelia walking out of the room with Subaru looking at her back. No, please don't go, Subaru would say. Subaru's vengefulness that he had coursing through him moments ago would have disappeared. Every inch of jealousy now had switched to remorse and pain, because he realized that he had broken a promise to Amelia that he wouldn't do this, and he did, which was way worse than anything that he could have possibly done otherwise. In Subaru's head, all he can be thinking is, why? Why is this happening? I won, didn't I? What? Why do I feel so
Weak, Sukuna would say. Weak, weak, weak. Gah. Subaru would turn around, now inside of his soul space, seeing Sukuna sitting upon his throne. A massive pile of bones and death is now resting under him. As Subaru and Sukuna would look at each other, now Subaru running at Sukuna trying to throw a punch at him. What are you laughing at? Subaru would say. I'm the hero of this world. I'm the main protagonist. Why is this happening to me? Why is my heroine betraying me? Subaru would be thinking. You're so stupid. What? You really think, boy, that just because you beat some weakling in a fight, that would be enough to win her over? It's almost like you think the people of this world have nothing to themselves, like they're empty toys for you to play with. Of course, that's how I view everyone, though. Maybe I'm rubbing off on you more than you. Shut up! Huh? Geki. What was that? Subaru and Sukuna would stare each other down. As Subaru starts walking forward, the ripples underneath the dark water beneath his shoe increasing as they get faster and faster. He starts running towards Sukuna. Sukuna laughing as he simply moves further away. Now Sukuna being out of Subaru's reach. Seeing this, he'd feel just like what he felt when Amelia walked away mere moments ago. Subaru would try and get up as he tries to walk forward towards the door in the real world. He'd trip and fall as he stumbles to the ground, landing in the dust. As Amelia herself would return to Roswell's mansion, feeling heartbroken, Rem staying by Subaru's side. Subaru would have gone unconscious, much like Julius, who he had forced into this state. Subaru would be laying in bed, not moving, simply inside of his soul space, walking, running forward for what felt like eternity towards Sukuna, just trying to get at him, trying to vent this anger, these negative emotions causing his cursed energy to build up, only making Sukuna stronger and able to force Subaru and keep him here. 3 days later, Subaru would have become hollow, the emotions he was feeling now having finally run out. Now, you guys might be wondering why this is, and it's due to Subaru having a certain training method that he did not have that Itadori Yuji did. You see, in Jujutsu Kaisen, Itadori spent a training session watching movies to hone his emotions under control. That was one of Gojo's first things he ever forced Itadori to do. Something that Subaru never had. Subaru never had any guidance with controlling cursed energy. It was sort of like a natural thing he picked up just from using it, which means that he has no clue how emotions really work with it. Think about it like handing a child a missile launcher. That's effectively what Subaru is. Subaru being the child and Sukuna being the missile launcher, quite literally. Anyway, Subaru would not have control over his emotions, this being the first real loss he's ever had, with Sukuna's power, no, his power, having always boosted him, having made him the winner in everything he ever did. This was a loss. Subaru, just like the original ReZero, hates losing. Oh, he hates losing. And so, as I mentioned, it took 3 days for him to completely run out of anger, rage, sadness, sorrow, misfortune, regret, whatever you may call it. It was that emotion that eventually ran out, as he just falls to the puddle unconscious, now breaking out of the soul space of Sukuna yawning, thinking, that took a while. Sukuna would suddenly wake up, as he looks down at his newfound hands and body. I should probably get going. Sukuna would pull himself out of bed, flexing his hands, having complete control over his body, with almost no resistance from Subaru at all. Since Subaru's soul and mind and everything was unconscious, he was completely out of energy. And thus, Sukuna now has complete control. While Sukuna was adjusting to his new body, Rem would hear the motion, as well as the creaking sounds coming from inside the room, realizing that Subaru was awake. She would quickly open the door ready to greet him, as she suddenly finds a hand sticking through her chest. Rem would cough out blood, as her horn would start growing, but it was too late, as she looks and sees Subaru, his hair now lifted, with gray streaks now forming along the bottom. Black tattoos would be coated across his skin and face. In fact, his entire face would look different. No, this wasn't Subaru. Rem, of course, wouldn't be able to think for this very long before she eventually died from Subaru, Sukuna killing her. With, again, Subaru having no resistance. Sukuna would rip her heart out of her chest, crushing it, as Rem would fall to the ground, a pool of blood forming around her lifeless corpse. That's the stuff, Sukuna would say. I can't believe I had to pull on that act for so long. Now all I need to do is get some more fingers and I'll be back. I have a few days at most while this kid's gonna be out. He's completely out of cursed energy, and mine's at full power. Do I have a curse technique that can switch genders? Oh, my cat girl, I'll be coming for you soon, he'd say. Sukuna exiting the room as he pulls a black coat over himself. His abs showing for that extra fan service, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, Sukuna, now Sukuna, would exit the building, leaving before anyone could arrive. Felix eventually coming to the room, having missed him, thank God, and having found Rems dead and Subaru missing. Subaru now being a fugitive, having literally murdered Rem and part of the Amelia camp. Sukuna would be long gone. Not even using a ground dragon, he'd just be running, using his pure physical strength, as he's heading back towards the nearest energy signal for the next finger. 2 in close proximity, huh? I might be able to really lock this bounty down for sure this time. Let's go extra fast. Sukuna is aware of how to search for cursed energy, and he would have found 2 pinpoints of his power somewhere else, and not too far. But I wonder why it's heading towards... Sukuna would realize that it's coming from the mansion? Wait, no, the second one, it's getting closer? What the... Sukuna would realize as he then dodges down, turning his back and spine, cracking them all the way to the ground, as he's now flat against the dirt, skidding from his speed, as he feels scratches along his back, quickly healing them with reverse curse techniques. Suddenly we would hear the roar of the white whale. Damn, I guess you ate part of me too, huh? Or at least it's inside of you. You're partly a cursed spirit now, aren't you? Hey, curse womb, huh? Interesting. Well, you're still nothing compared to me, even in this diminished, pitiful state, Sukuna would say. Sukuna would use the first of a few of the techniques he actually has inherited still, that were from the first fingers that Subaru had consumed, that being Cleave and Dismantle. 2 slashing type attacks using cursed energy. Interesting enough, these are actually the same techniques that he had borrowed to Subaru while he was busy digging his own grave in front of Amelia. Anyway, Sukuna would use Cleave as he slashes upward with his hand, coating it with the dark red cursed energy, with a wave falling behind his hand, as well would suddenly begin to bleed, cursed energy being highly effective against it, unlike magic in the original. In the original ReZero, the white whale's furs, the small hairs sticking out of its body, would actually pulsate and divide the magic that would hit it. But with this cursed energy, it would just penetrate right through, hitting its soul. As Sukuna would slash the white whale, it would be cut in half as it begins to fall to the ground. Suddenly, a second white whale would come from behind. Its mouth opens and tries to eat Sukuna. Sukuna would turn, its eyes flashing red, meeting at the white whales, as the white whale last second would turn, flying upwards towards the sky. Sukuna looking up would then see there were 2 more of these huge whales. The main whale would be flying above the other, as it begins to emit smoke, clouding over the area as Sukuna would begin to be absorbed. What is the... Before he could even think any longer, the magic from the white whale, this being a witch's summoning, that being one of the great witches of sins, being the 3 great beasts, would actually overwhelm this weaker version of Sukuna. Him not exactly having a perfect counter for this type of attack. He would be absorbed into the smoke, screaming, thinking, "Damn it! Damn it!" As Sukuna would be then resealed inside Subaru. Subaru would wake up. Huh? As Subaru looks forward, seeing Amelia walking out the doors. No! Amelia, wait! Come back! Before he could say another word, he'd fall to the ground unconscious. This time though, Sukuna would unsuccessfully attempt to try and lure Subaru towards him. Subaru having realized after he had fallen unconscious that he had died, with him willing to not risk it, having realized what happened with his memories of the past 3 days, where he was just running after Sukuna. For those of you who haven't seen the previous parts, it was already stated by me that Sukuna actually is omitted from the effects of Return by Death, so when he was erased by the white whale, he was just resealed and his memories are gone. However, he can see and read into Subaru's memories. Although Subaru's memories cut out while he's chasing Sukuna, so all he can assume is that after he revives, he would die, causing Sukuna to decide maybe now's not the right time to work on taking the body over. Sukuna would calm Subaru down, saying, "Amelia's mad that you broke a promise. Be a real man and speak up. Tell her you're sorry. Maybe buy her some flowers." "Oh, shut up, Sukuna," Subaru would say. "I'm just offering some friendly advice." "You? Friendly? Highly unlikely. Maybe you should go work on trying to figure out how to untrap yourself." This pissing off Sukuna. Whatever. Sukuna clicking his tongue would then release Subaru, with him not falling for the bait this time, now it only being one day before with him waking up. This meaning that Subaru actually has time before the witch's assault on the mansion, which Sukuna didn't even get to last time. Now, for those who might be arguing that Sukuna, even with his 2 fingers that he has absorbed, 2-3 fingers, that he would probably be able to beat the white whale, I would normally agree if it was just the one, as you already saw. Like, he can just use one technique to take it down. That's how powerful he is. However, the magic attack that the white whale can use, the curse, quote-unquote, that can erase your memories and just erase you from existence. At this point in time, Sukuna doesn't really have a counter for that. It's a wide-range attack, and Sukuna is a super good close and long-range fighter, but only if he can see his target. And the whale used magic to coat the fog. It's magical fog. He can't just see through it. And that's why I'm saying Sukuna would die there, since unlike Subaru, he's not as good at formulating a long-term strategy, with Subaru being more on that side of things, and less of the charge in, destroy everything, win the day kind of guy that Sukuna always has been. Besides, of course, when he has to formulate plans in order to manipulate Itadori, or in this case, Subaru. This time, when Subaru wakes up, Rem would enter the room as she runs forward, putting her arms around Subaru, saying she's so glad he's alright, asking why he fell unconscious. He had no injuries, no one could figure out what was wrong with him. Just a little fight with myself, Subaru would say. Rem again would be confused, but she was just glad that Subaru was alright. Subaru, after his full recovery with Felix's help, would eventually decide to go back to the mansion with Rem, confirming that he was going to apologize to Amelia and promise that he could do anything in order to make it up to her. Subaru would thank Crush and Felix, with him and Rem deciding to leave the next day, Subaru and Rem having no idea what was awaiting them as they get into the carriage heading back towards the Roswell estate and domain. The two, who were just enjoying some conversation while riding back, would suddenly notice something. Bloodlust. And Subaru could even smell it from here, the smell of iron, blood. And they were near the village. Rem and Subaru would both get out, as suddenly, some strange hooded figures would appear surrounding them. "Subaru," Rem would say. Rem would summon the chained spike mace, as Subaru would pull his fists up, ready to fight. The smell of blood would be getting closer, as suddenly, a green-haired man with scratches over his face and skin, and his fingers looking worn and torn from use. Who are you?" Subaru would say again, his cursed energy now pounding over his fists, as the witch cultists would merely stand, ready to attack on their master's orders. Betelgeuse would walk forward, as he's about to use his unknown hand to crush these two who have now seen them before the initiative was taken to find the half-elf, that being one who looked like the great witch herself. Oh, the blessed one. Betelgeuse, about to use the unknown hand against Subaru, would not know that Subaru could actually see it, could see the unseen hand. Subaru would quickly turn as he sees the hand about to attack Rem, grabbing her and jumping out of the way, holding her princess style in his arms. Rem would be quite pleased, to say the least. Subaru would turn, another hand striking at him as he dodges out of the way, with Betelgeuse realizing that this man can see his authority. How is this possible? I see. Are you by any chance Pride? Subaru would turn, asking, Huh? The hell's that mean? Now that I think about it, your scent. Her scent's all over you. Ugh. Why are you sniffing me? Subaru would ask, with Betelgeuse thinking, my brain trembles, scratching at his own face. Stop it, Subaru would say, as he runs forward, slapping Betelgeuse across the head with his cursed energy, Betelgeuse falling over. Yes, you must be Pride. Subaru would be creeped out. Even Sukuna would be feeling uncomfortable. Ew, he'd be thinking, gross. Now, Pride, show us your gospel to confirm you're one of us. Gospel? I'm not really the religious type, Subaru would say. Betelgeuse and the other witch cultists would not be aggravated by this, as they begin to attack Rem and Subaru, Rem being the first one to go. Subaru! Rem! Subaru would turn as he sees Rem about to get attacked from several witch cultists on all sides, with her swinging her mace, but there were too many of them. Betelgeuse now attacking Subaru, distracting him, as Rem would be knocked out and hurt by the witch cultists, with them grabbing her unconscious, with her not even able to enter her demon form since there were too many of them. Subaru would be fighting off Betelgeuse, and he would actually be doing pretty well, using cursed energy as he then moves in for close combat, hitting a single black flash which would cause Betelgeuse's right arm to completely twist and shatter. Oh, my brain, it trembles, he'd be thinking. Does anyone have any hand sanitizer? Subaru thinking. His skin's all papery and oily. When was the last time you took a bath, dude? This would cause Betelgeuse to turn, saying, all I need is her love. Dude, are you down bad or something? Calm down, Subaru would say, dodging out of the way of the unseen hands, with now hundreds of them coming at him at once, with him trying to get back to Rem so he could either escape or take some of the witch cultists down with him, or just successfully take down Betelgeuse at all. I have to save Rem, he'd be thinking. As he runs towards Rem, he'd use cursed energy through his arms and legs, increasing his speed, as he throws punches, smashing through several of the witch cultists as their blood would be covering the ground. With Subaru finally making it to where Rem was, picking her up and trying to escape with Rem's arm still broken. Betelgeuse would pursue, carrying himself in his own unseen hand, chasing after Subaru, as Subaru tries to escape. Subaru would run into a tree branch. What? He'd be thinking. So lame, would be the last thoughts going through his mind, as Subaru would fall to the ground unconscious. Subaru would wake up in the same dark cave he would have in the original, seeing Rem strung up by unseen hands and, no, what are you doing to her? He'd say, with Betelgeuse using the unseen hands twisting Rem's body, grimacing every time with a smile coursing over his face. Subaru would be in shock, aghast as blood began to spurt out of the rips in her skin. Subaru would be tied up, but that wouldn't be enough to stop him. Damn you, he'd say, his veins pouring over his face and his nails elongating as he taps into some of Sukuna's power of his rage. He would slash the ropes with his nails as he runs towards Betelgeuse, Betelgeuse snapping all of Rem's limbs all at once, with her almost dying on impact as she falls to the ground. Her arms slowly moving forward as Subaru has one desire in his mind and would actually succeed, as he puts his hand forward thinking, I have to save you. Subaru would successfully use a reverse curse technique, this being the healing technique that Subaru unknowingly can use thanks to Sukuna. Sukuna being surprised that Subaru could activate this technique. I gotta be careful, he might steal my other techniques if I let him. Subaru would successfully heal Rem with her arms switching back in place, using the reverse curse technique, as he tries to heal her other half, her legs, but it would fail this time with Sukuna interfering, not having even wanted the first use of it to happen. Rem would look up, with her neck still twisted as she meets Subaru's eyes, with her trying to say something. But as she's about to say it, Subaru looking to try and read her lips, she would then get crushed under an unseen hand, as Subaru looks up, his eyes full of hatred, as he tries to block the other hand trying to attack her, using just his pure physical strength holding it off, as he looks at Betelgeuse saying, you'll die for that. You'll die for that. Those are the last words of Subaru Natsuki, with him speaking to Betelgeuse, and that being the leader and the Archbishop of Sloth of the witch cult. If you guys haven't seen the last part 8, of What If Subaru Sukuna's Vessel, which came out around a day ago at the time of this recording, make sure to go back and watch that, as well as all the previous parts in the series so you can, catch up, get all that good stuff, and get back here. Anyway, just where we let off, starting with Subaru in the cave with Rem having been attacked and now killed by Betelgeuse. You'll die for that. Die? That's what he said. That being Betelgeuse speaking in his insane tongues over and over again, shaking as he scratches his face, grabbing his skull. His skin was oily and papery, all dried up like a husk. His body already deteriorating from the amount that the witch factor has had its effect on him. After seeing Rem's death, Subaru knows what he has to do. I'll protect everyone. Subaru would charge his fist of cursed energy, making his eye contact with Betelgeuse, saying, I will kill you, as he then shoves his own fist into his chest, killing himself. Blood would splatter across the back of the wall, with Subaru having lowered all of his cursed energy defenses naturally surrounding him. As he coughs out blood, his vision fading as Betelgeuse would be both confused and intrigued, laughing as Subaru's consciousness would fade. Suddenly, Subaru would feel a cold embrace. As Subaru looks to his left and right, Sukuna having been completely pushed away. Sukuna having been forced out of his domain and shoved against the wall of Subaru's soul when Satella entered. Satella wrapping her arms around her beloved, as she would simply plant her lips on Subaru's face, leaving a loving embrace as Subaru hears the whispers of her words saying, "I love you." Subaru would wake up gasping as he falls to the ground with Amelia walking out the door. Subaru desperately trying to pull himself up as he runs towards the door, but it's too late. Amelia now gone again. Damn it. This time, Subaru would not fall unconscious, even though his body would be worn out just from the fight with Julius that had happened mere moments ago, as well as the emotional trauma which had hit him from Amelia leaving. Subaru would be now in a different mindset. Having seen Rem die and knowing who would be attacking the mansion, Subaru would be in a fight or flight state. Sukuna being confused as to why Subaru's emotions just suddenly switched, before realizing that that return by death thing just happened. As he looks into Subaru's memories, seeing what had happened, seeing Subaru battle against this weirdo. Yeah. Sukuna would be disgusted again, just as he was in the last timeline. Subaru would wobble over to Rem as he then leans on her, telling her that they need to get to the mansion now. Subaru, you're not fully healed yet, and I'm pretty sure Lady Amelia doesn't want to see you right now, she would say, with her stuttering along the way, confused as to what Subaru was now trying to do. Subaru would take Rem, with Rem helping him, back to his room as he lays down on his bed, with his energy still being out from that fight, and also having used cursed energy so much after he had basically just healed from that day before. Subaru would be gasping, now feeling the strain of his physical endurance on his body, noticing how weak he was feeling. Rem, there's something I have to... Rem would put her finger on his lips with him stopping, as she's looking at him with concern, saying it can wait until he's better. Subaru would lay back on the bed, deciding he would try this again. After he was fully healed, he would go with Rem again, and the same thing would happen with Rem once more. 3 loops later, Subaru is finally done. He feels his spirit slowly breaking. Satella herself, inside of Subaru's soul, also feeling this heartbreak, as Subaru has watched Rem die multiple times now, and every time he sees her now, he just smiles, hoping that she will be okay this time. Subaru in this version is now hopeless. In all of the previous runs he's now done so far, he had just rushed in trying to take him down, since he knew that he himself could take on Betelgeuse. Now he's going to try something different this time. Rem, he would say, after he had fully been healed and she was preparing with him to leave back to the mansion. Rem, I need you to stay in the capital. What? She would say, Rem turning now confused. Rem, there's something I have to do. I have to do it by myself. Before he could finish another word, Rem would step up and grab his hand, saying that she'll always be there to help him. No matter what it is, he can tell her, Rem would say. Just like you were there for me. Now, Subaru remembering the incident back with the Mob Beast, back at Roswell's estate, when Rem had gone crazy into the demon state and he had used his evil shrine, his domain expansion in order to actually stop her, using up all of his power. Subaru would gulp, as this is now the 4th time he'd be seeing Rem die. Now, this is the first attempt that Subaru would make, as Subaru tries to tell Rem, Rem, you don't understand. I can return by... As soon as Subaru was about to say this, he would feel a crushing on his heart. This hadn't happened before because Subaru had never tried to tell anyone that he can return by death. In this what-if timeline, Subaru had never thought about sharing this with anyone, since he's just been winning so far until now. Subaru would feel the crushing of his hand on his heart, as he would then see Satella switching it as she reaches towards Rem. Nothing. What? Rem would say, confused, as the black smoke surrounding them would begin to fade away. Listen, Rem. You have to trust me. You can't come. You can't come with me. Rem would be quiet, as she'd walk away with Subaru leaving alone, not knowing what she was thinking. Subaru going to the mansion would eventually run into the same goons, with that being the witch cultists just as before. this time with him accepting saying he was Pride, Betelgeuse laughing as he takes Subaru back to his base with him. Subaru in the previous runs hadn't attempted this since Rem was with him, and probably wouldn't go along with whatever he was saying, but Subaru himself tried this more peaceful approach before he could kill Betelgeuse. The amount of hatred he was feeling inside of himself was actually giving him more power. However, he had to be careful, since he knew Sukuna might be able to take control over him if he let it go too far. Subaru, going into the cavern, would eventually be tied up again. Betelgeuse realizing he didn't have a gospel and Subaru being overwhelmed, he would die once more, breaking into the Sukuna state as all of the witch cultists would rush him. Subaru getting overwhelmed, but having taken out pretty much everyone that the cult had with them, even Betelgeuse's main body. This is actually the point where Subaru would learn about the fingers. So he actually does learn that Betelgeuse can reincarnate his soul into other people, similar to how Sukuna did in Subaru, something that Sukuna finds interesting before his memory is wiped once more. Subaru being killed by an unseen hand from the new body, the new finger that had been taken over. Subaru would now realize with this return by death that killing Betelgeuse would be no easy task. He also knew the timing when the white whale would arrive. Since Subaru has now done 5 or 6 runs at this point, Rem dying in all except the previous one, he had now determined a choice. Rem doesn't come with and lives, but he won't be able to defeat Betelgeuse and the witch cultists. Subaru's mental state by this point is completely different than just a few runs ago, with Subaru having been so overconfident that this would be an easy task. He hadn't thought about the amount of challenges he was facing. I have to time it to where I can avoid that whale, but I also have to be there before they attack the mansion. One of Subaru's runs was later than usual, with him arriving back to Puck about to destroy the world, killing him after he had gone to Sukuna full mode, with Puck fighting Sukuna, Curses vs. Spirits, to a death match, Subaru eventually dying and returning by death. Subaru knows the power that is going to happen. He has to get there in time, or it's too late. Puck will kill everything, Amelia would die, and the world ends. Subaru realizes there's only one way he can do this by himself. I know that one of the fingers is inside the white whale. Every time that Subaru has gotten towards the white whale in his runs so far, Sukuna would then speak up saying he should probably try and take it down, thinking of how good it would be for other people on this world, which Sukuna would never say. Subaru decides that he will take down the white whale this time, and this time as well, if the white whale has something that Sukuna wants, it probably means he'll gain more power. Subaru successfully predicting that the white whale has one of Sukuna's fingers inside of it. This being enough to boost Subaru, maybe enough to defeat Betelgeuse. Subaru would try training with Wilhelm in this version, having seen how his strength and prowess was in his previous runs, and he'd actually be doing pretty solid, his sword skills and his overall physical strength being higher than his original canon timeline counterpart, but Wilhelm would be a beast on his own. Interesting enough, Subaru would be talking as he's mumbling about his plan, as I mentioned his mental state being off at this point from how many runs and deaths that he's incurred, and the pain of losing hitting him every single time. Subaru is now getting frustrated as he's thinking about the white whale. "Damn that whale," he'd say as he slashes at Wilhelm. Suddenly Wilhelm's eyes would focus as he asked, "What did he just say?" Subaru would look up thinking, "Huh?" As Wilhelm stops their training session asking Subaru what did he just say. Nothing. Wilhelm would ask him once more, with a dead serious tone if he just said a whale. Subaru would gulp nodding, as Wilhelm would ask him what he's on about. This topic being something rather heartfelt against Wilhelm, as anyone who's watched the anime would know. The Sword Saint, that was Wilhelm's wife at the time, was actually killed by the white whale, and that's why he has a vendetta against the creature itself. Subaru would explain that he was thinking of maybe trying to fight the white whale. Rem overhearing this would be shocked, wondering where this was even coming from, with the last thing that she remembers being Subaru taking on and destroying one of the best knights of Lagunica, and now trying to go after a monster? What's happening to you, she'd be thinking. Subaru, by accident, would actually incur the help of the Crush party, Wilhelm reporting to Crush that this Subaru apparently knows where the white whale will be in a few days' time. Subaru having invited Wilhelm to go with him, since he thought it might be good to have a second pair of hands. Of course, he was joking when he said this, but Wilhelm would take it seriously. So Wilhelm reporting this to Crush would actually get the help for Subaru of the entire Crush party, the faction for the Kingdom of Lagunica. Subaru at this point is pretty desperate and would be willing to sell the information to Crush about the white whale, in exchange for her help coming to Roswell's mansion,
Crush would be suspicious, but she would agree with this statement. Of course, in this version, we would not be having Julius going with on the expedition. Ren would be very concerned about Subaru, as she pulls him aside one day asking what's going on. Subaru would gulp, thinking of the past days. No, almost months of time that he's been spending trying to save her and Amelia and everyone at the mansion. It was making him go crazy. Rem, I can't protect you, he would say. Huh? Subaru would explain to Rem, as he had asked her not to come with on this expedition, once again in this timeline trying to keep her safe in the capital. Rem, I thought I was the strongest in this world. I thought that I could do anything. I thought I could save anyone. I thought that my power was all I really needed. But I can't do anything. I hate myself. All I do is talk a big game, and whenever I really need to show up where it matters, I fail. What's the point in being strong if I can't stop the bad things from happening? Can never change anything. Everything in this world. It just gets erased. What do you think you know about me? This is all I have. This is all I am. I have high hopes even though I'm really powerless. I have all these dreams even though I'm stupid. I keep trying even though I can't do anything. I hate myself. I'm worse than useless, but I'm still a world-class complainer. Who the hell do I think I am? How dare I live such a shameful life this long? I'm empty. I've got nothing inside of me at all. Until I came here, until I met all of you, do you know what I was doing? I was abusing my powers, doing them as I see fit to get anything I wanted. I didn't do a single thing worth mentioning. It was all him. He'd be thinking of Sukuna, the person who had influenced his life to this point. I had all that freedom, I had all that time. I could have been doing tons of things, but I didn't do any of it. All I did was focus on my stupid powers. This result, this fake hero that I've become, is all the result of my reliance on this power that was given to me by the death of my friend. I was lazy and imposed on other people. I wasted my whole life away. I've killed you and killed you and killed you and killed you and killed you so many times. I thought I could live here. I thought I could dominate here. But not a single thing has changed about me. I just rely on that old man, all of his power. He knows it too. He knows the only reason I have any value is because of him. And he's the only hope I have to do anything by myself, to not have to rely on others, because that's how weak, that's how useless I am. Wilhelm saw it too. Whenever I was sword training with him, I would just use my powers to make myself stronger. I wasn't trying to improve with the sword at all. I wasn't trying to learn anything. I was just striking an obvious pose to show how stupid and embarrassed I felt. That every time I tried, there was nothing I could do, and I was trying my best. Even when you were helping me study, I was just using you, putting up a show, to put myself in a position where I felt like I wasn't such a stupid idiot. I'm a small, underhanded, filthy piece of trash down to the bone. I'm always worrying about what other people think of me, and none of that's ever changed.
Rem would grab Subaru's hand, as she then explains that she loves him, talking about all the things that he does for her, how he's her hero. Subaru, hearing this for the first time, would be about to say his answer. Hearing what Subaru was about to do, Sukuna would use a lot of his power that he'd been saving up, instead of this time to fight Betelgeuse, to switch with Subaru at this mere moment. Subaru being powerless to stop what happens next.
Rem, do you know how awesome you are?
Oh, please, Subaru, darling, you flatter me.
Like, you're amazing. Cute and amazing.
Uh-huh.
Like, you the man! Shit, what else?
Oh, please, Subaru, praise you some more. Seriously, I'm like a fucking bastard down there right now.
Okay, listen, Rem, we need to talk.
Oh, is it about our future together, Subaru, darling? I've been thinking about it a lot myself. We would have 2 children together, 1 boy, 1 girl, of course, and we name them Rem and Subaru Jr. And if it comes out retarded, we can just call it Amelia.
Alright, I'm gonna try and let you down easy.
Aw, alright then. Just 1 child will
I don't love you.
Oh. Really?
I think that you're an amazing person. I really do! I just don't feel that way about you.
It's absolutely fine. You're free to like anybody you please, Subaru. I mean, Subaru. It's not like I showered you with affection, made you breakfast every day, kissed you goodnight when you were sleeping.
Wait, when the hell did you sneak into my room?
An irrelevant question. So, who is this lucky girl to steal my precious Subaru away from me?
Well...
She must be a beautiful maiden with quite a name to herself. Must be from a rare bloodline, right? Maybe a half-elf, silver hair, or maybe not even her. Maybe it could be one of the candidates for the election.
It's Felix. Come on, Rem! Can't we just talk about this for the love of God?
You know, Subaru, darling, I would have been moderately fine if it was any other woman. Amelia, Crush, Priscilla, but Felix, I didn't think you had those sort of desires.
But you said I could love anyone I want!
I was under the impression it was another woman, not someone dressed like one.
I try to look past what's between the legs. It's the inside that counts, am I right?
He has a dick, Subaru! I will not let my left be beaten just because you want to fulfill your sick fantasies!
But cat boys, Rem! Cat boys!
But it does not matter. If you want to have your pleasure in that way, I can help you in that department instead. Bend over.
Rem! No! What are you doing? No, not there! Why aren't you even looming it up? Oh my God!
You know, Subaru, darling, I would have been moderately fine if it was any other woman. Amelia, Crush, Priscilla, but Felix, I didn't think you had those sort of desires.
But you said I could love anyone I want!
I was under the impression it was another woman, not someone dressed like one.
I try to look past what's between the legs. It's the inside that counts, am I right?
He has a dick, Subaru! I will not let my left be beaten just because you want to fulfill your sick fantasies!
But cat boys, Rem! Cat boys!
But it does not matter. If you want to have your pleasure in that way, I can help you in that department instead. Bend over.
So, yeah, this ending of last part you guys may have been wondering about is completely canon. Yeah, that's in. That's a real thing. That's how spicy this series is, okay? That's how insane, how corrected Fortnite this series is, okay? You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? What I am saying is that Subaru and Sukuna had their asshole resized. With this, the cycle relapses, and they're sent back to the beginning of the loop, with pretty much everything playing out up to the point where it's Subaru and Rem again. Now, some of you might be wondering, why is Subaru actually proceeding with trying to get to this point? Well, this point is the turning point of the story, right? Like, this is where Subaru makes the decision that turns out to be either the best, or he'll have to restart the loop again, so it'll be turning out either of those results. Now, as I mentioned, the I hate myself speech is something that you guys really liked last part, and it's one of my favorite things I've ever done, which sounds so ironic. But anyway, Subaru, you might be wondering, why would he say this again? Wouldn't it be disgenuine? What's going on? Because that was some raw emotions, and Rem's response is effectively the same. Now, why Subaru did this is because Subaru himself wanted to respond to Rem earnestly. Last time, what happened was Sukuna took control and basically ruined what he was going to say. He interrupted, and Subaru wants a do-over. Sukuna tries to take over again. This time, Subaru's prepared for it and just is like, nah, we're not going for this again. Sukuna curses his cat boy, cat girl fetish still being one of his key character traits in this series after Subaru had converted him to an otaku all those years ago. Anyway, we're back to where we were at the end of the last part. With Rem confessing her feelings to Subaru, Subaru finally is able to answer. Something he'd wanted to get off his chest since he had heard Rem say that in the last run. Something that Sukuna had stopped. Subaru would take a deep breath in as he finally breaks off the act, telling Rem that he's in love with her too. Rem would actually be surprised, having expected him to say that he loved Amelia. She would ask Subaru again, asking if he's really sure, Subaru confirming once more. as Sukuna would even be surprised by this. What, your taste changed from elf girls or something? Subaru would smile as he thinks about all the memories that he's made with both Amelia and Rem. Subaru would then say, Rem, I love both you and Amelia. But I know from everything that I've been through that Amelia can never love me like that. From what I did in the royal capital, I don't know if she could even forgive me, much less love me. She's a great girl. Amelia tries her hardest at everything, but we would see memories of Rem with her and Subaru talking about demonic inspiration. Subaru and Rem both having this inner demon, something that Amelia wouldn't understand. Rem having her entire family been slaughtered, under Roswell's orders, of course, with her having been the reason her sister lost her demon horn, her power. Rem was a mistake. People in the village hated her. There was nothing she could do about it. When Oni were a sign of weakness, a sign of death. And Subaru understood that. Subaru himself was weak. So weak. The only reason that Subaru could do anything, the only reason he had any power was thanks to Sukuna. Sukuna is the only reason that Subaru is even relevant, that he can even hope to try and save Amelia from the events at the mansion, that they can try anything, that Subaru can fight the white whale. Without Sukuna, he's just powerless. Subaru is reliant on the power of the death of his friend, his childhood friend, his sacrifice that summoned those spirits, the finger of Sukuna that Subaru was forced to consume, that Subaru became a demon himself. Rem and Subaru would kiss, with Rem understanding how Subaru truly feels, and this time, they wouldn't be running away. Subaru would then tell Rem that he does love her, and that he wants to be with her, but they have to save everyone at the mansion. Her sister, Master Roswell, and Amelia. In Subaru's mind, he tells Sukuna, I guess you win on our little debate. I think that demon girls are better anyway. Look at you changing your tune. Well, if the amount of change you're going through, maybe soon you'll be on my side and we'll both ditch this one and go after a cat girl. Yeah, that's not happening. Anyway, I'd now like to take the time to just express my happiness that somewhere in this universe there is a Rem x Subaru version of the world that I created. Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I'm waiting for. That's all about. Woo! Anyway, sorry about that. But for real, I already did Amelia and Naruto in my What If Naruto's in ReZero. Make sure to go check that out in the top up right hand corner if you haven't already. It's kind of a fire series. It's all completed, all the way to the end of season 2 even. But back to the season, to actually get to the finale. Subaru knows about the white whale and where it's going to be, and he can handle it by himself. He's done it before. His problem is that once he kills the white whale, he's so low on cursed energy that he's not able to fight off the witch cultists. And this is where he needs help. He doesn't think that Rem could be able to take the white whale alone, and just the two of them would probably be able to take the white whale down, but he doesn't know if Rem can handle the witch cult with him at like half or less strength. And another thing that's not touched upon that I didn't mention explicitly is that the white whale has a single of Sukuna's fingers inside of it, and it's still there because last time while he did kill it before, and he ate the finger and consumed it, it doesn't permanently stay. Sukuna is able to be reset by return by death because his incomplete form is less powerful than Satella. And so when Subaru died and the system reset, the white whale was returned to its former glory and power, meaning that the finger has been de-digested, if that makes any sense. So it's not so much affecting Subaru as much as it affects Sukuna, which is why it doesn't stay, which some of you might have been wondering about, and there you go. Anyway, Subaru begins to form a plan with Rem, now able to fully talk to her, Rem just being kind of blown away that she actually won. She had not been expecting that at all. And let's just say, it's gonna be wholesome. It's gonna be wholesome. Anyway, Rem would then come up with an idea of Subaru asking that maybe they should talk to Crush and Wilhelm, with them doing so much like how they did in the original, this time with Rem pushing Subaru to talk to them and see if they could help the Amelia camp. Subaru would offer his plea, as he then says that he has some information in exchange for assistance in military power. Crush would be skeptical of this until Subaru then says that he knows exactly when and where the white whale will appear, which catches Wilhelm and Crush's attention. that being one of the great beasts, something that they've been after for a long time now and have been forming resources and military support for. How can you prove that? Subaru would look up saying, well, how about this? If I'm wrong, then you can kill me. Seriously, what point do I have to lie to you guys? I'm the one who needs your help. And in a way, don't you need mine? It's not like you're going to find it without me. Subaru would have his deal. Wilhelm now asking after they agree to it where it is. Subaru would explain it's on the highway going past Flugel's tree. Crush says that he better not be lying or she'll follow through on his promise. Subaru would nod, Rem being worried, with Subaru telling her don't worry. He's incredibly confident in his plan. And also if he gets killed, he'll get reset. Basically either way he wins. But hey, it's not like he's not going to put up a fight because now that Rem knows how he feels, he's trying to keep this reality. He doesn't want to have to go through that again because every time he does, he knows it'll become more and more disgenuine. Anyway. Right, back to the plot. So, Crush, Felix, who Sukuna is commenting about the entire ride there. You know, Subaru, if we can't find any cat girls, then I suppose cat boys will have to do. So, Sukuna, you're getting to a new point of degeneracy. No, Subaru-chan. It's called culture. Subaru begins to think about the way that he spent his life previously before he was sent here. You know, maybe I'm the one who's the demon inside Sukuna. I mean, just he's so fruity. Anyway, Crush and the entire gang would head out, going to the location that Subaru describes, heading directly to the same path where Subaru himself prior had gone and battled the white whale. After waiting for what felt like hours, Crush should be beginning to get annoyed. Subaru, where is the white whale? You said it would be here. We've been waiting for almost half an hour. Subaru would look back at Crush saying, have patience, it'll be here soon. Subaru looking down, wondering, how much longer is it gonna be? Seemingly, almost as if on cue, the moment that Subaru thinks this, suddenly a large echo could be heard, wallowing across the entire land. Wilhelm would know this sound well. It's here. Crush-sama. And thus, the battle would begin. The white whale comes soaring in, fog beginning to pour around it, a symbol of the great beast. Subaru would be trying to conserve his power, hoping that they could deal with most of this, with Wilhelm now jumping into the fray. Rem blasting ice at it using Alhuma. Crush and Wilhelm will be trying their best to take down the white whale, but it's just too strong. What's going on? Subaru would be thinking. Something Subaru doesn't know is that the white whale is now a mixture between cursed energy and the magic of ReZero. And little to say, cursed energy is way more effective against it now. That's why Subaru could take it out so much easier in the last run. But here, even magic isn't doing too much to it. Its fur coat still disabling magic particles that are surrounding it. Its fur all bristled-like. I can't even manage to scratch it, I'll be thinking. Crush would then say all forces attack, as they would go charging in, screaming a battle cry, blasting magic, arrows, whatever they could at it, until trying to get it to the ground. Nothing would even affect it. Subaru would stand up, as magic seems to be the only thing currently attacking and working against it. Julius would even be using spirits, which would be damaging more than everything else, because spirit arts counter cursed energy, but he's just one guy, and his spirit arts aren't even strong enough to take down a beast of this power level. Alright, Sukuna. Subaru would then pound his fist into his hand, as he then charges some cursed energy across his fists. Wilhelm would turn, as Subaru then holds his hand out. Give me your sword. His first reaction would be to say no. As he turns though, he would see a steely look in Subaru's eyes, something he hadn't seen before. I'm gonna finish it in one blow. What? That's crazy! You couldn't do that. None of us are even scratching it, much less taking it to the ground. Subaru would smile as he says, well, just watch and learn then. Brat. Fine. Wilhelm would throw the sword to Subaru, saying, this better be worth it. Subaru would grab the sword as he charges cursed energy through the blade over it. I picked up one of Sukuna's techniques. Cleave. Subaru would rip forward faster than Rem or anyone else can react, Crush seeing the wind burst around him, using her wind reading. What? His energy levels just shot up. Subaru would leap off the ground. Everyone around would be terrified and shocked, seeing the crater formed from his impact, as Subaru then wields the blade, pulling it back as he stares to the white whale, looking right in its eye. For once, Subaru and Sukuna would say something in perfect unison. My power is far greater than yours. Subaru would use cleave as he slashes down a single clean strike, almost an air of red opening, ripping through the air as everyone can see it. That's how potent this cursed energy is, as he slices directly through the white whale in a single strike. The whale would screech as it falls to the ground in half. The whale now began to try and regenerate itself, as 2 more whales appear from above. Willem, catch! Subaru would throw the blade as it spins, Willem grabbing the blade out of midair, catching it with the metal now making a vibrating sound as it stops its motion. Willem would then slide his hand across the blade, smearing the blood of the whale off as he rushes forward, beginning to slash at the whale. In order to beat that witch cultist, I'm going to need another one of Sukuna's fingers. And there's one right here. Subaru would then dive his hand, using his nails as he expands them using cursed energy and ripping through the whale's flesh as he rips directly towards the strongest point of cursed energy, pulling the finger out and throwing it into his mouth, chomping down. As black marks begin to cover his body, reacting to the consumption of another finger. Subaru then opening his eyes as he has 4 eyes, before he then manages to take back control, silencing Sukuna once more. Subaru had used about half of his cursed energy in that single strike, but luckily for him, he had counted on that. When he consumed the other finger, it had enough power to restore him back to his previous strength and then some, giving him more than enough power to defeat Betelgeuse. Crush, Julius, and Wilhelm would be the main striking force along with Rem's assistance, taking down the other 2 whales as they fade off into fog, the white whale officially being killed without having to sacrifice the tree of Flugel, like what they had to do in the original. The battle is over, Crush officially taking victory for her side, with her thanking Subaru for his contribution to the battle. Wilhelm being impressed with his sword strike, wondering how he managed to get such a powerful strike with so little movement. Subaru having conducted a black flash, like what he had in previous timelines, while using cleave, something that Subaru himself didn't know if he could accomplish, but luckily he was able to. For those of you who know about Jujutsu Kaisen, the Black Flash is something that amplifies one's strength by 10-fold or even higher. Needless to say, it was more than enough power to take down a single-fingered white whale. But now here's where the hard part comes. Rem, Subaru, and the rest would now have to go and fight the witch cultists as part of Crush's agreement at Roswell's estate. Subaru, first things first, had to go and talk to Julius, as he then grabs him from the shoulder, Julius turning, as he feels himself sweating. Julius would be afraid. Subaru would then tell Julius saying, hey, I'm sorry about what happened at the Capitol. I went way too far. Julius would gulp, as his nightly presence was the only thing keeping him really not from running away, after the beating that Subaru had given him at the Capitol. Julius would turn to Subaru, coughing as he then covers his mouth, saying, I don't know if I can forgive you, but it means a lot that you'd say that. I heavily underestimated you, he would say. Yeah, people tend to do that, Subaru would say, with Julius gulping, having seen Subaru basically one-shot one of the 3 most powerful beasts in all of ReZero. Julius would sort of forgive Subaru for the beating that he had given to Julius at the Capitol. He understood why Julius couldn't quite forgive him. Anyway, Julius, Subaru, as well as the other forces Crush would have given off to Subaru, would then continue on their journey with horses and carriage, moving towards Roswell's estate. Subaru would let them know everything he can, saying he can't explain why it's going to be this way, but let's just say it's one of my abilities to see the future. Which, after seeing him one-shot the white whale, no one's really surprised at this point, so they go along with it more willingly than you'd expect. Anyway, they would then listen to Subaru with him explaining how there'll be witch cultists waiting and that they have to get there before the village is slaughtered, saying that if they're too late then the villagers will suffer, Amelia will die, and the end of the world will arrive. Anyway, Subaru would cough, saying, once we get there, there'll be witch cultists surrounding the carriages. We can slaughter them first, but our biggest worry is Betelgeuse, the witch archbishop. When in my dream, when I saw him die, he was able to transfer his soul or his consciousness into another body, so we have to be prepared for that. I don't know how he does it either. Maybe it's similar to what Sukuna's fingers do when I consume them, though. Interesting. Subaru wouldn't say that part aloud, of course.
The forces will be ready. As they arrive into the Roswell estate, Rem squeezing Subaru's hand as he turns looking back to her. What's wrong? Rem would smile as she looks down, thinking, as she then says to Subaru, whispering to his ear, that she's really happy that everyone gets to see how amazing he is, like how she sees him. Subaru would look away, blushing, as he turns back, saying he's not amazing. Rem would curl around his arm as she then puts her head on his shoulder, saying she thinks he is. The Subaru she knows is a hero. A hero, huh? Subaru would think. They would arrive in the Roswell estate as witch cultists begin to appear surrounding the carriages. They would take no time to waste attack, as they then begin to attack and dismantle the witch's forces, with Betelgeuse being notified as soon as possible from his own forces that people had arrived entering the domain. No, this is no good. She didn't say anything of that was happening. I didn't know. And Betelgeuse goes into a breakdown like usual. Betelgeuse then eventually rushing out of the cavern where Subaru and Rem were tortured last time. Accompanying him would be the witch cultists as they proceed to attack Subaru's group. Subaru turned, reacting as Rem is about to get stabbed, with Subaru grasping the blade out of midair of two hands. Rem then pulling out the mason chain as she throws the ball forward, destroying the witch cultists and two others behind it with a curved attack. Rem began to say, "I'll shoot," before Subaru places his finger on her lips, stopping the spell, as Subaru turns to her, saying she needs to conserve her mana. The witch cultists will run from behind, trying to strike Subaru, who would simply flick his wrist as he turns, throwing a punch with cursed energy, sending it flying back and into the tree, impaling itself on a tree limb. Now, the witch cultist being dispatched. Rem would nod, now understanding what Subaru's saying, to conserve her energy. Crush's allies, along with Subaru, will continue pushing their way through Roswell's domain, the villagers not knowing what's going on as Subaru explains the situation to them, Rem by him confirming this. As they continue working their way up through the domain, eventually, finally meeting him, running into Betelgeuse. Betelgeuse! Subaru would say, black marks beginning to form over his face, his eyes slightly turning to a tinge of red, remembering what he had done to Rem. Remember what he had done to him. Julius would attack, under Subaru's instruction, using spirit arts, which are effective against cursed energy. Immediately as Betelgeuse is blocked and hit from attacks, he begins screeching as he begins to use the invisible hands, which Subaru can see. Subaru would use a blade, as he slashes at the hands, covering them with cursed energy, ripping through them easily. Betelgeuse would be surprised, saying, "You can see them?" As Subaru says, "I can see a lot of things. Like your death." Subaru would run forward as he slashes at Betelgeuse. Betelgeuse blocking using the unseen hands as he gets moved back, scratching his neck. "This is impossible. This is impossible. This is impossible." Subaru would then tell him as he then rushes forward before Betelgeuse can say another word. "That's because I have returned by death." The entire air began to be covered in black smoke as time begins to slow down. But Betelgeuse would be able to see it. He'd be able to see her, as the Witch of Envy would appear behind Subaru, her eyes filled with light, as a purple magical energy would be surrounding her body, covering her in smoke. At last! At last! At last! At last! Betelgeuse would say, with his crackhead-like speech, as he then runs forward, trying to reach her, to grasp her, the one true love that Betelgeuse always speaks of. Subaru would whisper, "Domain expansion," as Satella and Betelgeuse would be summoned to his domain. This would be using all of his cursed energy and probably make him bedridden for weeks. But no matter what soul transfer technique Betelgeuse uses, he'll be trapped forever. Satella will finish him off. Subaru would effectively kill Betelgeuse, as Betelgeuse looks into the abyss, Sukuna's face appearing out of the darkness as it chomps down at him, with him crawling, scratching on the ground, water flipping through his fingers, as he reaches towards Satella, who turns away, disappearing back into her realm, disappointed, hoping it was her love, the one person she loved, as she wraps her arms around Subaru, him feeling a cold tingle on his heart. Betelgeuse would turn, seeing the demonic form of Sukuna, as Sukuna says he'll be able to spend all of eternity with him. This time with the expansion of the domain, that being the domain of Subaru, there would be two posts. This time there would be two posts, one red and one blue, that would begin to construct itself as we see it. A torii, a red gate, something that you would typically see in Japan, back where Subaru is from. One post to be red, just as normal, the other blue, the same color as Rem's hair. In the middle would have a white connecting the two. Rem, Ram, and Amelia. The three people in Subaru's life who had the most impact on him in this world. As Subaru says goodbye to Betelgeuse forever, the unseen hands leaving Betelgeuse, as Subaru would absorb his first witch factor. Subaru would turn from his domain expansion, Betelgeuse being sealed away as he dies, the day being saved. Subaru would hold his fist up, turning back to Rem, as Rem would run forward just in time to catch him as he begins to slump over, having used that same technique that he had used before, the same one that had caused him to become bedridden for days, the one that he had used to stop and save her. Rem would kiss Subaru over and over as he's fading into unconsciousness. Something neither Rem nor Subaru know is that Amelia had arrived on the scene after hearing all the battle. Her and Ram and Roswell were there, as Subaru fades off into unconsciousness. Little does Subaru know that there are two more Sin Archbishops waiting. The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Lie, and worst, the Sin Archbishop of Greed, Regulus Corneus, the man who's going to make Subaru's life a living hell. The Archbishop of Sin, Betelgeuse, had been defeated, along with the monster known as the White Whale, one of the three great beasts created by the Witch of Gluttony. With peace returning to the land, Subaru now finally having completed his arduous task, that being having to save everyone in the mansion and the village and take down the White Whale, was relieved. He felt lighter than air. Rem was wrapped around his arm. He had made the decision about the girl he loved, and honestly, he couldn't be happier. Sukuna himself would be also pleased, just resting inside of Subaru, and they'd all be heading back to the mansion. Amelia, watching Rem and Subaru, would feel strange. She would feel unsettled? No, it was jealous. Almost immediately as Amelia was having these thoughts, Otto would look up, seeing a messenger riding towards their group at max speed. Subaru, what's that? Huh? Subaru would pull himself up, Rem letting go as she looks a bit annoyed, making a pouty face. Huh? He's panicked, Subaru would say. Subaru would jump out the back of the caravan, running forward and asking what's going on. Otto, Amelia, and Rem close behind, as the rider would then tell them that Crush and the rest of the groups in front of them had been attacked. Luckily, Crush had sent him immediately as they started getting attacked, and he had escaped, but he has no idea what happened to everyone else. Instead of Rem being the one guarding Crush, this time it would have been Wilhelm. Subaru would obviously be worried, wondering what could be happening now. Subaru would turn, telling Otto they need to go faster, as Otto would call to the caravan to move quicker, as the horses would now take up to their top speeds, them riding to where Crush's group would have been, to find destruction. Crush's memories would have been consumed by the arch sin of gluttony, Lie, and the Archbishop of Greed would have taken many kills. More than 70% of all the men who had been there would have been killed, their blood staining the ground. Subaru would grip his fist, seeing all the death around him. Who could have done this? Rem would tell Subaru that she can smell, well, she can almost taste the scent of the witch, and it's not coming from him. Then it must have been. There are more archbishops around here. Subaru would look around, but he couldn't sense anything, any cursed energy or anything at all. Suddenly, Sukuna would speak up. Looks like they're long gone, Su-chan. You were too late, and now your comrades are all dead. You know, Sukuna, if you knew they were here to begin with, you could have just told. But where, dear boy, is the fun in that? They didn't even do anything. Exactly. They breathed, and I am a cursed spirit. Of course I'm not gonna help you. You were sleeping, weren't you? How preposterous. I would never. That was intentional. Subaru, I chose to not tell you about that. Shut the fuck up, Subaru. Sukuna would primarily close the soul corridor as he walks away, annoyed more than ever by that Subaru brat. If I can just get a couple more fingers, his body's as good as mine and I'm free, he'd be thinking. Then I can kill that demon girl and go back to my little kittens. Nice Discord mind energy! Shut the fuck up, Sator! Subaru would sigh. Well, at least no one really got her. Oh, Wilhelm's dead. Huh. Well, that was sudden. Wilhelm would have been killed. Right after fulfilling his mission to kill the great whale that had slaughtered his wife, the Sword Saint, he would be dead. Huh. Luckily though, Kurush would still be alive. But her memories would have been completely wiped. Huh? Where am I?
Crush, are you okay? Amelia would say. I'm fine, but who are you? You really don't remember me? It's on the tip of my tongue. Lisa? Amelia would look concerned. No, I got it. Lily. Amelia would start shaking her head as Subaru's trying to stop himself from breaking out in tears from laughter. It's Amelia, she'd say. Amelia, I had it right there, Crush would say. Sure you did, Subaru would comment. And you're Jor Subaru. Oh, Subaru, yeah, I am. I have no idea who any of you are. Amelia would nod as they all begin to debate what they're going to do next. The guard would inform Crush who she is and saying that they were on an exploration, having killed the white whale, which had been her goal for so long. The white whale, is that like a Walmart shopper or something? Huh. Didn't think anyone would know what that is here. Honestly, I don't know what it is. It's like it's just popping into my head to say it. You're funny. I like you better when you have amnesia. What? Subaru, Rem would say. I'm just kidding, Rem. Let's take her back to the capital. I bet Felix can probably fix something. Sukuna would perk up. Did you say Felix? Oh my god. A hole is a goal, Subaru! Sukuna, you are so down bad. I don't even know what to say to you at this point. What you say is yes! Subaru would promptly block their connection, with Rem and Amelia asking what was going on. Nothing. Anyway, let's take Crush back to the royal capital. We need to get this fixed as soon as possible. And so they did, with Amelia, Subaru, Rem, and the rest of the survivors of what was the original strike team against the White Whale would now depart back to the royal capital first. This is slightly different compared to the original timeline where Subaru would have originally not had to go back, the only casualty on their side being Rem. However, this time, Rem would have survived, and instead both Wilhelm and Crush would have been affected by the arch sin of gluttony's power. Rushing the survivors who had not been killed on horseback, Subaru and the others would have arrived in the capital within hours, Crush being taken to Felix as soon as possible, Subaru suppressing Sukuna's urge to, reveal himself. Anyway, with Crush being put into Felix's care, Amelia and Rem would then accompany Subaru back to Roswell's estate, with them now having to decide what they're going to do next, heading back to the mansion. Once they had arrived at the mansion though, entering through the great doors in the front, Subaru pushing them open, they would be surprised to find someone else. Not Ram. It would be a tall lady with blonde hair, super wide shoulders, and of course, a ton of animalistic features. Introducing Frederica. Subaru, having never met her before, would have no idea what's going on. Amelia and Rem, however, would actually know what's happening, understanding that this was actually the last person Roswell had hired as a maid before Rem and Ram had come into the picture. Okay, wait a minute, so I'm not exactly getting this. Are you telling me that Roswell's a furry? I have enough with a cat enthusiast on one hand. I didn't think I'd run into two weirdos in this world just like that. Weirdos? Tisk. No. That Roswell fellow has just earned some of my respect, Subaru. I don't know if it's creepier when you call me Su-chan or when you say my full name, and that's disturbing. Oh? I could just call you Natsuki-kun then instead. Would you like that, Natsuki-kun? Oh my god. Sukuna, I'm going to scream. Okay, just can you shut up for you're very talkative today. Subaru would come to accept that Frederica was now working with them for Roswell. She would actually give Subaru a crystal item, or to be more precise, she'd give it to Amelia, saying to hold on to this pendant, it being like a special necklace, saying that this will allow them to enter the sanctuary. The sanctuary? What's that? Subaru would say. Remember would turn saying it's another part of Roswell's domain, a part deep within two forests, farther away from the mansion than Arlem Village. She's right. It's also where the rest of the Arlem villagers are being kept after the witch cult attacked here. And your sister's there too, right, Rem? The blue-haired girl would nod as she confirms that her sister, Ram, would be at the sanctuary, saying that if the three of them are hurrying, they can make it there before sundown. Amelia ready to go, as well as just bring the villagers home after that whole catastrophe. Subaru would give them a thumbs up, saying he's all ready to go, as he'd take Rem's hand. Again, Amelia would bite her lip, wondering what this feeling is. The trio heads out and promises to the rest of the Arlen villagers who had stayed behind that they would bring their families back, as well as their neighbors and friends. Subaru being entrusted by the villagers, as he's the one most well known for saving them from all the mob beasts last time. Subaru would wave as they cheer them on their way out. Amelia would be amazed by Subaru, having gone her entire life being ridiculed by the people around her, the people in Lagunica, because of her half-elf status, and because of how she looked. Her resemblance to the Witch of Envy, Satella. So for her, seeing how fast Subaru had grown connected with these people, she would just want to know how he had done it. How he'd become so popular so fast, since they were both pretty much outsiders together anyway. Subaru turned to Rem smiling. Amelia seeing this smile, she would see him practically light up. As she gulps, her face turning red. Again, Amelia doesn't understand the feeling she's having because, as was acknowledged in Season 2 of ReZero, Amelia is like emotionally 15 years old because she was sealed as a child and then didn't have parents for a while, so she doesn't really understand how to process what she's feeling. Rem is ecstatic that people are seeing Subaru's charms, her having seen how awesome Subaru was when he had saved her, and seeing how powerful and cool he is. In everything he tries, even if he fails, he somehow always saves the day. Subaru inside of his head would be having his own argument with Sukuna. Okay, Suchan. So you know Frederica, who we met at the mansion? Yeah? Alright. Now, hear me out. You saw how she had all those animal traits in the tail and all that, you know what I'm saying? What is it, Sukuna? Where are we going with this? Look, I'm just saying, do you think that her parents were either A, two demi-humans, so like Felix, like two half like demi-humans, or we think one of the parents is really kinky and just got it real down with a petting zoo, and I do not want to imagine that. And Sukuna, maybe you should like stop reading all of the manga and doujins in my brain. Look, Subaru, it's just a question. What do you think? Should you ask the girls? No, I'm not asking that. Subaru, wake up. Wait, what? Are we already there? As soon as Subaru says this, a blue light would start flashing from the necklace that Amelia was holding. As Subaru would quickly grab it, saying to get down as he tries to throw the necklace. The same thing occurring as what happened in canon, with Subaru being teleported. Subaru being teleported directly in front of the temple of the tomb. The tomb holding the souls of the witches. A particular witch being the Witch of Greed, Echidna. The witch that was awaiting him as they spoke. That's when she would show up. A short lady with pink hair, and is she a half-elf? She would begin to introduce herself saying she is Ryuzu Mayor, and she is a resident of the sanctuary. Subaru put his fist down, having already gone to a pose for combat, having sensed her magic. As she would then tell Subaru that she's going to guide him into the temple, saying that he'll attempt one of the trials. The clone being under orders from Echidna just like the original when Subaru was first sent into the tomb. Subaru would tentatively step into the stoned tomb, as Ryuzu would wave, wishing him good luck, as he enters into the first corridor, which would also be the location of the first trial. The trials that would soon become known as the only way to free the sanctuary. Subaru would open his eyes, beginning to rub them with his hands, looking down at himself. Huh? It'd be bright. Subaru would look around as he sees an open field of grass. This weirdly green grass just flowing for what seems like eternity. No end to the horizon of the sea of green around him. Subaru would notice that in the distance there'd be a small hill as he starts walking towards it, this being the only show of any difference in the territory around him at all. As he gets closer, he would see, draping the hill would be a small table with two chairs, a pot of tea sitting out, and a large umbrella casting shadow over the entire area. As Subaru gets closer, he squints, the sun from this weird plane of existence brushing into his eyes. As he tries to squint and see closer, seeing a person. As Subaru approaches, Subaru would notice something. Huh? He'd be gone. Sukuna, are you there? Nothing. That's because Subaru's soul had been summoned to this plane, meaning that Sukuna was left behind in Subaru's body. You don't have to worry about him, you know. Subaru would look up, as he finally can see the details on this woman's face. She'd have beautiful, long white hair, rounded soft eyes with pools of black as the irises, flecks of white glazing over her eyes, as Subaru would then sit down at the table, pulling the chair back, as Echidna would have already poured 2 cups of tea. You know, you don't have to be as bewildered as you obviously are. Bewildered? Me? No, I'm fine. You feel completely powerless, don't you? Subaru would gulp. She knows. She knows, but how does she know that? About Sukuna? That devil that you brought to our world? Someone who can even take on her, the woman would say. Who are you? Subaru would ask. No one had ever been able to tell that Subaru and Sukuna were together in one body. And no one else could have ever seen his cursed energy, the power that he had bequeathed to him when he had become Sukuna's vessel. That man would just simply be too troublesome to deal with, she'd say. A trouble that I'm just currently not feeling up to right now. Maybe another time I'll bring both of you with. That could be fun. She'd yawn. Anyway, let's have a chat. Nope, not interested, Subaru would say, pulling himself up. I do not like this feeling. How do I get out of here? But you don't want to... Subaru takes a sip of tea as he places it back down, saying that he has business to do. It's nice meeting her, but could they rearrange this to another day? It feels too quiet. It's weird not having his voice in my head and commenting on every little thing he'd say. Anyway, I'm leaving. What? But you know you're talking to a witch, right? Powerful people from all over the world have come seeking my knowledge and... not interested, Subaru would say. You make it sound so easy to just reschedule. You're talking to a dead person, you know. Look, lady, I talk to a dead spirit every day of my life. Like, since I was 6, okay? This is not the weirdest thing I've ever done. Have you eaten a disgusting old man's finger? I have. It's not pleasant. Now, I will talk to you another day, ma'am. Just get out of here, she'd say, as she opens a dark portal. Oh, that's better. Thanks. See you next time. Subaru would then start strolling out, as Echidna would grit her teeth thinking, I want him. I want to know more about that man and his power. I want everything. I want his special ability given by her. Subaru Natsuki, you have no idea who you're dealing with. Subaru would exit the spiritual plane as he re-enters his body, being shaken awake by Amelia and Rem, outside the doors of the tomb of the Witches of Sin. Now, just a short summary since it's been a while since the last part, I will remind you that we ended with Subaru waking up, after his meeting with the Witch of Greed, Echidna, outside of the tomb that Ryuzu Mayer had first sent him into after arriving in the sanctuary. Subaru would be awakened with strands of silver and hair as blue as the sky in front of him. As he gazes into their eyes, Rem would slap Subaru a few more times. Subaru, wake up, wake up, wake up! Are you alive? Did you die? Amelia would also be worried, with Ryuzu having stated that anyone who didn't have the qualification to enter the trial would die by entering the witch's tomb, which was true. However, little did they know that Subaru had the qualification to actually take the trials. Subaru would grab Rem's hand, telling her to stop smacking him. He's awake, as he pulled himself up, saying that he had been teleported. What happened to them? With Amelia and Rem saying that there was this weird light coming from the pendant that Subaru had, and when he went to go and throw it away, he'd been teleported. Once they made it further into the sanctuary, the leader of the sanctuary, someone with magenta hair and pink eyes, would have told them where he would have been. They were just relieved that he had not rolled his way into the tomb and inadvertently kill himself while he was passed out. Subaru would gulp, saying, "That bad?" remembering when he had walked into the tomb earlier. Subaru's bigger concern would be what was going on with Sukuna. Why hadn't he taken over his body when Subaru's soul was gone? And that's when it hits him. Suddenly, he'd feel a wave of resistance as he could hear Sukuna enter back into his body. What? Subaru would then close his eyes, looking into his soul space, as he then sees Sukuna would be asleep. What? Did she do this? He'd think of the silver-haired witch. Well, she claimed to be a witch. She didn't seem that scary to me, Subaru would say. Subaru would then walk over to Sukuna, kicking him in the side. Hey, slacker, wake up. You enjoying your nap? Sukuna would open his eyes as he then starts moving around. What? As Sukuna would realize that he had magic invoked on him as he punches the ground. Damn it. In his mind, he'd be thinking that he needs more fingers. He hates when that stupid... Wait. No, this was something else. Sukuna would realize that this wasn't returned by death. This was not the power that Satella had inflicted upon Subaru's soul. This was something else. Another power, not quite as great, maybe worth about 10 of his fingers, which was still a substantial amount higher than he had right now. At least that's how he would measure her, or whatever it was. Sukuna would be ridiculously embarrassed. Back in his high time, he had been the one terrifying women and children, not being abused by women in his sleep. That was his job. Anyway, Amelia had decided to take the trials. She would begin taking them the next night. Everyone in the village rooting for her. Now, as we know, the first trial is something that Amelia would take many, many episodes to overcome, and just like the original timeline, that's the case here as well. Subaru would look up and suddenly see a great light come out of the graveyard. Wondering if that's a sign that Amelia had passed the trials, he would run over to the graveyard to greet her, and Amelia wouldn't be there. Subaru would rush into the graveyard to try and find her, and as he runs into the site, Subaru's mind would start to flicker. Sukuna! What's happening? Sukuna would be wandering around as well, not knowing what's going on. He hadn't seen any magic in this world like this before. It appears we're going back, Sukuna would say. Back to our home. And Subaru would open his eyes. Where am I? Subaru would look around as he finally sees a puddle of water running over to it, looking down at his small hands. Is this? Subaru would look into the puddle, seeing himself, as he turns around with his friends now calling out to him. Let's go into the forest and play. Subaru would turn, saying, coming, as he runs off. Sukuna would be watching silently, as he and Subaru both know where they're going. They're going to back then. Subaru, running off into the forest, would relive his life, as his friend would die in his hands, in his arms. Subaru's only option at that time once again taking place, as Subaru is forced to consume Sukuna's finger, awakening the power of cursed energy and the demon. This will be the first time that Subaru actually has seen what Sukuna did, since he went unconscious when he had consumed the finger the first time. But this time, Subaru could see what was going on. He'd be horrified. His other friends had luckily run off in time, with just him being the last one there. But the cursed spirits that had been left behind, and more importantly, his friend's body, were completely mutilated. Young Subaru rips his friend in half, throwing the body around, laughing, as the black markings of Sukuna's vessel envelop him. Traits of Sukuna would begin to grow on Subaru's body, as he developed the 4 eyes like how Itadori Yuji had in Jujutsu Kaisen, as well as his fingers growing long, with long nails like knives at the end. Subaru Sukuna would then turn around at the cursed spirits who had infuriated him and also, thankfully, brought him back. Finally, Sukuna would say in a deep tone, I'm returned to the world. It appears there's no Jujutsu sorcerers around here either. Perfect. Sukuna would rip the cursed spirits into pieces, disposing of all the evidence so that Jujutsu Tai would not find out that Subaru had become his vessel. Now, after this, he'd wait. Sukuna going back into hiding for a couple years until Subaru was a little bit older. Subaru remembering all of this, as Sukuna had become his imaginary friend at the time. Sukuna slowly building his way into Subaru's life, trying to take over his body. Sukuna's goal behind this was waiting until Subaru's body had become more suitable for combat. Currently, right now, any A-grade Jujutsu sorcerer could probably take them down. While Subaru is actually, in the original ReZero timeline, extraordinarily strong and powerful for a human of our world, it's been calculated that he is at least as strong as someone like Bruce Lee, which is impressive. He still is nothing compared to someone like Itadori Yuji or any superhumans. So naturally, Sukuna would try to have avoided any Jujutsu sorcerers hiding his presence. Moving through Subaru's history, Subaru would blink, and now he's suddenly older. Throughout all those years, Sukuna had never made a move to try and gather more fingers for one simple reason, because Subaru had an impact on him as well. We see a small memory of Subaru and Sukuna watching together one of Subaru's first anime. And this would be something that Sukuna would actually be interested in, surprisingly. It doesn't look like that, he'd say, as he sees some blonde-haired man rip off someone's arm. If he really had enough physical strength to blow off that person's arm, there'd be bones coming in with it too. Trust me, I know. This show's so unrealistic. They can fly, and they get stronger just by screaming? I wish I had that luxury. Would you just be quiet, Subaru would say. I'm trying to enjoy this. Sukuna would grumble, since he couldn't take over Subaru's body at this point. He would just humbly watch along. And this is where, throughout the years, Sukuna would slowly deteriorate away from his goal and become an anime manga addict. Meanwhile, as for Subaru, Subaru became egotistical, just as he said and told Rem a few parts ago, back during Season 1. Sukuna's power became a drug for Subaru, something he relied on heavily. Subaru, in school sports tournaments, anytime he had any menial challenge, would dig into Sukuna's power, proving that he was the strongest. And it's this childish mindset that would screw Subaru over once he had been teleported to ReZero. Now we're getting closer to the event itself, the teleport. It seems like any ordinary day. Subaru is going to go to school, have no issues, come home, enjoy his life. As he goes out, his mom wishes him a good day, and Subaru turns around, realizing this was the last day he had seen his mother. Subaru would turn back and give her a hug, as he'd break down crying saying he doesn't want to go to school today. This was shocking, something that Subaru had never done before. Honey, what's wrong? His mother would say, as Subaru would look up to her, saying that, I just want to spend the day here. Sukuna would make a t sound. It's not going to change anything. This is some sort of illusion. I'm sure of it. Subaru would bite his teeth. I have the chance to talk to them more. This might be my only chance ever. I need to apologize at the very least. I want them to know that I've changed, Subaru would say. His father would come out asking what's going on. Subaru's dad being just as strong and buff and everything Subaru in the original timeline had wanted to be. And here, who he was. Dad, can I stay home from school today? Why, are you feeling sick? No, Yeah, I'm not feeling so great today. That's all. The parents would look at each other as his father would nod, saying, Subaru, let's go for a walk. Subaru and his dad would go down for a walk at a park, everything feeling bubbly and bright. This being the last day that Subaru would see Japan, the world he thought he would have been a god of. Of course, you have to remember, Subaru was never aware of anyone named Satoru Gojo in the same country he was in. But aside from that, Subaru's dad would talk to him asking what's really wrong. Subaru has never done this before. He's always been a good kid. Subaru would bite his teeth. Dad, do you remember Toichi? Huh? What's bringing this on? That friend of yours, he passed away a long time ago. It was a terrible accident. Some wild animal had ripped him to shreds. Luckily you guys were okay, but man, I don't know what I would have done with myself if that had been you, Subaru. Subaru closes his eyes hard as he looks up and says, Dad, it was me. I'm the reason he died. His father would turn to look at him as Subaru would explain everything. I never told you and Mom, but ever since that day, ever since then, I've heard his voice inside my head, and I've seen monsters for my entire life, and all I did was run away so that I could keep myself safe. That's why I had to tell you. I know you might not believe me, and I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. He's not gonna believe you. You sound crazy, and you're sure as hell wrong if you think I'm gonna show myself to this guy right now. Besides, he's not even real. This is all you playing a house with your imagination, Subaru. They're never gonna know. They'll never know what you did. Subarashi. Subaru's dad would place his hand on his son's shoulder. He looks into his eyes and he says, Son, I believe you. Subaru would feel a warm light, something like he had never seen before. You really do? He'd pat his son on the back, saying, It'd be pretty arrogant to say I know everything about the world. I had no idea what happened to you, honestly.
Ever since that day, you never talked about it. You never cried. I always wondered what happened. I couldn't bring it up though because I didn't want to upset you. Neither of us knew what to do. And you became even more confident. It was great. We just wanted you to be happy. That's all. I know you really felt like I cast a large shadow over you. But honestly, Subaru, you became your own man. And I don't really care what this Sukuna guy has ever done, but it's what you've chosen to do. And if you really feel bad about not fighting those monsters, then you could always start now, he'd say, giving a fist bump to his son. Now, I'm gonna get going. I think you have somewhere to be, he'd say. His father would stand up, walking off into the mist, as Subaru knows this is the last time that he'd see his father, tears streaming down his face. Subaru would say, "Thanks, Dad." Subaru's father would disappear as Subaru finishes the last of his popsicle, walking towards the train station, heading towards that forest. As he reaches towards the tracks, there she'd be. His mother. "Subaru," she'd say, "where do you think you're going? I thought you and your father were going for a walk." "Dad headed home," Subaru would say. "Well, I figured where you were going you might need this," she'd say, as she said that he forgot his lunch, handing him his bag. "Son, me and your father are both very proud of you, and no matter what happens, I just want you to know that..." Subaru would grab his mother in an embracing hug, as he just stands there silently, thinking about everything he's been through up to this point. All the people he met, all the people who supported him along the way. Amelia, Rem, Rom, Roswell, Felt, the Arlem villagers. So many people had believed in him, and he'd clench his fist. I won't let these curses stop me," he'd say. His mother would grab his face. She says, "Good," as she would kiss Subaru on the forehead and begin walking away. Subaru would turn, walking straight forward, as she would turn back saying, "Itterashai," telling him to be safe. Subaru would never return home. Subaru had never returned home since he had teleported that day, as Subaru would find himself in that forest, where he'd see the bloodied, mangled corpse of his friend. Sitting by a tree reading a book would be an enchanting woman with white silver hair. He almost called out her name as Amelia before he noticed her ears. She would have nice circular silver glasses on and a sun hat, as her white dress would have splatters of blood on it. She would pull her head out of the book as Subaru realizes, it's you. "And also she looks hot in a sundress," Sukuna would say. "Yeah, what he said." "Why, thank you, boys," she'd say. "Well, it's certainly been interesting seeing this history of this other world. Honestly, I'm impressed. Your memories, so much knowledge and information that I seek. Honestly, I really wish I could just dig in there and get it all out," she'd say. "You know, that sounds kind of kinky, but I'm not really into that," Subaru would then reply. "And besides, I've already got a beautiful girlfriend waiting for me back home, so I'd like if we could get out of here." All of that bravado like usual. "I guess this trial really had no effect on you at all, huh? Maybe you are just a coldless monster like the one inside you. Well, either way, boys, I hope you enjoyed that trip down memory lane. You've passed your first trial, being able to overcome this," gesturing to the flesh and bones of this child. The child who had started Subaru down this path to begin with. Ikena would say, "Are you really sure you're over it? Are you certain that you deserve what you've had up to this point? You're sure you're not going to change and just become a raging monster? Not like you haven't done that before." Subaru would keep his cool as he closes his eyes, saying, "I'm ready to embrace whatever you have to throw at me," which agreed. "And also, I'm probably going to forget this since I forgot our last meeting anyway. But, Sukuna, you'll remind me, right?" Yeah, no chance of that," Sukuna would say. "Oh, come on, for old time's sake." Subaru would suddenly wake up as he had completed the trial, now turning to see Amelia on the ground unconscious. Amelia, she didn't pass the trial." Amelia would be shaking and crying. She'd be struggling within her dream. Subaru would then quickly jostle her, trying to wake her up, but even when she was awake, she would still seem shaken, as she needs Subaru to help her stand. What happened in there?" Amelia's eyes would look up to Subaru, and all Subaru would see would be
fear.
Last time we had ended the episode with Amelia waking up and Subaru having completed the first trial. Subaru could now finally finish the goal he had even been wanting to do, which is actually pull Amelia out of the graveyard to see if she was okay. Now that Subaru had done that, he would hear screaming from outside, as Rem and Ram would both be there with Roswaal injured, standing aside them with a cane. Subaru, helping Amelia up, would walk out of the graveyard. When Subaru exits the graveyard carrying Amelia, he would then see Rem, Ram, Roswaal, as well as Ryuzu Meyer and Garfield standing on the side, watching to see how the trial went. And based on what they see of Amelia, it didn't go so well. Garfield, seeing how Subaru had entered into the graveyard and returned carrying Amelia without any injuries, would become suspicious. Because if you didn't remember, the graveyard is a place that only half demis could actually enter. Demis just referring to demi-humans, like mixed animals or mixed between two races, like Amelia being a half-elf, since she's half human and half elf, obviously. And unlike the original ReZero, where Subaru was just purely a human and shouldn't have been able to enter, Subaru here actually does have a fairly good reason why he could enter the graveyard and legitimately take the contracts without having to have Echidna give him express permission. You see, this Subaru is already almost completely mixed with the fingers that Sukuna has consumed inside Subaru's body. And Sukuna isn't a human. Since Sukuna is purely a cursed spirit, Subaru absorbing a cursed spirit makes him a cursed spirit human hybrid at this point, since he's neither just a human or a fully converted Sukuna without Sukuna's fingers all being consumed. So at this point, Subaru is technically not purely just a human, which gives him the right to actually take the trials. You see, it's actually here where a character that I have heavily underutilized in my other ReZero series, that being What If Naruto was in ReZero, comes into play. That being Otto, who's been coming along with the ride this entire time and simply just hasn't really done anything, so I haven't had to mention him. But best boy Otto's here. He would ask Subaru how he came out of the trial unscathed, with Subaru trying to think of a good response. In this version, both Rem and Ram are standing beside Amelia, since Crush was the one who had her memories taken when the two witch archbishops had attacked. It's at this point where Garfield and Ryuzu Meyer would interrupt, explaining that it doesn't matter because Amelia is the one who has to take the trials. You see, Subaru in this timeline has blasted through everything in his path, following the path of the strong. So you see, just like the original Subaru in canon, he saw no real issue with him being the one to take the trials instead, since Subaru himself, if he was able to take them without any issue, then why shouldn't he be the one to pass the trial? This is where, when Ryuzu and Garfield explain that Roswaal needs Amelia to take the trial, Amelia would feel several emotions stirring within her, thinking about how if she can't even face her own past, how can she become the leader of a country, to be able to lead Lagunica? This is where she hardens her resolve to take the trials. It's at this point where Subaru's ideals would be come into question within his own mind. Subaru wondering if his method was really what's best for Amelia. Thinking about it, he decided to say nothing, basically approving Amelia to continue to take the trials. Amelia would fall unconscious from all the exhaustion of the trial and would be put in her room to rest. Subaru, walking outside, would talk with Ryuzu, Garfield, and Ram. Ram asking why Subaru is being so defensive. Subaru having taken up the role of Puck after Puck had simply disappeared now that they were in the sanctuary, for some reason just not choosing to show up for Amelia even when she calls her summon. Subaru would think in his mind, gee, it sure would be convenient if Sukuna disappeared like Puck did. Sukuna making a grumpy sound. It's after Subaru's talk with Ram, Ryuzu, and Garfield that Otto would have appeared to have been eavesdropping, talking with Subaru. But Subaru wouldn't be mad at Otto for spying on them. Instead, Subaru would ask Otto what his opinion was on the current events unfolding. Being an outsider from the Amelia camp, he would question what Otto's thoughts were, with him obviously siding with Garfield and Ryuzu, who would be supporting Roswaal. I mean, after all, Roswaal is the leader of this land and the lord of its domain, so it makes sense for him not to want to be on his bad side. Not to mention that if Amelia herself wasn't the one to actually pass the trials, the amount of prestige and record that comes with doing that would not really be taken for her,
wondering if Subaru was the one to complete the trials, how truly effective that would be in boosting Amelia's prestige around the kingdom. Ram would ask Subaru if it's actually possible for Amelia to complete the trial, with Subaru thinking about it, saying that it's not that he doesn't think it's possible, it's just that it's probably going to take her an incredibly long time. And surprisingly, Ram would agree with Subaru, saying that it would be ideal if Amelia could finish the trials before the next 3 years, coming towards the end of the royal selection. She would say this with such a serious expression on her face that Subaru would realize that it may actually take that long. This would cause Subaru some unrest, thinking that they need to try and figure out how they can finish this up faster. This is where Otto would again chime in, saying that it would be best if Amelia could finish this up as soon as possible, going over the situation with the Arlem villagers that were being currently held captive by the Sanctuary. The Sanctuary not releasing them until Amelia is the one to finish the trials and free the Sanctuary. Shortly after, this conversation would break up, and it was now time for Subaru's appointment with Roswell. Both Rem and Ram accompanying Subaru into the room with a heavily injured Roswell who had attempted to enter the graveyard. It's here that Subaru would explain all of his exploits to Roswell, including taking down the White Whale and the attack on the mansion by the Witch Archbishop of Sloth. It's here that Roswell would ask a very interesting question, wondering what happened with the White Whale and Wilhelm. Wilhelm being the husband of the last Astrea to be the Sword Saint. Subaru would calmly answer that he was actually the one to help him slay the whale, and this is where something very interesting happens. Roswell would have a conflicted tone and expression, appearing to be happy for Wilhelm, explaining that he was familiar with one of his ancestors, Wilhelm and Roswell's ancestor having been acquainted, and yet Roswell also had a look of discomfort now knowing this new information Subaru had presented. It was definitely something Subaru and Sukuna were both taking note of. It's after this that, instead of Rem and Subaru would be the ones to go on patrol, heading back to the mansion. It'd be here where Rem and Subaru would actually meet up with Petra, who would just ask about the day-to-day life of the sanctuary before Subaru and Rem would head into the mansion. It's here where Subaru would meet with Frederica, Rem at his side, and Petra in the mansion. As Subaru would enter into the meeting room to discuss with Frederica about the sanctuary, this is when Elsa and the mob beast would attack. Subaru is currently on his first loop actually here in the mansion, so he had no idea this attack was even taking place, having simply gone back to retrieve Frederica to ask her on any advice on what she could give him on how to clear the sanctuary. It's here at this point where a familiar face returns. Elsa Granhirt the Bowel Hunter, holding Petra by the throat with her blade against her neck. Rem would use ice magic, setting an icicle flying towards Elsa's head. Immediately after Elsa dodges this attack, Frederica would come in on the attack, striking at Elsa, who would block her claws. Subaru would then burst onto the scene using immense speed from his foot, using a quick first step as he grabs Petra and pushes out behind the door, now in the hallway, a few meters away from Elsa. Subaru would think this would be easy, just a 3-on-1, saying he could almost take her last time. It's here when Subaru would sense something as he throws Petra into a room and slams the door shut. The Guilty Low, the monster inside the mansion, would appear. Elsa would smile, saying she'll take out the rest of the people in the mansion if Melee can handle that one. Subaru would turn around, powering up cursed energy into his fists as he lands a black flash uppercutting the giant lion-like maw beast. Black Flash! This uppercut would not be nearly enough, as the Guilty Low falls back to the ground and roars flames towards Subaru. Subaru could barely hold up his arms to block the blasts, burns covering his arms and scarring them, as Subaru would basically have to bite his tongue to stop screaming. Subaru would turn to find Ram and Frederica fighting off Elsa, but barely able to keep up. Subaru was now wondering if there was any way for him to solve both problems with his current amount of cursed energy. I mean, he did have one of Sukuna's rare curse techniques completely absorbed into his body, that of course being Cleave, a slashing attack that can adjust itself depending on the target's toughness curse energy level to cut them completely in one ability. However, for Subaru it takes a lot of curse energy to use. Aside from that, Subaru also has access to using a incredibly basic prototype of Sukuna's domain expansion, which he's now used twice in the story so far, and has drained him immensely both times. Subaru grit his teeth, realizing that there's only one way out of this, using Cleave on the guilty low, this severing one of its arms as it falls, now unbalanced. Subaru would turn around, having about half of his cursed energy left, as he runs towards Elsa, covering his right fist with cursed energy. Subaru would throw a right punch, which Elsa would easily block for a hand. This would, however, get hit then by cursed energy, sending her propulsed back, which would give Rem an advantage as she throws another mace shot towards her. Elsa would rebound off the wall using her immense speed as she bounces off of the walls towards Subaru. Subaru would then power up more cursed energy, now trying to create a guard as he holds his fists up ready for the slash. Frederica would come in using her claws as she strikes Elsa, who would crash into the door of the next room. Subaru, looking down the hallway, would realize that all the doors were open as Subaru thinks about what this could mean, realizing that Beatrice was still in the mansion. Subaru would run down the hallway, telling Ren and Frederica to get out of Petra as he looks through room to room, eventually finding the room with the great library open and burning, since the mansion had already been set aflame by the guilty loan before Subaru had recognized that fact. As Subaru enters the great library, he would see Beatrice laying there slowly deteriorating, having been stabbed by Elsa. And here is where Subaru would realize he was too late. Flames enveloping Arlem Village, flames enveloping the mansion, Subaru falling to despair as Rem, Frederica, and Subaru, and Petra would all die. Subaru burning in the flames of the mansion, as he would return by death. Subaru opening his eyes, now realizing that he's outside the graveyard and back inside of the sanctuary. You see, something that is interesting about Return by Death is that, for Subaru, his perspective of him dying and waking up back in the next run isn't so much waking up so much as a consistent stream of consciousness. Think of it as if though you were suddenly bombarded with new senses and thousands of new stimulants all at once. Your brain having just felt you dying as you watched your consciousness fade away, knowing that you were dying, and then just suddenly being somewhere else. That's how Return by Death works, at least in the light novel. There's no portal or sleep-like trance or loop. He just directly switches consciousnesses almost instantly. And it's a feeling that Subaru himself could never get used to, that eerie feeling. Subaru would grab himself by the knee, pulling himself up to his feet, as he walks and then runs into the graveyard to find Amelia laying on the floor shaking, her eyes filled with tears, having seen something that Subaru couldn't possibly imagine. Subaru would help hoist Amelia up, carrying her, as he goes outside to find Rem, Rom, Roswaal in his bandages, and of course Ryuzu Mayer and Garfield. Subaru's scent of the witch would have increased by now again, since Subaru in this timeline hasn't used Return by Death nearly as much as the original Subaru, so of course Rom and Rem can sense this, now wondering what happened to Subaru. Subaru would immediately take Amelia back to Roswaal's establishment, where Roswaal would be staying due to his injuries, and he would then have a discussion with Rom and Rem, asking them what they think might be going on with the rest of the Arlem villagers back at the main mansion estate. This would seemingly be a throwaway question that would cause the two sisters to be confused. Rem would touch Subaru's arm, asking what he's asking, with her saying that Amelia is currently the one with the most stress on her plate right now. Subaru would nod, putting on a face saying he understands that, but he's saying that if Amelia is worrying about both halves of the village, then that guilt and worry might even grow to become even more of a burden on her during the trials. Subaru, Rom, and Rem would debate this for a while, with Subaru obviously having a goal he's trying to get to the point of, being that he wants to bring both Rom and Rem back with him to the mansion, thinking that if he can convince Rom and Rem to leave with him as soon as possible back to the mansion, then it's possible that with Frederica and their four all working together, they can drive out Elsa, as well as take care of Miley and the other maw beasts that Subaru had suspected were brought by her into the village. The idea of a demon beast tamer and an assassin of Elsa's high quality working together was a bone-chilling idea. However, Ryuzu and Garfield would step in, Garfield looking even more suspicious of Subaru this time around, with Garfield able to smell his scent of the witch, saying that Subaru and the girls should put this conversation on hold until Amelia wakes up, saying that they need to have this discussion with Roswaal. Interesting enough, however, one thing that had changed was a seemingly prior constant that being Roswaal. Subaru, this time as he enters into the room for his meeting with Roswaal, would have a completely different conversation, which even with Subaru and Sukuna's minor knowledge of return by death, should not be happening. It's almost as if Roswaal knows about some of the events that had taken place and was now reacting to what had happened in a prior run. The main lead of this, strangely enough, being him not even asking what Subaru had done for his exploits in the capital or asking about Wilhelm at all. This particularly would throw off Subaru, and Sukuna would be thinking about how this is interesting in his head as well, wondering about this tricky old clown guy. Something Sukuna can sense that Subaru can't is the age of Roswell's soul. His soul being older than the body he's currently in. Sukuna would laugh, thinking to himself how this is getting interesting. This thought of his only being further confirmed once everyone had left the room, and Roswell would ask Subaru to stay behind. Subaru and Roswell having a long chat, as Roswell would ask Subaru about the mansion, saying he had overheard his conversation with Rem and Ram. Roswell smirking, saying he gives his blessing to them to go back to the mansion and make sure the rest of the populace knows of the situation. Subaru would thank Roswell, saying he's going to go check on Amelia since Puck hasn't showed up yet. Subaru walking away as Sukuna and Roswell would be thinking about what's going on the battlefield, the transparent battlefield. Subaru would walk into Amelia's room, seeing her sitting up in her bed, as Subaru would knock on the side of the doorframe asking how she's doing. Subaru and Amelia would have a long talk, discussing wondering where Puck could be, and any plans on how they can free the sanctuary. Subaru would wish Amelia a good night as he walks out the door, Amelia feeling oddly jealous of Rem for some reason. She'd ignore it, turning over on her pillow, thinking about what she had seen, trying to sleep and having that same nightmare over and over again, reaching out for someone to take her hand. As Subaru would go into his own room laying down, a few minutes later he'd feel something sneaking in behind him, as behind him he'd feel small hands wrapping around him from his back, as we hear Rem whisper in Subaru's ear that he's been ignoring her. Subaru would have a huge grin on his face in the dark, turning back as Ram would then turn over, giving him a kiss on the cheek, her being able to see in the dark. Subaru would turn, embracing Rem, as Ram would close the door behind, having seen it was still slightly ajar. Having clearly a red blush on her face, she walks away. Subaru thinking in his mind that he wants to protect you, looking at Ram as he touches her face. Sukuna at this point would basically be watching, egging him on. Our view fading off into the night as we prepare for the rest of the events going on in Arc 4 of ReZero.
Alright, before I get started with part 14 from where we last left off with Subaru restarting the loop and having a good night's sleep, or lack thereof, I'd like to correct a mistake that I had made in the last part that someone was kind enough to comment and tell me about, which is actually Garfield being able to smell the scent of the witch. According to the light novel, Garfield is actually never able to smell this scent of the witch, and the only reason his perceptiveness of Subaru changed was because of how Subaru was adapting to the events he knew were going to be happening. So he seemed suspicious to Garfield by gut instinct, or something like that. Alright, now that that's been cleared out of the way, so that we're back on canon timeline now, I can begin part 14 with what Subaru's new plan was and how he's going to confront now Meili, the Beast Tamer, as well as the Bowel Hunter, Elsa, and how he's going to handle those two back at the mansion. The first thing Subaru would do was that evening, after he had gotten out of the situation with Garfield and Ryuzu, Garfield being particularly suspicious of Subaru this time around, is Subaru would, for one, go to check on Otto and then Amelia. Otto having been dragged into this whole mess just like the original timeline, with Subaru and Rem, along with Otto this time, getting dragged to the sanctuary almost immediately after the conflict with the last witch cult, and the Archbishop of Sin. Now, Otto was just sort of in this limbo. Otto's main purpose, that was from the original Arc 4 ReZero, was typically to be Subaru's emotional support, but in this version, Rem was never eaten by the Archbishop of Gluttony, so Rem is alive. So Subaru doesn't actually really need more emotional support. So, unfortunately, Auto fans, if any of you are out there, yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, Auto gets kind of cucked in this arc, but you know, it's fine. After Subaru would talk with Auto and make sure he was doing okay in the sanctuary, Subaru would head over to Amelia's room just like he did in the last run, still concerned about her, this time wondering what could have changed. Knowing that Amelia had been having troubles with the trials in the last couple of runs, but she shouldn't be having any here. Especially not now to this degree. She was way more visceral and filled with tears than she had been in any of the other runs prior to this. So Subaru would enter and sit and ask what's going on. Amelia would tell Subaru that Puck had disappeared, that she hadn't seen Puck the entire time since they'd gone to the sanctuary. And with everything that happened after we got separated, and the crystals glowing and the crystals, I can't. Amelia would almost break down into tears. Inside of Subaru's consciousness, Sukuna would be disappointed, seeing how much innate potential Amelia has as a spirit arts user, as well as just a combatant in general that she's just wasting. What Sukuna didn't know, and also would not care even if he did, is that Amelia was missing her father figure, which was Puck. Puck being missing from Amelia's life is something that has a huge impact on her in every timeline. Subaru having transferred worlds and having lost both of his parents pretty much forever now is what it seemed, would understand that feeling of mourning and loss that she was experiencing. Subaru would put his hand on Amelia's shoulder and tell her that everything's gonna be okay. Rem would be listening from the other room, would have a pouty face, listening to Subaru comforting Amelia. Ram would laugh at Rem's childish behavior, asking Rem what's wrong, asking if perhaps Lady Amelia is trying to steal her boyfriend. Rem would get all annoyed, jumping up and saying that's not... Subaru would never... Rem's pouty face had returned. Subaru, after exiting the room, having comforted Amelia enough for her to stop crying, would see Rem making this face. Subaru would sneak up behind Rem and cover both of her eyes with his hands, before moving them away and saying, "What's up? Huh? What's up? What's that weird look on your face, Rem?" Rem would just stare into Subaru's eyes, until the point where Ram would not want to interrupt the staring contest, would leave. Suddenly, in the back of Subaru's mind, Sukuna would suddenly say, "Boo!" This would cause Subaru to lose concentration and lose the staring contest. Rem would then nudge up the back of the chair and kiss Subaru on the forehead. Subaru would look to the right and say that's a little embarrassing to do right out here, right? Garfield had been outside and just happened to look through the window, having noticed their shared quick little kiss, would be blushing bright red. As you guys should know, this guy is actually a middle schooler. He's in like 8th grade. That is how old Garfield is, so he's not exactly emotionally mature or anything. Having seen this, Garfield would dive beneath the window like he had peeked on something he shouldn't have, deciding for sure later he was going to interrogate Subaru on how he had landed one of the sisters, since, as you guys know, Garfield has a huge crush on Ram, which is Rem's sister. If some scrawny human wimp like Subaru was able to get that, then what does that mean for him? The dawn of the 3rd day, Subaru would wake up early to sign to go meet with Ryuzu and Garfield, knowing that they'd be waiting outside to either talk to Amelia or Roswell. Subaru, walking outside, his hands stuffed in his pockets, would tell the two that he has something to discuss with them. This would be when Subaru would decide to reveal that after he had been teleported inside the sanctuary, he had been able to enter the graveyard and was given the requirements to be able to take the trials himself. Subaru had decided on this loop that he was going to reveal this to see how they'd react or if they'd even help him to try and clear these trials easier. That being his battle back at Arlem Village with the 2 assassins, as well as having to deal with having to keep these villagers here safe while Amelia finishes the trials. Much like the original ReZero timeline, this time being told about Subaru having the ability to take the trials, Garfield would be against Subaru being the one to complete them, saying that it's more for her sake than for his, explaining that if the villagers and those who reside within the sanctuary, the other demi-humans, found out that a full-blown human like Subaru was one to have been the one to free them from the trials, any respect for Roswell or the Mathers domain, including Amelia as a potential candidate to be the next king of Lagunica, would be completely useless, since Subaru would be the one to take all the credit for that. Subaru thought about this, holding his hand in his chin, while Ryuzu agreed with Garfield, having the three of them decide to come up with a plan to make sure that Amelia is the one to finish the trials, with Subaru taking on a different role. Garfield would agree to allow the villagers to leave if Subaru wished to take them back to Roswell's estate, to, for one, take pressure off of Amelia while taking the trials, so Amelia has less things to worry about, as well as for Subaru to be able to interrogate Frederica. No matter how strong Frederica and Garfield are as demi-humans, Subaru, even without Sukuna's help, is pretty confident that he could force both of them into submission, even in a 2v1 fight. And it's not like this is crazy. Subaru's been able to handle way stronger threats just using cursed energy, and some of the cursed techniques like Black Flash that he's been able to derive from bits and pieces of Sukuna, offhandedly instructing him. Remember, for all you ReZero fans who have not watched Jujutsu Kaisen and are just going with the flow, or vice versa, someone who has attained a Black Flash combination like Subaru or Itadori Yuji in the original timeline of JJK will be infinitely more connected to cursed energy and understanding its true nature versus someone who could potentially never reach the point of a Black Flash, which is the closest anyone can get to the source of cursed energy. Subaru has reached this, has reached a Black Flash several times, using it to slay the last Archbishop of Sin, the Archbishop of Sloth, Betelgeuse. Anyway, I digress. Subaru would discuss this plan with Roswell as well as Garfield and Ryuzu, with Roswell showing his full support, telling Subaru that he probably doesn't need anyone to come with, but if he'd like to take Rem or Ram with him, he's more than welcome to. Subaru would know that Elsa and Meili will be back at Roswell's estate, so he's not exactly overconfident in his skill. It's not like Subaru wasn't able to do some damage, but without Rem and Ram, he doesn't see himself being able to both protect the villagers he'll be taking with him and be able to fend off potentially 3 threats. The third, of course, potentially being Frederica. However, Subaru would have a plan. Subaru would decide to take Rem with, but also take Otto with him as well, leaving Ram to be Roswell's aide back at the sanctuary. This was something that Subaru was deciding to plan on, mostly because he'd rather have someone else with him, but really did not want Roswell to be left alone to plan any of his own devices. Ram would be more than suitable to stop Roswell from doing anything stupid. At least that's what Subaru thought was the case. Subaru would go to sleep that night, and unknowingly, when he passed out for the night, someone would come in. Someone that he hadn't been expecting. Sukuna would laugh, thinking this is getting even more interesting. Subaru would wake up hearing Sukuna's laughter. Huh? Oh, better watch out. Suddenly, Subaru would feel a grasping around his throat. Garfield! You can see me in the dark, huh? Well, I won't be allowing you to be leaving here tomorrow. Reminade will be far more than enough. Subaru's consciousness would fade as he blacks out, waking up underground and chained to a stone wall. There he would see Garfield and a Ryuzu wearing a white robe. This coincidentally would be the same Ryuzu we had seen Garfield speaking to earlier before they had gone in to discuss this with Roswell. This being Ryuzu Shima. If you guys care about who that is, that's basically the Ryuzu who's working with Garfield to keep the sanctuary locked down. The reason why they hadn't just jumped Subaru when he had originally overheard them and had gone to speak with them in that morning is because Subaru, caught off guard, was the only way for Garfield to be able to overpower him, which was something that both of them were pretty aware of. Subaru's physical strength and just aura in general was way too powerful to be taken on head-on, even if Garfield were to transform and make a ruckus, which would then again alert more people to the fight scene. It's not like Garfield was proud of this method, but it was the only thing he could do to keep Subaru quiet. Garfield will tell him that they'll be leaving him down here for a little while. Garfield and Ryuzu Shima leaving and locking the cellar door. Subaru would be chained up, the chains rattling and the wind whistling through the iron bars that would be blocking his escape. Subaru would wait a good 5 minutes to give Garfield and Ryuzu some time to leave, and cursed energy and rip the chains off the wall. That was ridiculously easy. With a huge burst of stone, the chains would get ripped right off of the wall, Subaru not even having to use much of physical strength, just using a little bit of cursed energy in its raw form to add a little bit of kick to it. Subaru, having escaped the magic blocking chains, would have no issues now getting through the metal bars, bending them like pretzels, and escaping. That was anticlimactic, Subaru would say. I hope Rem hasn't woken up yet. That would be traumatizing. Subaru would sneak back to bed being undetected, where Rem would be waiting for him sleeping still. Subaru would just go back to bed like nothing had ever happened, like he hadn't been kidnapped at all. And once morning rolled around, Subaru would get up, where he'd see Rom looking rather disgruntled and leaves all in her hair. Go out for a morning run, Rom? Rom would grumble, saying that Subaru's making things difficult for her. Rom would ask what she means, but their conversation get cut off when Garfield walks through the door, turns and sees Subaru sitting at the table eating breakfast with the rest of the crew. What? Garfield couldn't say anything more with Rom and Rem being right there, and Subaru just acting really chill about it. Hey, what's up, man? I guess I must sleepwalk or something, because I sure as hell woke up somewhere today different than usual. Subaru would get up and walk over by Garfield, whispering to his ear, a little bit of black coming onto his skin, his voice deepening to match Sukuna's tone. You'd be rather wise not to try that again. There won't be a second time. We all clear? Subaru would pat Garfield on the shoulder, who would have a single drop of sweat dripping down his face, having swore that he had just seen the devil himself. However, Subaru's threat would instead have an opposite effect. Once everyone had gathered their things and begun to leave, Garfield would instead be enraged that this human had tried to threaten him. Getting past the original fear that cursed energy Subaru had charging around him had caused, Garfield's natural instincts to, say, run away, Garfield had now been enraged, his anger causing him to think irrationally. Subaru would now be outside, gathering everyone from Arlem Village, with Rem and Rom at his side. Rom helping with getting everyone together, Otto helping organize everyone, and people getting ready to leave the sanctuary. Garfield would be standing at the entrance waiting for them. The village would stay back, Naruto telling Rem to wait as he goes forward. Garfield would have a look of pure rage on his face, saying no one will be leaving the sanctuary. Subaru would hold his hand up, waving for him to come at him, telling Garfield that if he's gonna make this happen, then he should give it everything he's got. Garfield began powering up, transforming into his ultimate trump card, accessing that tiger full hybrid beast mode, charging at Subaru with a rageful scream. Subaru would smirk, saying, "Sorry, but my girlfriend's standing right over there. It's probably good if I show off a little bit." Subaru would have a huge smile on his face, the sound of flames bursting as cursed energy, a deep crimson red cursed energy, would flow over Subaru's body. Subaru would smirk, saying, "Who do you think's stronger between the two of us? You? Or..." Subaru would step forward, bashing into Garfield with a tackle, elbowing him right in the sternum. "Me? What the hell was that? He hits like a moving carriage!" Garfield would barely have any time to recover and get back into the fight before Subaru hit him with a kick to the head, causing him to go flying and slamming through several trees. Rom, and the Arlem villagers would be terrified of the confrontation, with Subaru turning and telling them not to worry. Garfield would come charging back out, now trying to attack Subaru, but Subaru would be dodging all of his big, easily to read attacks. Subaru's physical strength and speed is completely different in this What If. Not just because of his cursed energy or the fact that he has way more fingers than the Yuji we know from the anime of Jujutsu Kaisen, but also because Subaru in this version has a heavenly restriction, just like what Megami thought Itadori and Maki had. The ability that Subaru wasn't born of cursed energy, but instead was born with the ability to have a high physical strength. Subaru's strong body being inherited from his father's side of the family, if you guys know what Subaru's dad's like. Anyway, since Garfield has basically zero defense against curses, Subaru can mess him up. Unlike Amelia or other spirit arts users with spirits who can battle at least against curses, Subaru is basically able to maul Garfield with almost zero defenses. It's important to remember that cursed energy is a new concept added to ReZero's world, and so many people have zero defense or knowledge of the ability so far. That is, of course, except for a few exceptions. as well as those now newly born special and first grade cursed spirits that are coming into the world of ReZero for the first time. But I'll be leaving those for Arc 5 and beyond, with the emergence of cursed spirits becoming a part of the everyday life for those civilians in ReZero. Anyhow, this version of Subaru sees no need to bring Garfield over to his side, instead deciding that simply domesticating him or taking him out of the equation would be sufficient. Ram and Rem would tell Subaru not to go too hard on him, saying that Garfield is still a member of the Sanctuary. Ram cheering on Subaru in this sense would only piss Garfield off more, who'd swipe at Subaru. Using his beast-like claws, Subaru would grab the claws with two hands, holding them and pushing Garfield's arm back. Letting go of one of his hands, Subaru would then turn it using a one-hand seal. Subaru would use one of the only cursed techniques he can actually use that he's absorbed from Sukuna, that being cleave. One of the techniques that Sukuna can use to sever cursed spirits and living matter in half. Subaru would cleave all of the nails on this hand, basically giving this man a pedicure. He'd laugh as Garfield would look at now his shrunken nails, with Subaru saying that this fight is over. Garfield would growl, saying this fight's not nearly close to. Suddenly, Subaru would appear in front of him, jumping up into the air. So fast! Only before Subaru would take two fingers and poke them at his forehead, using a massive amount of cursed energy to shut off his brain. Think about like what the technique Gojo had used against Itadori when he had knocked him out in the first episode of JJK. So Subaru would knock Garfield unconscious, forcing him to revert back to his human form. Garfield would pick him up and carry him over to Rem, asking what he thinks they should do with him. For now at least, Naruto would head back to Ryuzu, deciding to drop off her pet. Subaru told Rem and Ram to take the villagers and start leaving without him, saying he'll catch up. Rem was even more impressed with Subaru being able to take on Garfield, and Ram would be thinking about that they were both pretty much monsters. Now having dropped off Garfield at Roswell's now home base, he would leave, wishing Amelia good luck with her trials, telling her to do her best. Walking off into the distance, Subaru would not notice the clouds coming overhead. The clouds that would soon be having snowflakes dropping over it. No, Subaru would only focus on trying to catch back up with Rem and Ram and make sure everyone else got back safely, as a carpet of white would slowly begin to build over the sanctuary, waiting for Subaru's return. And that's it for part 14 for What If Subaru Was Sukuna's Vessel. If you guys are looking forward to what's going on next time with the Great Rabbit and finishing off the events with the mansion before going back with Ron Rem and what's going to happen there, then make sure to slap that like button, comment what you thought of the Garfield versus Subaru fight, and subscribe for more videos like this from me. If you guys have any more Black Clover or ReZero what ifs, make sure to slap them down in the comments below. I have a few part 1s that I'm going to be starting once I finish up this Sukuna Subaru series up to the end of season 2. I'm really excited, like I said in the video, for Arc 5, which is after a time skip, because Subaru still has yet to find all of Sukuna's fingers, which is one of Sukuna's goals, as well as see what the effect of curses is having on the world of ReZero. For those of you who don't know, the amount of stress in Jujutsu Kaisen's Earth, where there's not really any wars going on beside like basic humanity issues like famine and hunger and murder and all that, the world of ReZero is pretty fucked up. The world of ReZero had been massacred, half the world being destroyed by the sin of envy, the witch sin of envy. That being, of course, Satella. The amount of negativity, fear, and overall human suffering in this world is intense. This boosting both Sukuna's power, as well as any curses that will now be manifesting out from his fingers that have been sent out into the world. Anyway, that stuff's gonna get really fanfiction-y with some more lore building, but I'm definitely interested in going over to Kairagi in the east and seeing how Subaru, Rem, and the gang would be able to perform there. But that's enough of the future for now. Since it has been almost 3 months and I'm finally finishing the story now, at least to the very end of the Season 2 anime, I'll hit you guys up with a little recap. That being, of course, the end of Part 14 with Subaru leaving with Ram and Rem, letting Amelia do her best under the trial while she works on the Sanctuary side, Subaru leaving to go save the village and also make sure that the two bounty hunters, Elsa and Meili, have no harm on anyone who had stayed back behind in the mansion. As Subaru was leaving, a cloud was beginning to build overhead, but Subaru really didn't take any notice of it, being too focused on his own goals. Anyhow, Subaru would travel alongside Ram and Rem, the Arlem villagers trailing behind them per Subaru's request. While Subaru isn't able to tell others about Return by Death, he still has other ways to make sure people know of the dangers coming ahead. Subaru would say to Ram and Rem that they should be careful when they return back to Roswell's estate, saying that they've been gone for such a long time, having only left behind 2 maids. Of course, Ram and Rem would at first brush this off, with Subaru probably overreacting, considering that Frederica, who's Garfield's sister, is pretty strong in her own right, so if anyone did try to do anything, they probably would have gotten skewered. Subaru would just sigh to this, saying that they should still both be on their guard when they arrive. At this point, Sukuna began talking to Subaru, saying, "Hey, how do you think you're going to beat them this time?" Subaru has never really had these conversations with Sukuna before. As long as it's anything about elf girls or his manga, Sukuna doesn't really talk to Subaru, finding him annoying, and his thoughts intrusive at best. Not to mention that one time with Rem. Anyway, Subaru would take a minute to think about what Sukuna says, responding to Sukuna that now that he has both of the sisters here, it should probably make things easier to take down the 2 assassins. With both Rem and Ram being capable in combat, Subaru can relax and let someone else handle saving Petra, while Subaru can focus on combat. Despite Subaru having consumed less fingers than Itadori has in the current Jujutsu Kaisen manga, Subaru is still far stronger in terms of utilizing Sukuna's power, for 2 reasons. The first of which being time. Subaru has consumed and merged with Sukuna over a long period of years while his body was growing and developing, meaning that Sukuna's curse technique and Subaru himself had a much easier time combining and merging than Itadori would have in the short period of time that he's had Sukuna himself. The second, of course, being that Sukuna's cursed energy and his overall personality and nature have been diluted by Subaru's influence. Unlike Itadori in the original Jujutsu Kaisen manga, where he was this loudmouth, rambunctious kid who Sukuna frankly despised, Subaru was much easier to get along with Sukuna, being more thoughtful and not rejecting Sukuna as hard as Itadori would. For one, because Subaru had no knowledge of cursed techniques, cursed energy, or spirits or anything, and also because to Subaru, Sukuna sort of took the place of his long-dead friend, the one who he himself has taken responsibility for his death. Okay, the point is that Sukuna is just a little bit more chill in this version of events, which is why Subaru is able to utilize his limited domain expansion as well as the sever technique that Sukuna possesses. Unlike the first time, Subaru would have a pretty good plan going into the mansion, talking it over with Sukuna, saying that he's going to use sever to cut down melee if he has to, unless Ram or Rem decide to take her first, and then utilize the domain expansion to completely shut down any of the abilities that Elsa the Bowel Hunter may have. For those of you who remember, I mentioned before, spirits in ReZero and curses from Jujutsu Kaisen are sort of like negative and positive entities of each other. Essentially, if Subaru is able to utilize a domain expansion on Elsa, he'll be able to cancel out her techniques and ensure all of his attacks land a hit. It is one of the most busted abilities in Jujutsu Kaisen, with, of course, Sukuna's ability being to actually manipulate reality, whereas most domain expansions such as Gojo's create a separate dimension, a false illusion where the 2 combatants are forced to bend to the other's will. Subaru and Co would then finally make it back to the Roswell estate. Subaru would insist that the villagers wait at least 20 or 30 minutes back in the edge of the forest before Subaru goes and checks through the village and the mansion. Since all the villagers trust Subaru, they would agree to do this, with them sitting down and waiting for just a while so Subaru can go and check things out. Subaru would crack his knuckles telling Rem and Ram they're going into the mansion. Opening the door, Subaru would immediately see Petra under a table crying in fear. Behind her, gashes on the wall from large claws, slices from some sort of knife, and the sound of growling and metal clanging, and also the scent of blood. Subaru would immediately leap into action, the 2 sisters summoning their weapons respectively as they trail behind Subaru. Rem stopping to check on Petra, make sure she's okay, while Ram runs into the room alongside Subaru. As Subaru turns the corner into the Great Hall, he would see Frederica and Elsa battling. Subaru would notice looking down the hallway that all of the doors were being opened. This is obviously a counter from Elsa trying to find Beatrice so she can kill her.
Subaru would turn, looking at Ram, saying to start opening and looking through the doors, trying to find Beatrice. We need to get her out of the mansion, out of the Great Library now. But Barisu, can you really? Subaru would turn, giving her a look of really? Before Ram would nod, saying understood, as she starts running down the hallway, trying to open and look through the doors, telling Rem what's going on. Rem would want to help fight with Subaru, but she'd understand why Subaru wants to save Beatrice. Rem picking up Petra and carrying her as she runs down the hallway alongside her sister the opposite direction. Subaru would power up with some cursed energy, the red energy covering his fist, as Subaru would run in alongside Frederica, throwing a punch at Elsa. His fist catching her blade as a black flash would send it flying out of her hand. Clattering to the ground, Elsa would reach into her coat, pulling out a second blade as she tries to slice off Subaru's arm. Frederica would catch the arm and her knife with her teeth, asking Subaru what he's doing here. Subaru would quickly convey to her, saying that they're here to help, and also they brought the Arlen villagers back from the sanctuary. Subaru would ask Frederica if she can hold Elsa for just a few seconds. If you can do it, then I can finish this in one attack. But then you and Rem are gonna have to handle the rest, because there's a second assassin here. It's a little girl from the incident before in the village with the maw beasts. I think her name's Meili. She has a manticore maw beast, and it's going to come into the mansion and start attacking all of us. I'll need you to handle her while I take down Elsa. Elsa would snarl as she pulls her blade out from Frederica's mouth, slashing Frederica's face while she does so. Frederica would make a roaring sound as her tail whips through the hallway, slashing at Subaru, who dodges out of the way. And so Frederica would do her best, preoccupying Elsa with battle, as Subaru then makes a hand seal. Only half, Subaru would be thinking, trying to summon only half of his cursed energy. Elsa would get past Frederica, trying to cut at Subaru, but it was too late. Partial domain expansion. Malevolent shrine. Suddenly, Elsa would see a broken Buddhist totem, as Subaru would have turned the entire world to black, a blue, almost illuminated water beneath his feet. Elsa standing there, wondering what the hell type of magic this is. The Malevolent Shrine, the perfection technique of cleave and dismantle, the severing techniques that Subaru has from Sukuna. Subaru within his domain expansion would slice Elsa into millions of pieces, her first getting cut into thirds, then fourths, then fifths, all the way up into 30 seconds, as chunks of flesh would fall to the ground. Subaru would then separate his hands, ending the domain expansion and cutting the flow of cursed energy, as Elsa would fall into pieces to the ground in seemingly seconds to Frederica. Subaru would have been able to activate his domain expansion before Elsa was able to use her cursed doll technique, which actually managed to kill Elsa and completely disable her effect of her seeming full immortality from his prior runs. Subaru would fall over 3/4. Not good. Not having realized how much cursed energy he was going to take just for his first attack. Now actually regretting having thrown that black flash earlier to have used even more of his cursed energy. Subaru would fall to the ground, his hands and knees panting, his head feeling woozy as he didn't expect to use so much energy in just one attack. Anyway, needless to say, Elsa was dead. Now they just had to deal with Meili, but Subaru was severely weakened, basically just barely able to stand and walk around. As such, Subaru would ride on Federica's back, coming alongside Ram and Rem down the hallway, who still had yet to manage to find Beatrice. Subaru would dismount, falling and rolling to the ground, breathing heavily, Rem running over and asking what's wrong. After all, Rem knows that Subaru has a lot more stamina than this.
Get it? Cause sex jokes are funny?
A roar accompanied by a wave of flames would engulf the mansion as the manticore would shatter through the glass window alongside Meili, now inside the mansion, preparing to attack its now prey. Anyway, they'd break rank with Rem, Ram, and Frederica now going to take on the new beast, while Subaru would try and find Beatrice, using his abilities of dungeon crawling to do so rather quickly. Subaru would then have this whole emotional discussion just like the original ReZero, where Subaru would put together the dots, realizing that Beatrice and Echidna are connected, alongside hearing the speech from Beatrice on if he is that person, the person who is destined to come and save her. It's at this point where things change. Subaru could not be that person, like quite literally, because Subaru's cursed energy is the opposite of spiritual energy. While in the original ReZero, Subaru was rather well liked by spirits, this Subaru quite literally cannot have a spirit contract because he's kind of already in one with Sukuna, and Sukuna being a cursed spirit would not be allowing that to happen. If you guys remember what happened with Mahito when he tried to interact with
Itadori's soul, things weren't going to be pretty. Subaru would hold out his hand saying, I can't make a contract with you, but I can be your friend. Beatrice would have tears in her eyes, grabbing onto Subaru. As flames would begin to engulf the mansion, Subaru would pick her up, and her book being left behind would take her to meet outside with Rem, Ram, and of course Frederica and Petra. It's at this point that Meili would learn that instead of Subaru being preoccupied fighting Elsa, Elsa had been killed, and now it was almost a 6v1 battle. Meili would hold her hands up, disarming and releasing her mobbies, immediately foregoing any chance of fighting, giving up and being imprisoned by the Amelia camp. Now that Subaru had successfully tamed, quote-unquote, Beatrice, as well as saved the villagers, Subaru would let everyone know that it's time to head back to the sanctuary. In Subaru's mind, not knowing that there was anything waiting for him back there, thinking that the main hurdle of the event has finally happened. At least that's what Subaru would be thinking. After this point, Subaru would get Ram and Rem's help with tying up Meili, their new prisoner, as well as taking the villagers back home, saying that everything's okay and that they should be alright. The mob beasts that had been under Meili's control disappearing under the influence from the crystals that Amelia places and fills with magic to repel the beasts. Anyway, now that the villagers had now finally made it home safely, Subaru could take Ram and Rem, leaving Frederica alongside Meili to guard and make sure she doesn't try to escape. Inside the mansion with Petra, Subaru rushing back to the sanctuary on Petrash alongside Rem and Ram. Beatrice riding along with Subaru. Rem would make a pouting face at Subaru, but he would be too busy distracted on the task ahead to notice. Rem making a sound. In the back of Subaru's mind, Sukuna would be chuckling, but Subaru would have no idea why, wondering why this old guy's laughing. He'd brush it off though, as he just assumes that it's because of what Rem just did. This would prove to be a mistake. As Subaru, Ram, Rem, and Beatrice would arrive back at the sanctuary, they would notice there was a blanket of snow freshly covering the sanctuary. This snow not having been there when they had left merely about a day ago. The group, alongside Petrash, would enter into the now completely frozen wasteland. No sounds ranging over the forest, not a peep, not a squeal, no people laughing, no one of any kind. No smoke from chimneys, just silence. Subaru and his friends would walk towards the main sanctuary at the graveyard, wondering if something happened and the villagers, including Amelia, might have all grouped together into one spot. As they are making their way towards the graveyard, Subaru would hear a rustling sound, turning. Petrash is ground dragging, growling. Ram and Rem would feel the hair on the back of their necks stand as everyone would turn. This rustling sound immediately stopping, and the snow that was previously behind them, unfilled with tracks, would be slightly bumped up on the surface. Subaru would turn back as he would look down, seeing a small white rabbit with red eyes. It almost seemed to be nibbling on something. As Subaru bends down to look at the rabbit, everyone else would turn, Beatrice's eyes flashing as she shouts, "Subaru, get away from that!" But it was too late. Subaru would see the cursed energy surrounding the rabbit, as he'd be horrified to see one of Amelia's ribbons being chewed on by the white small creature. The rabbit would leap up, biting one of Subaru's fingers and ripping it off of his body, consuming it. Subaru could feel an essence piece of Sukuna being ripped away, as Subaru would realize black marks are beginning to cover the rabbit. The cursed energy from Sukuna would cause the rabbits to go into a frenzy. Beatrice, Subaru, Ram, and Rem all trying their hardest to fight and kill them off. They would only get stronger as they would swirl around. Beatrice wouldn't have a contract formed with Subaru or anyone here, not having expected to be needed in battle so quickly. She would have easily been able to pair with Ram or Rem to use their odd as a gate, so she could at least use her own stored magic from the Great Library to defeat the White Rabbit, but it was too late. The rabbits would slowly but surely melt down our heroes, burrowing themselves within their bodies and consuming them from the inside out. Subaru screaming as he has a slow, painful death alongside his friends, seeing two more eyes growing on the rabbit and Sukuna laughing. Subaru would wake up hearing that sound, his head still fuzzy, as he would directly transfer into the next timeline, having returned by death. Sukuna, having been returned back to him at the point of the waypoint, would be laughing on Subaru's mind, now updating his memories, as he tells Subaru that's hilarious. "Oh, kid, You got so far. You really even thought you were gonna really beat it this time. Such a shame. It looks like someone else seems to be impeding on your plans. Gambare. Damn it! Subaru punched the ground, shattering the stone underneath his fist, and now recalculating what he needs to do. The mansion, everyone of Orlam Village, Elsa, Miley, who? Garfield? Ryuzu? No, they wouldn't do that to their own people here in the sanctuary. They hate the outsiders. As Subaru was contemplating what's going on, he would snap back to reality upon hearing Amelia's cries. Rushing over to Amelia and helping pick her up, carrying her out of the graveyard and making sure she's alright, waking her up and wiping the tears on her face. Subaru's mind was preoccupied with how. This had never happened in any of the prior runs that he had completed within the sanctuary so far, with all the other attempts he's had to try and save everyone. He had really thought that the mansion was the biggest of his issues, but now it seemed to him that there was a three-pronged assault. One being the Witch of Greed Echidna and her trials. Subaru had left that task to Amelia to complete, putting complete faith in her as the next potential ruler of Lagunica. The second was taking down the assassins at the mansion who were trying to kill Roswell's staff and potentially all of the villagers. And now third, this mysterious entity who could summon one of the three great maw beasts, the White Rabbit. Subaru was certain that if he had full mastery of Sukuna's domain expansion, he could probably kill all of the great rabbits at the same time, but knowing this guy, after the way he laughed at seeing Subaru suffering like that, no way he's gonna help me and do something that nice. Subaru knows that Beatrice needs someone to be in contract for her to be able to actually utilize her full power. Beatrice having stated towards the end of the fight herself that if she had been contracted, she would have been able to defeat them easily. And now there were only two people whose puzzles didn't seem to fit perfectly into place. Ryuzu Mayor, the leader and elected self-leader of the sanctuary, and alongside her, Roswell. There have been a few comments in the last couple of runs that Subaru and Sukuna specifically have noticed. Sukuna being a little bit smarter than Subaru, would have mumbled a few times just his thoughts out loud, Subaru being able to hear his whimsical thinking. For one of those thoughts being Sukuna wanting to kill this clown guy. Subaru hadn't really taken it into heart at first, but actually thinking about it, Sukuna was kind of right. Why was Roswell injured from just one attempt at the sanctuary? Even Subaru, who really shouldn't have qualifications, was able to make it out of the sanctuary with light to minimal injuries. Even if Roswell didn't have qualifications and was damaged, he has tons of magic, and it's not like this would have put him down for the count for all of the days that Subaru had been gone back at the mansion. If Roswell really is as powerful as his reputation leads Subaru to believe, he should have been able to take care of the Great Rabbit or at least stall it until Subaru and his party had gotten back. It's at this point Subaru would remember a little tidbit from Season 1 that Rem and Ram had mentioned, that Roswell was powerful enough to change the weather. Subaru's mind would be racing at thousands of thoughts per minute. Is it possible? Did Roswell sick the assassins on his own people back at the mansion to distract Subaru to get him away from the sanctuary? Did he summon the Great Rabbit with his magic? Why? Why would he do that? Unknown to Subaru about this theory, Subaru would have hit the nail right on the head, with Roswell being the main antagonist of this arc all along. As Subaru exits the graveyard, he meets up with Rem and Ram, who had been separated from them when they had been teleported upon entering into the sanctuary, for what to them seemed as the first time. Subaru would be carrying Amelia, who would say she's okay, deciding to put her down. Rem making a pouty face and feeling irritated by seeing this. Subaru makes sure to pat Ram on the head, saying that Amelia was just way too weak to walk at that point. Amelia saying, hey, she's not weak. Yeah, I know. Anyway, man, I'm tired after that whole ordeal, Subaru would say. Let's head back to the place for tonight, and then we can talk about what we want to do with the trials in the morning. Subaru would greet Roswell, who was still wrapped up in bandages, alongside Ram rushing to his side, of course Ram still crushing on Roswell in this timeline, and Amelia explaining what happened to her in the trials, saying that she seems to have been unable to complete them because of what she had seen. Roswell nodding and telling Amelia to take her time, saying that she will be the one to save the sanctuary as part of her ascendance to the next king of Lagunica. Oh, and how'd it go this time, Subaru? Roswell would have a smile in his eyes. Subaru would feel like he had seen right to his very soul. Subaru standing stock still as a chill would creep across his back. Does he know about return by death? Or hell, does he know everything about Sukuna? What do you mean? The travel? Oh, it was fine. The travel. Yes. After having a light discussion with Amelia, as he had in the original timeline, discussing about why Puck's gone missing and how Amelia can do this, Subaru would give her a pep talk, cheering her up and saying that everyone's counting on her and that she can do this. This is definitely something that she's capable of. Subaru would be quick to add on that, although I know you would never ask me for help on anything, if you do need it, I guess what I'm saying is if you need a hand, I'm here, alright? Amelia would smile, thanking Subaru for being there for her, especially when someone who was so important to her like Puck was missing. To Subaru, he was already moving steps ahead of his plans, trying to figure out what he needed to do in order to gain the trust of everyone to protect and save the sanctuary. Just like the original run from last time, Subaru and Ren would have some nightly sparring. And after Ren was asleep, against Subaru's massive stamina, cursed energy, Sukuna cheering him on, Subaru would sneak out of his room, climbing out the window as he then runs to the graveyard, wanting at least one last meeting with the Witch of Greed. After all, he'd only confirmed a few things of her, and he was hoping that Echidna would be willing to offer him something more lucrative in terms of knowledge. Having blown her off that first time, Subaru thought that she might want to redeem herself for looking so unwitch-like. Subaru would arrive at the graveyard running inside as he could feel a pounding headache as he screams out Echidna's name to let him in. To Subaru's surprise, however, he would see in front of him a girl who looked a lot like Rem. But I was just... Wait a minute. You're not Rem. Subaru would charge Curse energy to his fist, ready to strike at this imposter. The girl would squeal as the dust would begin to cover the room as Subaru fades off into unconsciousness, entering the realm where the souls of the dead witches rest. In front of him would instead be the Witch of the Sin of Lust, a small, thin girl. She would cry out that she only thought that Subaru seemed stressed and that she was just trying to comfort him, calm him down. Subaru would pull back his blow, asking if she knows where Echidna is. Hey, wait a minute! Subaru's memories would come back to him just as they have every time he's entered the realm, remembering that he had passed one of the trials and had managed to have a tearful goodbye of his father and mother. Sukuna, I asked you to remind me, remember? Hey, bozo, you don't think you can really boss me around, huh? You're not the boss of me. I'll tell you whatever I feel like. God, you're such a tsundere. Sukuna would go quiet. Hey, kid. She's here. That damn bitch. Huh? More of the witches would appear, Echidna appearing at her typical table, now yelling at the others to go back where they came from, getting annoyed, saying that it was her who he wanted to meet with. Echidna in this version wouldn't even have had time to ask Subaru to agree to a contract of her, which would have allowed her to watch him and Sukuna all the time and conduct her research. Now that all the other witches were here, she knew that wasn't going to happen. Fine, what did you want to ask? Subaru would grin, asking Echidna if she knows if Roswaal knows about his return by death ability. Echidna would smile, remembering Roswaal, huh? We begin to get a more detailed backstory on Beatrice and Roswaal's relationship with Echidna. Echidna explaining to Subaru about the history between the Roswaal family and Hendrickson, a warlock who had attacked her and her students. Subaru would listen to her story, remembering what had happened to Ryuzu Mayor and the sanctuary's purpose to begin with. That is, of course, to protect Echidna and the souls of the dead witches of sin. Echidna would refrain from telling Subaru or Sukuna about her other objective, for those of you who have read the ReZero light novels. Anyway, Subaru would put together the dots, now knowing that this magical book that both Beatrice and Roswaal possess, this black notebook, had a way of telling them the future and the events that have occurred, giving Roswaal some idea that Subaru can traverse timelines, as well as the power of a demon that he holds within inside himself. That being the king of curses, Ryomen Sukuna. Echidna would tell Subaru an extra piece of information, saying that until Subaru's arrival in this world, the existence of physical curses that had intelligence, such as spirits, was unheard of, and they just suddenly started manifesting all over this world immediately around the same time that Subaru had appeared. Subaru's eyes would be shocked, realizing that his, and most importantly Sukuna's presence, had caused cursed energy to be introduced to this world for what seemed to be the first time ever. Like an invasive plant species invading a new territory, with the only caution against it being its natural predator being spirits and the spirit arts. Magic users basically having no way to defend themselves against cursed spirits, aside from being spirit wielders themselves. Akina herself has been studying the rare occurrence of mob beasts absorbing cursed energy through several various means. In fact, even the fear of them, these certain mob beasts, have powered them with cursed energy. That, of course, being the 3 great demons that were created by the Witch of Gluttony: the White Whale, the White Rabbit, and the Black Serpent. While these mob beasts were powerful before, the fear surrounding them has given them even more power. Because all of humanity fears these great mob beasts, they have become cursed spirits combined with mob beasts, a rare half-breed, with them gaining even more strength than they originally would have. Essentially what she's implying as she points at Subaru is that it's his fault that these demons are awakening and becoming a nuisance for the people who live on this planet. It's my fault? Subaru would be thinking about all the times that he had tried to save everyone. The demon attacks back during season 1, the white whale, and even the white rabbit now. Subaru would squeeze his hand looking down at it. It's all my fault. Again. Subaru grit his teeth, saying that he will get rid of the 3 great mob beasts, cursed spirits from this world, and make sure that his mistake is righted. Just as Subaru finishes having his conversation, asking the different witches of sin about their goals and motives, having this similar conversation that the original Subaru would have had in ReZero Season 2, Subaru would feel an eerie feeling across his back, Sukuna making a k sound. Even the other witches would be surprised as Subaru would turn, seeing a black mass moving toward them. No. As Subaru looks closer, he would clearly see her face. She was beautiful. A silver-haired half-elf. She had a divine appearance almost, like an older, more mature Amelia. But this was no Amelia. While Amelia would have eyes filled with energy and a nature of enthusiasm, this person's eyes were dull and empty, a purple sheen coating them, as if there was something hidden behind her face, like it was a mask. Subaru would walk towards Satella, the Witch of Envy. Gritting his teeth and squeezing his fist, Satella wincing, thinking that he might try to punch her. But no. To everyone's surprise, Subaru would get down on his knees and bow to her, thanking her so much for giving him the opportunity to save all of his friends. Satella would be taken aback, tears filling her eyes, not realizing that this was the reaction Subaru was going to have to what she had been giving to him as a gift because of her love for him. Subaru would recall all the moments that her power had saved him and his friends, thinking of the times and the pain he's had to endure to be able to go back in time, to restart from zero, to be able to save everyone. Sorry about this guy. Sukuna's mouth would appear on Subaru's face, yelling at Satella and telling her to get the hell out of his body. Sukuna making a whole mess, saying, "This kid belongs to me, you hear that? This is my body, witch. Next time you come back in here, we're gonna have a huge fight, you get that?" Satella would wipe away her tears, asking Subaru if that's all he really wanted to say. Subaru looked down, saying that at first he hated her, and he had no idea why she loves him so much. "I've heard it every time that I've died. I hear your whispers in my ear. I have no idea why you say those things. I can tell you I don't feel the same way about you though, but I do. I am appreciative of what you've given me. Without being able to return back by death, Sukuna, even this guy might have killed some of my friends a few times." This Subaru is a lot less brat-like than his original self, who had gotten mad at Satella and was all cryy about how she was making him suffer. This Subaru's soul has been impeded by a demon his entire life, so just having another one really didn't bother him that much. And the real pain from Return by Death was losing the memories that him and his friends had made together, and having to rebuild them over and over again. But that was something Subaru had come to accept at this point, realizing that his own weakness was the cause of this ability's failure. If Subaru was stronger, he'd never even have to rely on Return by Death like this. And as a result, Satella would see Subaru's tears. He was frustrated, not with her, but with himself. Subaru would once again bow, thanking all of them, and saying that he's going to take care of this thing going on in the sanctuary. Akina would smirk, saying, "You know, kid, you're offering your thanks to some of the most evil people ever alive." And to that, Subaru would smirk, looking up, as black lines would take over across his face, him talking in double tone.
You guys, the most evil alive? That's evidently me, the king of curses, real man.
Ah, shut up! Subaru would slap his own face, covering Sukuna's mouth, hearing a muffled sound. Well, there you have it. This guy clearly thinks he's way worse than all of you. And having heard the things he's done, like, this dude literally ate children when he was alive. I'm serious. Like, he's pretty much just as bad, if not worse than all of you. In fact, I heard from him that when he was still alive as a Jujutsu sorcerer back in my original world, he would purposefully go after women and children first because he enjoyed their screams. Talk about messed up. Hey, now it was a different time back then. Ah, come on, Sukuna, you sound like one of those guys on Twitter. It's true, it's true. We didn't have manga to entertain ourselves, so the crunching bones of children was really the only way to go. Okay, I know you're lying on that one. Several of the witches would be giggling at Subaru having a conversation with himself, finding this Sukuna fellow to be quite endearing and similar to them. Satella would close her eyes, waving and pardoning goodbye to Subaru, as Subaru would leave the witches' tea party, finally being granted the ability to retain the memories from the party by Echidna. Upon leaving the witches' tea party and waking back up, Subaru would have his goal realized, knowing exactly what it is he needs to do. I'm taking down Roswell, and I'm freeing everyone here. Amelia is going to be the one to defeat your graveyard, Echidna. Subaru would pound his hand to his other fist. It's time to get started. The next day, Subaru would wake up early, as he would wake up Rem, Ram, and Amelia. He would also exit the building to go gather Garfield as well as Ryuzu and Otto, getting everyone into the same room with Subaru, Otto, Ryuzu, Garfield, Rem, Ram, Roswell, and Amelia. At this point, he would confront Garfield and Ryuzu first, saying that everyone's here for this meeting today because they need to discuss what they're going to do about the sanctuary and finishing the trials. Garfield immediately pointing at Amelia, saying it's her fault that she hasn't been able to complete it. Amelia would look down, looking sort of ashamed. Subaru would slap Garfield's hand, saying to not speak out of turn, saying that he's the one who's running this meeting. Garfield would get annoyed by this, wondering who this Subaru thinks he is. Thinks he's some big shot or something, huh? Subaru would sigh, saying that as he raises his own hand, if anyone has something they want to add to the discussion, raise your hand so that we can have an organized discussion. I don't want this to just break out into a yelling match, understand? Everyone would be quiet, watching him. Subaru would make a sound. Alright then. Subaru would push his hands on the tail, making a loud banging sound. There's 3 problems that we have currently going on here in the sanctuary. First off, the trials. Subaru couldn't say himself that he had completed the trials, now actually having his memories after the final witch's tea party, but he was able to understand what Amelia might be going through, that of course being her past. Subaru would actually be honest here, deciding to see what would happen if he lays the truth out for everyone in a format that would not trigger the return by death effect. And for those of you wondering, no, he's not made the deal with Roswell where if he fails in this loop that he has to continue with it or he has to follow Roswell's plan or whatever. So as of right now, there's really no consequences to him doing this. Subaru would announce to everyone that he, when he had been teleported into the graveyard, had completed the first trial by himself already, with him and Amelia both having entered their trials. Garfield and Ryuzu would appear shocked, even Rem and Amelia being surprised, asking how that's even possible. Subaru would think about this for a moment before stating that he's technically not completely human. Subaru would put a finger to his face to a slit next to his eye as he pulls down, another eye being revealed. Subaru would hold a hand to his chin with everyone being shocked, as he says that he thinks he's something like half demon. This would actually confirm a few things for both Amelia and Rem, with Amelia having seen Sukuna before in person with the weird black marks covering Subaru, and Rem the same. So maybe it's because of that that I'm able to also take the trials like Amelia, since we're both half human. Subaru would continue. Anyway, Amelia, it's not my place to complete the trials here. It's yours. If you're going to be the next king of Lagunica, this is something that you're going to have to face by yourself. I don't know what sort of trauma it is that you're facing within that first trial. Trust me, I get it though. Subaru would brush the topic off, saying, next, Amelia is going to be handling the trials for the sanctuary. The next topic, Subaru would say, is getting all the villagers out of the sanctuary and taking them home. Currently, there's no way Amelia is going to be able to focus on the trials if she has to worry about the safety of all the people from Arlem Village who are hiding here. To make things fair, I suggest that Rem and Ram stay here as collateral of Roswell in case I don't come back. Meanwhile, me and Otto can head back to the village and Otto can take charge of the villagers until Roswell gets back. Afterwards, you guys can discuss that deal about buying that oil you wanted to sell, right? Otto would nod, thanking Subaru for remembering him, unlike me when I was writing this story. And then what's the third issue, Ram would ask. To this, Subaru would look down at his hands, before looking up and just saying it out loud. I don't think Ryuzu and Garfield actually want us to break the sanctuary's barrier. We get that little anime effect here where it shows everyone's faces in shock with the sound effects. Rouse would be interested, saying, oh? Garfield would growl, asking what the hell is he saying? Subaru would turn, looking him directly in his eyes. I think that after your sister left, I think that you got scared of the outside world and don't want to leave your little safe space. And as for Ryuzu, Subaru would narrow his eyes. You have some sort of deal going on with the Witch of Greed, don't you? Subaru would be basically confronting all of the issues here with balls of steel. Having all the facts and information from Echidna, knowing about Garfield's past from the prior run along with what happened with his sister, as well as Roswell's intentions and his own deal with the Witch of Greed, Roswell would be confronted here without Subaru even saying anything. Subaru would turn back to Garfield, Garfield basically holding in his fist and gritting his teeth. Feel free to punch me if you want, Subaru would say. I'm just telling you the truth. If you want to fight about it. Subaru charged curse energy over his fist, his nails extending. Then that's fine too. The point is, Garfield, I think it's about time you take that test for yourself with the Sanctuary. Subaru, Rem would say. At this point, Garfield would snap, throwing a punch at Subaru. Subaru would catch it with his fist as Garfield would begin to transform into his beast form. Not wanting to destroy the room or damage or hurt anyone within it, Subaru would kick Garfield through the wall outside as he walks through the rubble. Roswell would have a slight snicker on his face, thinking, so this is how you're going to do it. Alright, here's the rules, kid. We're gonna have ourselves a little match, alright? The winner gets to decide what's going to happen here in the Sanctuary. Be it if you all want to stay or if you want to go. I don't care, whatever you decide. So if you're so opposed to everyone getting out of here and getting to choose where they want to live, then bring it. Garfield would growl, saying there's no way he'll let Subaru win, saying that he's gonna kill him. Subaru would snicker, making an evil smile on his face, mimicking that of Sukuna. Oh? Well, I guess we're putting our lives on the line then. And so they conduct a duel against Amelia's request, Amelia being upset at both Subaru and Garfield about this, with Rem watching on the sidelines and Ram being the referee. The terms of my conditions for victory, Garfield. If I win, you have to go back into the graveyard and retake your trial. And if I lose, well, I guess you can kill me then. Ram would say begin as Garfield would charge at Subaru. Subaru lowering into a stance as he charges cursed energy into his palm, throwing his palm out as the cursed energy would drift behind it, similar to Yuji's divergent fist. Subaru would pull his palm back as the cursed energy would keep moving forward, slamming into Garfield, slowing his momentum down. Since most of, if not all of Sukuna's abilities come with killing things, slicing and dicing them up, Subaru here isn't trying to kill Garfield. He's trying to make him change his mind so he can get Garfield on his side and also begin to interrogate Ryuzu properly. And so Subaru's fight against Garfield would begin as he tries to take on the Sanctuary and all of its problems head forth. Quick bastard, stop dodging! Having a little trouble there, Garfield? Subaru would say cockily, dodging underneath another one of Garfield's fisticuffs. Garfield grunting, once again having missed to hit his target. Subaru would at this point be playing with Garfield, just showing the skill difference between the two of them. Garfield is the kind of kid who needs to be put in his place sometimes, and Subaru had picked up on this. Subaru would be dodging and weaving around his attacks while Ram would be watching, this making Garfield even more embarrassed considering Ram is the girl he has a crush on. Subaru would decide to throw in his own punch just to show that Garfield has some integrity in a fight. Subaru pulling back his fist and using a divergent fist, shooting a blast of cursed energy into Garfield's right arm as he ducks underneath it. Subaru would immediately feel the impact from his cursed energy hitting into Garfield, Garfield's arm making a nasty snapping sound as his arm is getting forcibly pushed back into its socket. Garfield would rip his arm back away from Subaru, now feeling a numbness like he had just jolted his elbow. It was like sparks of electricity were flowing down his fur through his entire arm. It's at this point that Subaru would once again dodge another kick from Garfield, who at this point would be starting to try and just tackle Subaru to get him locked in one place. This would not work. As Garfield lands on top of Subaru, Subaru would pull his knees back, condensing his cursed energy into a wall above him. Then, kicking out with a spring lock kick, he would kick Garfield's entire form off of him, before Subaru would then leap back up, pulling himself up back to his feet. Subaru would be deciding to finish up the fight, taking a single step forward, but as he does so, a sudden nausea would overtake his entire head. What? Subaru would try to throw the punch he was attempting to, but as he tries to throw his last punch, he'd stumble and fall over. Garfield trying to take the opportunity to attack him as he tries to throw a punch at Subaru, landing the blow and causing Subaru to crack one of his ribs. Subaru falling backwards as he looks down at his hands. What the hell? Like a delayed action, suddenly a dark, shadowy hand would appear, a purpley miasma that seemingly no one except Subaru was able to witness, as it would fly upwards, punching Garfield in the chin and basically barely pushing him back a little bit. Subaru would see this hand, realizing that Garfield didn't even see what it had hit him, and would realize through this seeing the hand as he remembered his battle against Betelgeuse, the Archbishop of Sloth, just back at the mansion a few weeks ago. Subaru would be now trying to actually have to fight Garfield, now being thrown off his balance in his game and his battle rhythm, realizing that his body has absorbed the authority of Sloth, wondering if it was him or Sukuna who had actually inherited the authority. Now, there's actually some pretty good reasons to why Subaru would be afraid of this, because if Sukuna takes over his body at some point again and within the future and can utilize the authority of Sloth, Sukuna is a combat genius and has been around for centuries, while Subaru, who is not a slouch himself, is probably going to be nowhere near the level of instant mastery that someone like Sukuna is. So Sukuna, with the ability to use invisible hands that no one else can see to pummel people, is not exactly something Subaru wants to see. On the other hand, this is going to make things with Rem pretty interesting. Did I just introduce the tentacle tag to ReZero? Moving on from that for now. Anyway, Subaru would recover, now flipping back onto his feet as he starts to get serious to end the fight, running forward as he throws a punch without any cursed energy into Garfield's face onto his nose, sending the large tiger-like creature falling to its back as Subaru would pummel him with 3 of his fists, covering one of them with cursed energy with a final blow, causing the ground beneath Garfield to crack and Garfield's eyes to turn white, rolling inside his head. Garfield would have been soundly beat, having gotten one really good hit on Subaru, which was now beginning to cause him some pain, as he feels the right side of his body in utter agony from Garfield's huge fists that had basically been completely unprotected by cursed energy. And so, according to the rules Subaru had established, Garfield would now be mandated by everyone at present, and the Sanctuary as a whole, to retake his trial and finally witness his past. Ryuzu Shima, the white Ryuzu, would be taken into custody by Ramen Rem, giving Subaru time to recover before he can ask her the questions about the Sanctuary and more specifically about the Ryuzu's connection to Echidna, the Witch of Greed. It's at this point where we get some intervention from Roswaal as well as an explanation to everyone about the true origins of the Sanctuary, as well as the attack from the Warlock of Melancholy and his attack against the Witch of Greed. In fact, Hector is the reason the Sanctuary was even created. Roughly 400 years ago, the Warlock of Melancholy, otherwise known as Hector, was pursuing Echidna all the way to the location now known as the Sanctuary, where he had swiftly defeated Roswaal's own ancestor, Roswaal A. Mathers, in combat, who had been trained by Echidna alongside Echidna's spirit creation, that being Beatrice. With none of those currently present having been at the fight between the Witch of Greed and Hector, the outcome of their fight and the status of this man and his whereabouts are unknown. Any historical records of him have been completely wiped in the 400 years since his appearance. Essentially, to cut to the chase and be able to finish this off in a somewhat reasonable amount of time, Subaru, after this, with the new information obtained from his battle with Garfield and interrogating Ryuzu, would come to understand 2 things. One being Roswaal's goal, as well as him having taken over the bodies of his now descendants, and his goal to revive Echidna. Ryuzu's goal, of course, to not free the Sanctuary in accordance with the original Ryuzu mayor's ideals. Beatrice's hesitance against leaving the Great Library and also her mission that had been assigned to her from Echidna. And finally, Amelia's past being the main problem for why the Sanctuary's trials can't be solved. It's at this point that we'd have a similar situation occur that happened within the manga, with a slight difference. Subaru is much more aware of the value of contracts, especially with people like Sukuna, who are manipulative and evil, and Roswaal was screaming that with his new offer, telling Subaru in private before the next day's events, with Subaru having decided to head back to the mansion to clear that up like he had in the last run. Roswaal, once again, as he had in the original ReZero, making a soul contract with Subaru. One difference between this and the original ReZero is that even if Subaru does break the contract with Roswaal, Sukuna won't allow Roswaal to tarnish Subaru's soul because that's touching his soul. So even if Subaru does break the contract with Roswaal in this timeline, it's not gonna work. It won't have an effect on Subaru's astral body or his physical body, because if he dies, then he'll get revived by Return by Death. And if he's affected on his soul through magic, then Sukuna can just eradicate it with his power as being, of course, the king of curses and also having dominion over contracts with Subaru. But just for the sake of things, Subaru doesn't know about that. So he would take up Roswaal's challenge, acknowledging that Roswaal was being manipulated by the book, the black book he carried around with him that told him about Return by Death, and his suspicions of Echidna manipulating everything behind the scenes turning out to be true. Sukuna making a sound, saying that all those damn witches are the same. The next day, Subaru would stay behind, saying he would catch up, sending Ram and Rem on their own to the mansion. Otto would stay behind with Subaru and Patrash, hoping to catch up to them, sending those two on foot while they would catch up by ground dragon after Garfield takes his trial and accompanies them to the mansion. Amelia would be waiting, deciding to take her trial later in the day once Subaru and company would return either that day or the next day, and also because Subaru doesn't want to mentally weaken Amelia before he and Roswaal have a clash. Of course, Subaru wanting to get rid of that book, Ram's agenda just happening to align with his. Plan, set, break. Anyway, Subaru would wait patiently while Garfield would take his trial, re-seeing everything that Ryuzu had shown him when he had taken his trial many years ago as a child. When he had accidentally gone into the sanctuary, Ryuzu had gone in after him, and they both had experienced the past, Ryuzu experiencing the truth behind the original Ryuzu mayor and her subsequent death, quote-unquote. This time, when Garfield entered into the sanctuary and would now begin to retake the first trial, he would see when his mother and sister were leaving the sanctuary, a past of which Garfield has been avoiding for the last several years. Needless to say, Garfield would watch, and once again this time as an older teen, because he was a young child when he first saw the sanctuary trial, would not be as mentally scarred. We would see the past in which Frederica himself and their mother, Recia, was picked up by Roswaal and given a home in the sanctuary. Recia had left her children in the sanctuary in hopes of finding her missing husband, with Garfield and Frederica living together until she left when Garfield was like a 4-year-old. Also, thinking back on it, that was like super irresponsible, considering that she left her 4-year-old brother alone in a sanctuary when, you know, her mom had left the two of them and he already had parental mommy issues. Denji? Denji, is that you? Anyway, after Garfield's whole situation would be cleared through his trial, Garfield would have several revelations and eventually get over his past, successfully clearing the first trial of the sanctuary. At this point, Subaru would send Garfield and Otto on Patrash to head back to the mansion and catch up with the girls. Rem and Ram, having been sent by themselves, should probably be getting pretty close even on foot. Hoping that they make it on time, Garfield would transform into his full beast form, helping Subaru. Otto would ride Patrash, the two now leaving back for the mansion. At this point, Subaru would stay with Amelia and be basically pepping her up the entire time before it's time to take her trial, explaining to her that even though Puck's not there, he will be playing her cheerleader instead, faking some pom-pom motions. Sukuna would be sitting inside watching this, just cringing. Amelia would laugh a little, covering her face. From a far distance, we would see Rem get slightly annoyed, but she didn't know exactly why. Subaru would play his part, prepping Amelia up and being her cheerleader to get her ready for her trial, even telling her about what he remembers from his trial, with him facing his parents and the death of a friend when he was young. Amelia would think about all of this, remembering the trauma she experienced from her first attempt on the trial just a few days ago, thanking Subaru, and as the time approaches, Amelia's trial beginning, with her waking up back in Elier Forest as a young child, her aunt and of course the young Betelgeuse being present as well. With Amelia facing her past and eventually coming to find what happened to Eleanor Forest, what happened with Pandora being the Witch of Vainglory, and also how she was the one who almost released the seal on Satella, and completely froze the entirety of Eleanor Forest with unleashing her magical power, sealing herself within the ice, and Puck being the one to rescue her. While Amelia is dealing with the trial, Subaru would be on Roswell watch duty, as I'll call it. Subaru himself had actually dedicated this task, knowing at this point that Roswell was the only one capable of summoning that great rabbit. This time, Subaru would be doing everything within his power to prevent Roswell from interfering with his goal and prevent him summoning the white rabbit. This would result in Subaru and Roswell being lured into a fight, Roswell using magic, Subaru using all of his own power to hold Roswell back and prolong their fight until everyone can return back to the sanctuary. Subaru would be fighting for his life against one of the greatest magic users of all time, Roswell with one of his sixfold casts trying to create the weather manipulation, and of course him using his other hand and other portions of his body to create 5, 4, and 3-fold casts to attack Subaru with multiple types of elemental magic. While Subaru was using all of his power and cursed energy just holding off Roswell, refusing to use any cursed techniques that could either A, kill Roswell or use a domain expansion, the group at the mansion would finally arrive with Otto, Ram, Rem, and Garfield. Garfield would be fighting Elsa just like the original timeline, with Frederica as well as the help of Ram and Rem to fight the Guilty Low, as well as Miley, the one who was actually controlling the demon beasts. Back to the events taking place with Amelia. Amelia would have successfully passed the first trial this time, that having seen Betelgeuse or Goose absorb the witch sin of sloth, not to mention witnessing the death of Fortuna. Now proceeding to the second trial, which would be hosted by Echidna as well, Amelia would see an unthinkable present. A present that couldn't possibly exist that feeds off of the user's memories and emotions. In this present, Amelia would find that Goose, as well as her mother and the rest of everyone living in Eleanor Forest, had survived. Just like the original ReZero though, Amelia, seeing all of the good things that had happened before her, would remember that this is not actually her life. Amelia finding the only consistent thing between the real world and this being the ability to talk to her younger self. Inevitably, Amelia would successfully break out of the the second trial. Having successfully cleared the unthinkable present, it was only time for one last trial. Back in the real world, Subaru has burned through about 50% of his cursed energy, deflecting and rebounding attacks from Roswell's magic. Subaru having to come up with ways to use cursed energy more for movement and less for attacks, just to distract Roswell while he throws some regular physical attacks, to keep Roswell off his feet and not allowing him to summon the Great Rabbit. This time, Subaru was not even planning on summoning the Great Mob Beast, because Subaru has no real desire to defeat the beast here, or even fight it again, considering Subaru's goals in this version of ReZero are very different, mostly because Subaru's hero complex, which is one of his greatest flaws in ReZero, is slightly different. Subaru still wants to save as many people as he can, but he doesn't believe himself to be some almighty hero like from the isekai stories he's read in manga from his world. Especially after what he experienced from the trauma as a child, watching one of his close friends die because of him, he doesn't believe himself to be some unstoppable being. Especially what happened after his talk with Rem in the end of Season 1. Thus, Subaru would actually be doing pretty well just holding out against Roswell. One of Subaru's main problems right now is that if he had only consumed another of Sukuna's fingers before this event, he'd probably have been able to absorb enough of Sukuna's information to actually be able to use reverse curse techniques. Because he's already at, 4 or 5 fingers, and he's had them for a long time to digest. So Subaru is pretty close to absorbing some of Sukuna's pretty powerful techniques, which are going to be super helpful for him during Arc 5 and the Pleiades Watchtower incidents. Anyway, with the events folding up at the mansion, Garfield crushing Elsa under the War Pig like he does in the original timeline, and now the main issue of this run being getting Beatrice out of the mansion, Rem would have been the one tasked with this by Subaru. Subaru having told Rem everything about that he could think of to help coax Beatrice out and also get her out of the mansion and the Great Library in case something happens. One of those main things being something that he knows about that person, and of course Echidna.
Rem wouldn't exactly know what this means, but she would take his instructions and also tell Beatrice basically what Subaru had said word for word. Through some resistance and luckily talk no jutsu and plot, Beatrice would agree to go with Rem and accompany her to the sanctuary under the curiosity of what Echidna might want to tell her. Which is nothing, because Subaru fucking lied to her. Anyway, everyone would finally make it back to the sanctuary with Subaru on his knees, gasping and dying for air, one of his arms having gotten ripped off, a few holes in him, and blood coating the... Oh shit. That white stuff on the ground, that's snow, in it? Anyway, the Great Rabbit gets summoned. Roswell is laughing maniacally. Rom has her fight with Roswell, taking his book and burning that shit, causing him to get pissed off, try to kill her. The Great Rabbit appears. Luckily, they have a backup. While Amelia is finishing up the last of the third trial, Subaru would beg Rem and Beatrice to work together, saying that he'll do anything in exchange. Rem and Beatrice would form a contract, with Rem actually conducting spirit arts, even though on a worse level than Beatrice and Subaru would have done in the original. She's able to use magic, using the Great Library's magic to create an al-shamak, with Subaru letting them use his gate to access dark magic. Sukuna this way isn't being, pissed off that Subaru has another soul contract, and Subaru's able to let Beatrice use dark magic. Al-Shamak is used to send it to another dimension. Subaru one-handed would use a half-domain seal to completely eradicate the entire Great Rabbit, killing the threat to the sanctuary and now causing him to fall into unconsciousness, with Rem and Beatrice trying to help him after the fact, reattaching his arm. Sukuna would be laughing, telling Subaru that he basically just skidded by to the finish line. And yes, Amelia would pass the third trial, showing her the horrors of the future that could be awaiting her. Echidna would be shocked and pissed off that she couldn't have broken Amelia, that being one of her goals to break the half-elf. And Amelia would successfully have cleared the sanctuary, breaking the barrier that blocked all the demi-humans and freeing the sanctuary. Puck would reappear, finally, after explaining that Roswell, until he was defeated, would have been sealing him within his crystal using magic, and Puck would go and help save Subaru, who was currently bleeding out. Actually, it was getting pretty close, considering that Subaru was about to ask Sukuna for a contract to use his reverse healing techniques, which Sukuna would have probably taken. Luckily, Puck arrived in time, using his magical knowledge to help Beatrice, along with himself, heal Subaru and reattach his arm. Subaru would not die, thankfully, but he'd feel like absolute crap. Having spent all of his energy, he'd be exhausted, having fought Roswell for over half a day by himself. Otto would come tend to Rom and Roswell, getting the both of them and retrieving them before neither of them having died, but them both having severe burns. And the arc finishes off with us getting a small time skip to a week after the sanctuary has been freed, with Subaru being officially accepted as a knight, serving under the Amelia camp, as well as Roswell holding up his end of the deal to not have to mess with Subaru or have to further his own goals again. This, of course, being the binding vow that he and Subaru had, Subaru unconsciously had made. With Subaru being officially knighted, Sukuna would enjoy the dapper roleplay of being a medieval knight, telling Subaru that they really do look the part now. After the knighting ceremony, Rem and Subaru would be out on the balcony, with Subaru giving Rem a kiss under the moon as everything fades to black, wrapping up the end of the everlasting contract, Arc 4. If you guys enjoyed this series, thank you so much. Please hit the like button, comment down below anything else you'd like to see coming up in Arc 5, Arc 6, and even what kind of the side stories you'd like me to cover for this series specifically. This has been a long time coming, and honestly, it was kind of a race to the finish line, so I'm really happy you guys stuck along with me to the end. Thank you guys so much for watching the story of our Susu duo. Thank you so much, and I'll see you guys next time. There was no sound, only an endless darkness that covered everything. And then, like a cracking of stone, like rocks falling over a lake and sinking to the depths below, a soft, swirling mass. The shadows begin to fade. She would open her eyes. I didn't think my little trick would work so well. I guess it's good that I analyzed what that damn demon did to that boy. And I had to use her, of course, that thing. Ugh. It was a shame I couldn't break that vessel, but, well, at least I'm back. A girl of pink hair would begin to walk out from the darkness. Only the sounds of dewdrops and the subsequent echo of those drops throughout the cave would be meeting her ears. After walking for what felt like several hours, she'd finally have escaped the actually short distance of a cave. The girl would step out, her pink hair and pointed ears showing in the moonlight, with a black cloak draped over her. The revival magic had worked, the sanctuary was freed, and so were they. With a pyroxene crystal around her neck containing the 5 souls of the witches within her sanctuary, the demented witch of greed, Echidna, would have successfully revived herself. No, let's go with a new name. What was it again? Oh, yeah. I think I'll call myself Omega. Having not walked through the actual world in millennia, she had hoped that she'd see something that would cause her to feel joy, something that would cause her to feel something completely different, but all she would feel would be contempt. That's a letdown. She would, however, be incredibly impressed and praising herself for simply the fact that her trick had worked. She had survived. No, they had survived. Yes, all of them. Omega would look down at her right arm, holding it up her sleeve, as we see black tattoo markings across her, forming just up her arm and touching to make black markings on the right side of her face. So this is it. That interesting new material in this world. Cursed energy. Just as this world was a treasure trove of knowledge for her limitless greed to absorb, Omega had a new toy to learn. Being an artificial spirit, having completely sublimated her soul into bits to take over that clone that had wandered into the graveyard, slowly, ever so slowly, she had finally been freed. She was the first witch to walk the world in the past 400 years. Yes, Echidna, no, Omega. The first ever artificial spirit, with the ability to both use spirit arts, magic, and cursed energy, would find all of the secrets that this world had to hold now. Everything that was there for her to feed herself, to feed her greed. Her form would only become a silhouette as she walked away, abandoning the sanctuary and leaving to go find her truth. The truth that is certainly out upon the new world. And maybe collect a few fingers while she's out there. Who knows? They could be pretty interesting for her research. And so comes an end to the 2nd season of ReZero.